You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You keep me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear,
Welcome to an evening of old-time radio.
Hello, everybody. How is everyone tonight? I see we have Tuco and McDougal and Goomba. Good to see you guys. I'm starting actually almost on time tonight. I'm usually a little late. Anyway, happy Friday. I hope everybody had a good week. I know I didn't. One good thing happened. If you guys were watching the stream on Tuesday, I was using my laptop because I had basically had a major issue with my PC and my graphics card not working and getting a black screen every time I restarted my computer, and I was unable to get to the safe screen and all that stuff. And a really nice person going by the name of Little Buddy sent me an email and walked me through how I could get it back up again, and it took all of 5 minutes, and I've got my PC back. So thank you, Little Buddy, so much for getting my PC back. My laptop just didn't have very much power, and I was nervous about using it. So anyway, that's one good thing that happened. Hey, Moore, how are you doing? Good to see you. Glad you're here. So I have decided to do OTR Darkest Mysteries is the name of the live stream tonight. I've chosen some darker themed mystery OTR shows. And as always, I've remastered each episode to bring them up to your high quality audio standards. Starting off tonight with The Black Book, also known as The Man in Black. And the episode is called The Price of the Head. Paul Frees was the great narrator of the show with his very unique voice. John Russell wrote the story about a murder in the South Seas and the attempted escape of the murderer. I actually did a short using this a couple months ago. A very suspenseful mystery tale, and it's only packed into only 12 minutes. Stars John Dehner. Next after that, we have a great two-parter from Suspense, The Mystery of Edwin Drood, written by Charles Dickens, but left unfinished at his death. This stars Herbert Marshall as John Jasper, a music teacher who is in love with the same girl as his nephew, Edwin, and his jealousy makes him almost psychopathic. The girl has a third suitor, and Jasper tries to get her to make a decision. Edwin disappears, Jasper proposes, and the girl spurns him and goes with the third guy. Was Edwin murdered? By whom? So this is a great mystery, and it's well done by Suspense, as almost all their shows were, and its writers, led by Elliot Lewis. Next up after that is The Bloody, Bloody Banks of Fall River from Crime Classics, a great show that I've always been a big fan of. It's another Elliot Lewis creation about the famous Lizzie Borden murder story about her father being murdered. Narrated by Thomas Hyland, it stars Elliot Lewis, Lou Merrill, Jeanette Nolan, and Irene Tedrow, and is a really good recreation, in my opinion, of the famous murder mystery, still unsolved to this day, although most people believe that Lizzie Borden was guilty. She was acquitted, that accused Lizzie Borden of murdering her father, and then the subsequent trial and the acquittal after that. After that is Two Bullets from the Black Museum, with the great Orson Welles narrating as always, and points out two bullets in Scotland Yard's famous museum of murder that were used by the same gun in two separate murders that were years apart. During an air raid during World War II, a pair of soldiers shoot the air raid warden, and then they lie low for a few years. As civilians, they plan a robbery, and the same gun is used in a shootout with the cops. I'm not going to spoil the rest, but this is a very intriguing mystery of murder and its consequences. I want to see here. Oh, we got Linton Pear. Hello, welcome. Glad to see you. Woo, writers. good to see you too. Welcome. Glad you could join us. And of course, Laura, I am really glad to see you as well. Welcome to the stream. So, kicking things off then, let's begin with The Black Book and the Price of the Head.
The Man in Black. Come with me down the long corridor, through the shadows, to the secluded study of the famous teller of tales.
Welcome. I am the Man in Black. These magnificent volumes you see surrounding me contain the world's greatest collection of unusual and fantastic stories. Today, I have selected a tale by Mr. John Russell, a strange story of the South Seas, The Price of the Head. The possessions of Mr. Christopher Pellet were these: a bad name in the islands, a continuous thirst of liquor, and a set of fine red whiskers. Also he had a friend, Karaki. It was a strange thing, this friendship between Pellet and the native, for down among the Solomon Islands the terrors of pure savagery lay just beneath the thin cover of the white man's civilization. Bring me another bottle, Moy-Jack. At first it involved nothing more than Karaki patiently standing outside Moy-Jack's bar at Fufuti and waiting for Pellet to get drunk enough to take along home.
Please, Mr. Pellet, we're closing up now. You're plenty drunk already.
Night after night, Karaki waited while the white man sat roaring inside. Don't tell me when to drink. Now you get that bottle. Jump!
All right, Mr. Pellet, all right. I'll get the bottle. I'll fix you the bottle, all right.
And hurry up, you bold clown.
Here we are. Plenty good rum. Eh, Mr. Pellet?
It stinks. And so do you. And so does this old bloody island.
Don't you like my rum?
Yes, what I think of your rum. Oh, come here, Moy-Jack. I'm going to crack your ribs. Crack your...
Hey, Karaki. Karaki. Take him out.
A few minutes later, Karaki had the white man across his shoulder and bore him down the beach to the miserable shelter of pandanus leaves that they called home. There he eased Pellet to a mat, bathed him with cool water, and carefully brushed the dirt from his bright red hair and whiskers. It was quite a mystery at Fufuti, the friendship between these two men. After all, Karaki was nothing more than a heathen from Bougainville, a place where some people were smoked and others eaten. It was midday when Mr. Christopher Pellet awoke, groaned his way out of a painful fog of alcohol. Rum, Karaki. Rum.
No rum. You drink too much rum last night. Too much Moy-Jack rum.
Huh? What do you mean? Too much Moy-Jack rum?
Moy-Jack. Put white powder in bottle.
Huh?
Make him you sleep.
So that's it. Why, that little rat. Well, I'll tear his throat out.
Be careful. Moy-Jack all time. Carry knife. Cut face all up.
That little wax man. I'll murder him. Come on, Karaki. Half in anger and half in anticipation of the pleasure of beating someone up, Pellet staggered off down the beach toward Moy-Jack's bar. Karaki followed him. It was the noon hour of repose, and all Fufuti was asleep. Pellet reached the bar and found Moy-Jack dozing peacefully among his bottles. He woke him with a savage kick. Get up, you dirty scum! Get up so I can bust holes!
You're hurting me. Pellet, let go.
Feed me a Mickey, will you? Not again, you won't!
Now I'll cut you, Pellet.
Ah, will you now? Well, I'll just fix me a knife, too. Well, come on, my Jack. I want to twist this bottle around in your face. That'll learn you to fight with a red-headed man. That'll learn... He's dead. Rocky, I killed him.
Yes, dead. Plenty trouble now. Police.
Yes. Come on, let's get out of here. Where'll we go, Rocky? I gotta hide someplace.
You go house on beach. Wait there. Me fix some boat. Leave for footy.
What boat? You got no boat.
Me find them boat.
All right, I trust you. But hurry, man. Hurry!
We return to The Price of the Head in just a moment. But first...
Hello, everyone. This is Ray Milland. You know, making motion pictures is a difficult chore and doesn't leave one very much time for too many outside interests. However, even when making something to live for, there was one must on my weekly schedule. And that was listening to the Amos and Andy program every Sunday on CBS Radio.
Thank you, Mr. Milland. And now, once again, The Man in Black.
Pellet waited in terror in the shack on the beach while Karaki broke into the boat sheds and with an axe smashed the bottoms out of the 3 craft sheltered there. Then he opened the trade room and quickly gathered together a big bundle of supplies, including a Winchester rifle and box of cartridges. Next, he carried everything out onto the beach and loaded it into a stout outrigger canoe that belonged to the company agent. Finally, he fetched Pellet from the shack, and together they hurriedly launched the canoe in the lagoon. Karaki rigged the big mat sail, and they paddled out into the breeze just beyond the harbor entrance. We made it, Karaki. We're safe.
Yes.
Look, where are we headed for, anyway? What island, we go, Karaki?
Bougainville.
Bougainville? You crazy? That's 800 miles from here.
All same we go. My home.
800 miles?
We go all fine. Always want to bring you my home.
All right, you idiot savage. I don't know why you're doing it for me, but I'll see you through. It was not the beginning of a very pleasant voyage for Mr. Christopher Pellet. The fear of being captured and hanged was great enough, but added to it were the horrors brought on by a sudden and complete lack of alcohol. And Pellet had been constantly drunk for over 2 years. The first night he was too seasick to care, but by morning he was raving. However, Karaki quickly tied him up hand and foot and lashed him under a thwart and continued to sail off into the open sea. Now and again he threw a dipper full of seawater over the white man and occasionally fed him with coconut milk. Karaki was an excellent nurse. He even combed Pellet's red hair and whiskers twice every day. By the time they reached the Santa Cruz region, Pellet's condition had improved and Karaki released him. They were now in an area peppered with tiny islets, and Karaki decided to land on the lee of one in order to replenish their water supply. He dropped sail and was paddling slowly into the beach, when suddenly from out of nowhere a cutter carrying 2 white men appeared behind them. One of the men signaled for the canoe to stop and surrender, but Karaki had other ideas.
No! No catching Karaki and Pellet! No way!
Put that gun down, Karaki. We're in enough trouble now.
Okay, I shoot.
Stop, Karaki! For some foolish reason, the 2 white men didn't believe a native would dare resist them. And for their mistake, they were both killed, and the cutter sunk. Karaki, however, wasted no time sailing back into the open sea without his precious water. And 29 days later, he was doling out the few remaining drops to Pellet taking none for himself. His every gesture was one of sacrifice, that his white companion might survive. Finally, on the 36th day, they sighted Choiseul, and by noon they came ashore. There they stayed for a week, fattening themselves on the unlimited supply of coconut. Do you think Bougainville's just under the horizon, eh, Crocky?
Yes.
Well, all right, old chap. You got me this far, I trust you. You know, Crocky, you're quite a fella.
Yes.
Yes. You sure don't talk much, though. I don't seem to reach you somehow. Why, even I'd like to know what goes on under that top knot of yours, my boy. I'd also like to tell you how grateful I am. Wish I could show you. Crocky, now, listen. Me, one big fellow friend, long you. Savvy? You, big fellow friend, long me. Savvy? We two damn big fellow friend always. Eh?
Yes, my word.
My word. Oh, Crocky, you kill me. And so Christopher Pellet warmed to a man for the first time in his mean life. He actually felt grateful to this quiet savage who had with rarest self-sacrifice saved his life again and again. And now that he was thoroughly sober, he could understand it even less. The native islander was a mystery to the end. The end came 2 days later at Bougainville. Under a gorgeous dawn, they sailed into a bay that was crystal blue and right up onto a dazzling white beach. Pellet was the first ashore, and he ran up to a rocky point to see all the charm of the place for himself. Crocky, in his simple and efficient way, proceeded about his own affairs. He landed what was left of the supplies stolen at Fufuti and piled them high on the beach. A few minutes after, Pellet heard a gentle footstep behind him, and turned to find Crocky standing there with the rifle at his hip and an axe in his hand.
Me like.
Oh, sir, me like, too. This is a great place you have here, Crocky.
Me like 'em head.
Huh? Oh, I like you, too, Crocky. We big fellow friend, right?
Me like 'em too much. One fly head belong you.
Oh, what do you mean? I don't understand.
Red hair, fine red whisker. Big price here. Smoke 'em head, make 'em karaki. Big man on island.
You mean you're going to... My head?
Fine head. Very fine head. Cut 'em off now.
That was the way of it. That was all the mystery. In Crocky's country, a white man's head, well smoked, was indeed a prize. But that of Mr. Christopher Pellet with his precious red whiskers was a thing to be desired above the love of women. And the simple, patient, enduring Crocky had served hard to win him. And did it really matter to Pellet how or why he died, since his own race would have hanged him for murder anyway?
And so ends the Man in Black story for today. The Price of the Head by John Russell. Before we hear of next week's tale, let me remind you that Hearthstone of the Death Squad follows on this station in just a moment.
Next week, I've selected for you one of the most unusual and terrifying stories in my library. Mr. William Faulkner, one of America's most distinguished authors, wrote it, and he calls it simply, A Rose for Emily.
The Man in Black stars Paul Frees, Today assisted by the noted Hollywood actor John Daner. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Autolite and its 98,000 dealers bring you Mr. Herbert Marshall in tonight's presentation of Suspense.
Tonight, Autolite presents part one of the most famous of all literary puzzles, Charles Dickens' unfinished novel, The Mystery of Edwin Drood. Our star, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
Well, if it isn't Oscar, the singing limousine.
Every car sings when it's got what I've got, Harlow.
Ah, you don't have to tell me, Oscar. I know. You've got ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. The spark plugs that are world famous for quality and performance.
I'm starting the year right, Harlow.
Ah, you sure are, Oscar, because Autolite spark plugs are ignition-engineered to give top performance at all times. They're specified as original equipment on many leading makes of our finest cars, trucks, and tractors.
My Autolite spark plug dealer told me spark plugs were the very heart of my ignition system.
And he was right, too. So, friends, have your spark plugs checked by your nearest dealer who sells Autolite spark plugs. To quickly locate him, just look for the Autolite spark plug sign or phone Western Union by number and ask for Operator 25. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite presents Charles Dickens' The Mystery of Edwin Drood, starring Mr. Herbert Marshall, hoping once again to keep you in suspense.
This is the last night I have to live, and I will set down the naked truth without disguise. I was never a brave man, but the task comes without much difficulty. I can speak of myself as if I had already passed from the world. For while I write this, my grave is digging, and my name is inscribed in the black book of death. It was in the organ loft of the assembly hall at Cloisterham College where I first began to learn how a man's mind can become a thing of horrible wonder, a part, a writhing, tormented thing, beyond his poor power to control. I'd gone there, as I so often did, for the peace and quiet, for the song of birds, the scents from gardens and woods that joined with me, and my music. And it was there, suddenly without warning, that my mind filled with those words long forgotten, only half learned at best, somewhere in the dim past. When the wicked man turneth away from his wickedness, he shall save his soul alive. The wicked man? What has that to do with me, with John Jasper, simple instructor in music?
Jack?
And why should I be filled with a strange sense of guilt?
Are you in there, Jack?
The wicked man. Me? The wicked man?
Jack, are you in the organ loft? Jack?
Who's that?
It's I, Jack, your nephew, Edwin Drood.
Edwin.
I'm out here in the assembly hall.
Edwin. Edwin, my boy.
Jack, it's good to see you again.
Let me see what the past 3 months have done for you. I can't say they've done you a bit of harm.
No reason why they should. But tell me of yourself. You look a little tired.
Tired? Oh, nonsense. Never felt better in my life.
Not worried about something, are you? Some strain you're under, perhaps?
In this sleepy old college town? Oh, but look here, come into my office. We're wasting all this time in talk. I've been saving a special welcome for you, my boy. Sit down and rest your weary bones while I make it ready.
Oh, Jack. Jack, I'm truly home again. I can see that now. No wonder you love it here at Cloisterham.
Is that what you think, Edwin?
Well, who could think otherwise, looking at you? You're respected, your talent for teaching music admired and looked up to. You'd be duty-bound to love it.
You're wrong, Edwin. I hate it.
What?
I hate it.
Jack, I'd never dreamed.
Well, No, let there be an end to such talk, Edwin. We've delayed our toast much too long as it is. To your future, Edwin.
No, Jack, hold on. I'll not make that the first toast upon my return.
Oh, why not?
There's a much better one to drink to on this day of all days. To my future wife, Rosa.
Of course, Edwin. To Rosa. As we stood there, Edwin and I, drinking to her, to Rosa, I began to realize why those words about the wicked man had come to me just before his return. It had been a warning that might have already come too late. Good evening, Rosa. Have I startled you?
Why, no, Mr. Jasper. It was only that
You were expecting someone else?
Well, Edwin said that he might get here early.
I'm sorry I disappointed you then.
Oh, no, it isn't that, really. Oh, I'm being quite rude, aren't I? Please come in.
Thank you, my dear. You look most charming, Rosa. I'd swear that gown was purchased in London expressly for your party tonight.
Oh, you surprised me, Mr. Jasper. I didn't know you were so observant concerning women.
Concerning women, Rosa? Or you?
Why, me? I'm only one of your music students.
No. You're a good deal more than that to me, Rosa.
I'll open the parlor. We can wait there for the other guests. You said I was a good deal more to you than just a music student. What did you mean?
Edwin's my nephew. You're his betrothed. Surely the love I bear for him extends to you also.
Oh, I hadn't thought of your feelings toward me in just that way.
Had you thought of them then?
Allow me to be frank, Mr. Jasper. I'm going to marry Edwin despite the fact that I do not love him.
You do not?
Oh, as a brother, perhaps as a very dear friend, but not as one should love a husband.
Then why marry him, Rosa?
Because I couldn't bear to see him hurt. Because I promised both my parents and his that we would marry.
There's nothing that can change your mind?
No, Mr. Jasper.
Not even if you loved another?
I do love another. The other guests.
Rosa.
Oh, excuse me, please. I must let them in.
I remember little concerning the party that followed, being too occupied with my own thoughts. But two incidents do stand out as foreshadowing events to come. The first, a conversation between Dean Crisparkle and his protege, Neville Landless, a strange and intense young man, but newly arrived from Ceylon.
Yes, of course, my dear.
She's a beautiful girl, Dean. One of the most beautiful it has ever been my fortune to meet.
It might be best for you to curb your admiration, Neville. Rose is already spoken for.
In Ceylon, that is not always a reason.
I need hardly remind you, my boy, that this is Cloisterham in England. I warrant her fiancé would not take too kindly to your attitude.
Fiancé?
Young Edwin Drood.
Ah, yes. I now understand his air of proprietorship. Obviously, he is not one who appreciates his good fortune.
May I ask, Mr. Landis, the exact meaning of your remark concerning me and Rosa?
Edwin, really, I didn't know
don't mind, Mr. Drood. It seemed to me that you were taking the young lady in question rather for granted. I merely commented on it.
A manner of comment that hardly comes under the heading of civility in England, Mr. Landis. Though perhaps your somewhat heathen background may account for it.
Oh, come now, gentlemen, this is hardly the time
Nor
or
does it
place.
seem very civil for you to comment so upon a stranger here. One who has not had your so-called advantages in upbringing.
Perhaps the best civility is to mind our own business. If you will set me that example, I promise to follow it.
You take too much upon yourself, sir. In my part of the world, you would be called to account for it.
By whom, for instance, Mr. Landis?
By me, sir. At your earliest convenience.
Oh, gentlemen, please.
Edwin, let's have no more of this. High words between the two of you. I don't like it, my boy.
Nor do I care for certain comments made in my presence here, Jack.
This is hardly a matter of moment, Edwin. We are all hosts here to Mr. Landless, a stranger newly arrived. You should respect the obligations of hospitality. Shall it be over, then?
So far as I'm concerned, Jack, there's no anger left.
Mr. Landless?
None, Mr. Jasper.
So be it, then. The incident is over. When it became time for Rosa to play, I took my place at the piano beside her in order to turn the pages of the music. I stood there watching her hands caressing the keys like two white, tender doves, seeing her lips pursed tenderly in concentration, the curve of her soft cheek, her eyes intent upon her music, yet finding moments free to glance up into mine. A tide of emotion welled up within me as I watched. And then I saw it begin to overtake her, too. It was evident in the trembling of her hands, the color draining from her face, her quickening breath.
Oh, no, I can't bear it. I can't bear it. Take me away, please. Take me away.
It was then the decision was made. It was then I knew that the end result was as fixed in time as the inexorable approach of death. In this instance, the death of Edwin Drood.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Herbert Marshall in Charles Dickens' The Mystery of Edwin Drood. Tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
You know, Harlow, this is the first time I've had Autolite resistor spark plugs under my hood.
Well then, Oscar Otto, you're in for the ride of a car's lifetime. The Autolite resistor spark plug is the greatest advancement in spark plugs for automotive use in the past 25 years.
They sure step up my performance.
That's because Autolite resistor spark plugs have something extra that gives you something extra. That extra is an exclusive Autolite built-in 10,000 ohm resistor that makes possible such extra advantages as smoother engine performance, quick starts, and double spark plug life.
Extra special, eh, Harlow?
Right you are, Oscar, and the Autolite resistor-type spark plug is only one of the complete line of Autolite spark plugs for every use. So, friends, see your nearest Autolite spark plug dealer. Have him check and replace worn-out spark plugs with ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs, either standard or resistor type. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Herbert Marshall in Elliot Lewis's production of The Mystery of Edwin Drood, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I have said that a man's mind can become a thing of horrible wonder, a part. So it must have been with mine that night. For I know now that the plan, the complete, the perfect plan, was born the very moment that Edwin Drood led Rosa from the room.
Oh, the poor girl. She's quite evidently overwrought. Yes, quite overwrought.
Little wonder, with the strain she's had to bear. It can hardly be conducive to one's nerves when a fiancé becomes proprietary and overbearing.
It would appear that your earlier differences with Edwin Drood still rankle, Mr. Landless.
I believe I have my anger well under control, Mr. Jasper. Though the same can hardly be said for the circumstances that provoked it.
Oh, come now, Neville. It is hardly becoming to maintain such a disagreeable attitude.
Hardly becoming, perhaps, but a natural reaction. And one that can be as naturally overcome.
And just how would you suggest this to be done, sir?
Through friendly discussion over a friendly nightcap, Mr. Landless. Shall we say at my gatehouse? Within the hour?
Will Drood be amenable?
He's already accepted my invitation.
Then I shall accept also.
Thank you, Mr. Landless. You shall not regret it, I assure you. I took my leave then and pursued my way through the silent cobbled streets of Cloisterham. My path led me beside the city's venerable crypt. That strange jumble of old walls, ancient druidic stone, and decaying monuments, wherein dwelt the bones of centuries of Cloisterham's dead. Upon reaching it, I forsook the cobblestones of the street for the rubble of the crypt.
Beware that there mound by the yard gate, Mr. Jasper.
Oh, is that you, Doddles?
Aye.
Well, what was it you said?
I said, where the mound, Mr. Jasper?
Why, what is it?
Lime, that's what.
Lime? What you call quick lime?
Aye. Quick enough to eat your bones and your boots. With a little hand stirring, quick enough, surely, to eat your bones.
Really? Now, you use it in your stonemason work, do you?
Aye. Though it's little enough stonework for durdles these days. What with the mayor and them wanting to learn where the olden ones is.
Oh, yes. Searching for the final resting places of ancient druids, aren't you?
Aye. Trying task it is, too. What with the way they're buried here, without no rhyme, no reason. Scattered about like in walls and under passageways.
At best, I'd say it was an impossible task. Durdles.
Not for Durdles and his hammer, it's not.
Hammer? How can that possibly help?
Well, look you over here, Mr. Jasper. Here's a wall. Thick it is. Over 6 feet. Crumbling bad in spots. Hard to tell just what might be buried there, if anything. But Durdles will soon put an end to that mystery. Yeah, he taps, you see. Solid here, unholden. So I goes on tapping. Hollow here. Nothing. I tap some more. Here I find solid. Hollow again. There you have it, Mr. Jasper. Walls hollow. Oh, filled with rubbish and what not, I wage, but hollow plain enough. Like most of the walls around here. Plenty of room in 'em for 100 more bodies it need be.
Yes, I dare say. Well, thank you kindly for a most illuminating lecture.
Well, now, you didn't say why you come visiting here in the first place, Mr. Jasper.
I don't believe I know, Durdles. I don't believe I know. When I arrived at my lodgings, Edwin was already there. And no sooner had we got the fire blazing and made ourselves comfortable than Neville Landless put in his appearance. Please to sit down, Mr. Landless. Whatever small comforts you find here, consider to be your own.
My thanks, Mr. Jasper.
Turn up the lamp on the desk, will you, Edwin? I'll prepare some mulled wine for that nightcap I promised.
Of course, Jack.
You'll probably notice, Mr. Landless, that I have the lamp so arranged as to illuminate a painting over the chimney place.
I had noticed it, Mr. Jasper.
You'll recognize the subject, of course.
Miss Rosa. I could hardly fail to do so, though the portrait is far from flattering to the original.
Oh, don't be so hard on it, Mr. Landless. It was done by Edwin, who made me a present of it.
I'm sorry, Mr. Drood. If I had known I was in the artist's presence.
I doubt that your remark would have differed, Mr. Landless.
Perhaps it would not have, Mr. Drood?
Oh, come now, gentlemen. Let there be no more of this. The wine is prepared. So. And surely no lady, or at least a portrait of one, should intrude upon the drinking habits of good friends. For you, Mr. Landless.
Thank you, sir.
Edwin.
Thanks, Jack.
And now, for the first toast of the evening, I should like to propose one to my nephew, a most fortunate man.
A toast in truth, Mr. Jasper. I shall drink to it.
Thank you both, gentlemen.
Yes, Mr. Landless, I ask you to observe my nephew, for he is indeed one of the most fortunate men of the world.
And an enviable state, if I truly possess it, Jack.
How can you doubt it, my boy? A family estate that eliminates the burdens of economic necessity. Rosa, eager, waiting to supply you with the greatest blessings of domestic bliss and love. Quite different from your prospects and mine, is it not, Mr. Landless?
Yes, quite different, Mr. Jasper.
Upon my soul, Jack, I almost feel apologetic for having my way smoothed as you describe. Almost, but not quite.
Perhaps it might have been better for Mr. Drood to have known some hardships in the achievement of his possessions.
And why, pray, might it have been better for Mr. Drood to have known hardships?
Yes, Mr. Landless. Tell us why.
Because they might have made him more sensible of good fortune that is not the result of his own merit.
Have you known hardships, may I ask?
I have.
And what have they made you sensible of?
I have told you once before tonight.
You've told me nothing.
I told you that you take a great deal too much upon yourself.
You added something else to that, if I remember.
I did. I said that in my part of the world you would be called to account for it.
That part of the world is a long way off, I believe, at a very safe distance.
Say here, then. Say anywhere that gentlemen may be found.
What would you know of gentlemen, Landless? You may know a common thief or a common boaster when you see him, but you're surely no judge of gentlemen.
I have taken all I'm going to take from you.
Here now, Edwin. Stand still. Mr. Landless, give me that bottle.
I'll give it to your precious nephew. I warn you, Drood. I'll cut you down someday for this. I swear it.
The scene had gone well, I thought. Very well. And after Landless's enraged departure, after I had calmed Edwin down and sent him home, I waited for what I knew would inevitably follow. It was close to midnight when it did.
May I come in, Jasper?
Of course, Dean.
I understand you had some difficulty with my protégé tonight.
He told you?
Oh, there was no overlooking his wrought-up state when he came home. I questioned him at once. He must have been rather difficult.
Murderous might be a more exact term.
Murderous? Surely you exaggerate, Jasper.
I hardly think so.
But what could justify the use of such an expression?
The facts. I feel certain that if I had not been there to intervene, he would have laid Edwin dead at his feet.
Oh, unbelievable. And yet he did repeat to me the warning he gave young Drood.
That he'd cut him down someday?
His exact words, Jasper.
I think, sir, that you have in your charge a most dangerous man. One who might well attempt to carry out his threat against Edwin's life.
Oh, no, I can't believe that, Jasper. I'm confident that if we could get them together again, get them to shake hands upon it, all their differences could be resolved.
You're much more optimistic than I.
Surely it's worth a try for your nephew's sake, if for no other. Talk to him, I'll talk with Neville. I know he'll meet with Drood whenever and wherever you say.
Very well, Dean, I'll try. Though I say to you now, and you are my witness, I'm convinced that unless Neville Landless leaves Cloisterham, the end result could be nothing but tragedy. It was 2 days later that Dean Crisparkle brought me assurance of Neville's willingness to cooperate. Immediately I sought out Edwin Drood for a dinner on Christmas Eve, just the three of us. And so the stage was set, and the hours flew, and the ugly streets of Cloisterham turned bright and gay with the holly and the mistletoe. The dinner in my lodgings went cheerfully and well that Christmas Eve. The holiday spirit burned as brightly as the fire in the hearth. There was peace on earth to all men of goodwill. Not even the unseasonal storm that began to rage outside could dampen the gaiety of the evening. Rather, it served as a challenge, an opportunity to heighten the feeling of good fellowship that seemed to be born that night. It was sometime around midnight when the two men, arm in arm, took their departure.
You would suggest something like this, Jack. Fancy going to see the river at this hour on Christmas Eve. Only a madman would suggest such a thing.
And only two young madmen such as you would take up such a suggestion, if indeed you are to take it up.
Nothing could stop me from it now, Mr. Jasper. It's unbelievable that sluggish, muddy stream could ever become a raging torrent.
Nevertheless, you'll find it is so, Mr. Landless. One of the few worthwhile sights to behold in Cloisterham. Our river, reborn at the height of a storm. I warn you to be careful, however. The footing will be treacherous.
You're a wicked man, Jack. To inflame us over the idea, and then attempt to draw us back. Well, you'll not succeed in stopping us now, eh, Neville?
No, Edwin. Nothing will stop us now.
Then come along. We'll be on our merry way.
There is little I can tell you of the night that followed, for there is little that I remember clearly. I know only that when dawn finally broke, I found myself in the organ loft, playing, my clothing wet through, and burning within my brain was a memory. A memory of a man walking alone through the wind and rain in the black of night. A man walking through the deserted streets of Cloisterham. The streets that suddenly, unknown to him, were no longer deserted. A memory, I said it was. Or was it a dream? I did not know. But as I sat there in that organ loft, in the dim light of Christmas morn, there was one thing I did know. Edwin Drood would never be seen again.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for Autolite, world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment. Autolite is proud to serve the greatest names in the industry. They are members of the Autolite family, as well as are the 98,000 Autolite distributors and dealers in the United States and thousands more in Canada and throughout the world. Our family also includes the nearly 30,000 men and women in 28 great Autolite plants from coast to coast and Autolite plants in many foreign countries, as well as the 18,000 people who have invested a portion of their savings in Autolite. Every Autolite product is backed by constant research and precision built to the highest standards of quality and performance. So remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week, Part 2 of Charles Dickens' unfinished novel, The Mystery of Edwin Drood, at which time we will attempt to solve this literary puzzle. Our star, once again, Mr. Herbert Marshall. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by Elliot Lewis, with music composed by Lucien Morawick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The Mystery of Edwin Drood was adapted from Charles Dickens' unfinished novel by Sidney Marshall. In tonight's story, Terry Kilburn was heard as Edwin Drood, Betty Harford as Rosa, Ben Wright as Landless, Joseph Kearns as Dean Crisparkle, and William Johnstone as Durdles.
A brief interruption between part 1 and 2. I wanted to say hello to Ahava, Penguin Old Time Radio, Billy, Kevin Bowe, Reeser, and Donald. Sorry if I missed anybody. Welcome to the stream, guys. Really good to see you all. Glad you're here. Okay, continuing on with part 2 of The Mystery of Edwin Drood.
Autolite and its 98,000 dealers bring you Mr. Herbert Marshall in tonight's presentation of
Suspense. Tonight, Autolite presents part 2 of one of the most famous of all literary puzzles, Charles Dickens' unfinished novel, The Mystery of Edwin Drood. Our star, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
Hello, Senator. How's our legislative leader?
Harlow, what's this I hear about you being up for assault and battery?
Oh, that's a Stay Full battery, Senator. The Autolite Stay Full. That fit, fine, and famous battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
Then you're not in trouble.
Not with an Autolite Stay Full, Senator. Fiberglass mats protect every positive plate against shedding and flaking to give the Autolite Stay Full battery longer life, as proved by tests conducted according to accepted life cycle standards.
And my Autolite battery dealer will substantiate that story, Harlow?
He sure will, Senator, and he's the expert who services all makes of batteries. Friends, to quickly locate your nearest Autolite battery dealer, call Western Union by number
and ask for Operator 25. I'll gladly tell you the name of your nearest Autolite battery dealer, where you can get an Autolite Stay Full.
The battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite presents Charles Dickens' The Mystery of Edwin Drood, starring Mr. Herbert Marshall, hoping once again to keep you in suspense.
When the wicked man turneth away from his wickedness, he shall save his soul alive. So it has been said. So it has been written. But what of him who strives to turn away in torment and desperation and finds that he cannot? What is it that will happen to him? What is it that will happen to me? It was on a gray Christmas morn that I, John Jasper, instructor in music at Cloisterham College, sought the answers to those questions. I sought them within myself, within my music, within the paling stars seen dimly through the organ loft windows. But no answers came, only a memory or a dream. I seemed to see a man walking alone through the deserted night-blackened streets of Cloisterham. The deserted streets which were suddenly no longer deserted. Then the memory was gone. The dream was over. And I was at my gatehouse lodgings looking for him who should have been there, looking for the man I suddenly knew would never be there again. Edwin! Edwin! Crisparkle! Dean Crisparkle, open up! It's John Jasper. Open up, I say.
Jasper? What is it, man?
My nephew, Edwin Drood. Where is he?
Edwin?
Yes, he went to the river last night to look at the storm with Neville Landless.
With Neville?
Yes, and he never came back. Where is he? Ask Landless where he is.
Neville's not home either.
Not home?
I'll be down directly.
As he joined me, the dread realization of what might have transpired was clearly writ upon Dean Crisparkle's face. Hurriedly, he roused a number of cottage servants from their holiday beds, and a search was begun. A search for my missing nephew, Edwin Drood, and for the Dean's missing protege, Neville Landless. There it is. The river. The river they went to see at the height of the storm last night.
You never saw them again, Jasper?
No, neither one returned.
Was there any quarrel between them? Any hint of the disagreements they'd had upon other occasions?
None. The Christmas Eve dinner had gone exactly as I'd planned. They'd shaken hands. Apparently had resolved their differences, and when they left, they went arm in arm.
Tell me, Jasper, whose idea was it to visit the river? Was it Neville's?
I'll not cast doubt where it may be undeserved. It could have been anyone's suggestion. Mine, Edwin's.
I don't like this, Jasper. There's a feeling about it all that strikes chill to my bones. One of the searching parties. They found someone, Jasper. They found...
Take your hands off me. What right have you
Edwin Drood is still among the missing.
Like this?
Easy does it now,
Take
sir.
them off!
Easy, if you please, Mr. Landless.
Take your hands off me. What right have you to seize my person like this? Will you take them off me?
In a moment, sir, in a moment. There you be, Dean Crisparkle. We found your man, as you see.
Yes, Joe, I see. You may release him.
Aye, sir. But it's belligerent he is. I'd beware of him if I was you. Didn't want to return with us at all, he didn't.
What is all this, sir? What is the meaning? I was out for an early morning walk when these blackguards seized me bodily. They forced me to return here and said it was by your orders.
As it was, Neville.
But why, sir? Surely there's some explanation. Why?
Where is my nephew, Landless?
Your nephew?
Yes, Edwin Drood. Where is he?
Why ask me? Why should I know of Drood's whereabouts?
Because you were the last person in his company, and he's not to be found. Speak, sir. Where is he?
Stay, Jasper. Permit me to question him. Neville, you left Mr. Jasper's residence last night with Edwin Drood?
Yes, sir.
You went down to the river together?
Yes, to see the reaction of the storm upon it.
How long did you stay there?
Well, it's 10 minutes, more or less.
And then?
What Drood took leave of me.
Did he say where he was going, then?
Well, yes, to return to Mr. Jasper's.
That was the last you saw of him?
The very last. If something's happened to Drood, I most certainly had nothing to do with it.
What are those stains upon your jacket, Mr. Landless?
Stains?
And that walking stick you're carrying, Joe. The same stains are upon it.
Aye, so they are. Bloodstains they be, Mr. Jasper.
And the stick, to whom does that belong?
Why, to Mr. Landless, sir. We took it off him. Had to, the fuss and all he was putting up.
Well, of course they're bloodstains. I fought with these men thinking they were footpads. If there's blood has been spilled, it must be theirs or mine.
Neville, I think you'd best accompany us to the authorities.
At my suggestion, we repair to the residence of Cloisterham's Lord High Mayor, Mr. Thomas Sapsea. And as we stood there in his parlor, the rendering of authority was as I knew it would be. Not unlike the person of Mr. Sapsea himself. Unimaginative, dull, stupid.
Well, gentlemen, this all seems quite clear to me, quite clear. And I am one who has spared little pain, gentlemen, in training myself to see things clearly.
They may be clear to you, sir, but they are far from being so to me.
Patience, young man, patience. Justice will be done here, of that you may rest well assured. Yes, well assured. And now, allow me to enumerate the situation. Point number 1. There have been several witnessed quarrels between the two young men in question. The missing Edwin Drood, the here present Neville Landless.
The quarrels had been repaired, sir. Mr. Jasper himself bears witness to that.
I have stated there was no quarrel or apparent difference at your last meeting, Mr. Landless.
Quite so, quite so. One meeting without quarrel, several with. The scales are unbalanced, I quote. Particularly, one might say, as the subject or object of those quarrels was the fiancée of Mr. Drood.
Surely, Mr. Sapsea, it is not necessary to bring a young lady's name into this.
I apologize for the necessity, Mr. Jasper, but it would seem to me that the charming and delightful Miss Rosa is truly at the heart of the matter confronting us. At its heart, yes.
In one respect, I am forced to agree with you. There is no doubt that Landless was extremely envious of Edwin's good fortune in being betrothed of Rosa.
Yes, as I say, the heart. Now, point number 2. The two gentlemen disappeared together into the night. Point number 3. Mr. Drood never appears again. Point 4. Mr. Landless is apprehended upon the heath, obviously fleeing Cloisterham, and is returned only by force. Point 5. Unexplained bloodstains are found upon his person and upon the stick he was carrying.
I was not fleeing Cloisterham, and the bloodstains are not unexplained.
Circumstances indicate otherwise, Mr. Landless. Yes, otherwise. And the taking of a fellow creature's life is to take something that don't belong to you, you know.
Taking of a fellow creature? What madness is this? Oh, Mr. Jasper, surely you don't believe that...
My interest lies only in the return of my nephew. And if he is never to return, in seeing that justice is rightly done.
Yes, precisely what I had in mind, Mr. Jasper. Precisely.
My further suggestions to Mr. Sapsea were immediately carried out. Placards were posted, the river dragged. A feverish search began. Days went by, then weeks. And the end result was nothing. No trace of Edwin Drood was ever found. Finally, when all hope was abandoned, Mr. Sapsea delivered his final resolution.
It would appear, gentlemen, that the mystery of Edwin Drood has not as yet been solved. No, not solved. However, certain horrible suspicions as yet remain. In the interests of all concerned, therefore, I make the following suggestion. It is that Mr. Neville Landless remove his presence from the city of Cloisterham, and unless there comes a time when certain horrible suspicions no longer exist, that he remain away from here forever.
Late afternoon of that same day, I went to see Rosa. We met in the garden of the seminary house.
You wish to see me, Mr. Jasper?
That is a desire which has lived with me for a long while, Rosa. Only the unhappy circumstances of the past few weeks have prevented its fulfillment.
And you feel that Mayor Sapsea's announcement has now cleared the way for you?
Not for me. For us.
Grief does not come to an end with an official pronouncement, Mr. Jasper.
Surely even the natural sadness you feel must be tinged with relief.
Relief?
You no longer are faced with the prospect of a forced, distasteful marriage to Edwin. You're free of your promise to your parents. Now that Edwin's gone, there's nothing to prevent our getting married at once.
Our getting married.
I'm sorry I put it so bluntly, my dear, but we waited so long, kept our love for each other bedded so deeply. Surely you can't blame me for speaking so frankly now.
No, and with Edwin gone, there's no need for me to be silent. You have my solemn word for it, Mr. Jasper, that there is not one drop of love in my heart for you. Rather only loathing and hatred.
Rosa!
I've always despised you, though I tried to hide it for Edwin's sake. Despised you because you pursued me with your eyes, with your thoughts, whispering to me in your mind of your obscene love, even though I was engaged to Edwin. Edwin, the nephew you so falsely pretended, was the dearest thing on earth to me.
Rosa, you're overwrought. The strain of these past weeks.
You refuse to believe.
I can't believe it, my dear.
Love you, an old man. The man I loved, the man I still love, is Neville Landless.
Landless?
Yes, Neville, the man I was going to marry.
What do you mean, Rosa? You were going to marry Edwin?
No, Mr. Jasper.
You told me you were.
That was before Edwin and I released each other from our vows, Mr. Jasper.
Released? Then Edwin didn't have to die.
No, Mr. Jasper. Whether Edwin was alive or dead, I was free to marry the man of my choice.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Herbert Marshall in The Mystery of Edwin Drood. Tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Hello, our committee is investigating.
And what have you found, Senator?
That the Autolite Stay Full battery needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
No, that's not all, Senator, because the Autolite Stay Full battery gives longer life, as proved by tests conducted according to accepted life cycle standards.
Yes, Harlow, and you know what's responsible.
Why, those fiberglass retaining mats that surround every positive plate to reduce shedding and flaking and hold the power-producing materials in place.
And we've found the Autolite Stay Full battery is the favorite of millions of car owners from coast to coast.
Thank you, Senator. Friends, see your Autolite battery dealer. He services all makes of batteries, and he has an Autolite Stay Full for your car if a replacement is needed. To quickly locate him, phone Western Union by number and ask for Operator 25.
I'll tell you the name of your nearest Autolite battery dealer, where you can get an Autolite Stay Full, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Herbert Marshall in Elliot Lewis's production of The Mystery of Edwin Drood, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
How does one relate the ending of a world, the stunning collapse of all that has meaning, of all that is life? I will not attempt to do so. For everything that can be said was said on that fateful afternoon. And so the story of Edwin Drood was over. Or so I thought.
Good day to you, Mr. Jasper.
Huh? Oh, it's you, Doddles.
Aye, him what is known as old Doddles it be. Come to pay another visit to the resting place of the old ones, Mr. Jasper?
I didn't know, Doddles. As a matter of fact, I hadn't even noticed that I was walking past the crypt. My mind was elsewhere, I imagine.
I thought perhaps you might be coming round for another lesson in burying dead bodies, Mr. Jasper.
What's meant by that remark, Doddles?
Well, now, I recalls one night old Doddles gave you a lesson about finding bodies of the old ones. Tapped here and there with his hammer he did. Pointing out the hollow walls. Remembers, don't you?
Oh, yes, I believe I recall something like that. An evening without anything to do, idle curiosity.
Aye, could have been, Mr. Jasper. Though it didn't seem as such on last Christmas Eve, it didn't.
What about last Christmas Eve?
Why, you was down here again, Mr. Jasper. Tapping the walls with Doddle's hammer yourself, you was.
You're mistaken. I was nowhere near the crypt on Christmas Eve.
Perhaps.
And I'll wager you had a bottle or two of holiday cheer beneath your belt at the time.
Perhaps. Though I would have swore it were you.
Mr. Jasper. Come in.
And who may you be, sir?
Datchery's the name, Dick Datchery. Came calling, found you out, made myself at home.
So I note.
This? Favorite of mine, mulled wine. Thought I'd prepare, honor the occasion and all.
The occasion of an absolute stranger making himself at home in my lodgings.
Not ordinary circumstances, Quite agree. Nevertheless, honorable occasion.
Then perhaps you'd care to explain, Mr. Datchery.
Gladly. Perfect, sir. Won't you join me?
I'm awaiting that explanation, sir.
I bring you greetings, sir.
Greetings from whom?
Your dear boy, Mr. Jasper. Greetings from Edwin Drood.
Greetings from Edwin?
Aye, sent you the best. Apologizes for not writing. Trust you're not worried. Told you, didn't I? Honorable occasion.
Indeed, this is an occasion, Mr. Datchery. I've been worried sick about the dear boy. You found him well?
Blooming, best of health.
Where is he? Where did you meet with him?
London, some lodging house. Kept meeting on stairs, natural thing.
Of course, quite natural.
Business took me to Cloisterham. Told Edwin. Made me promise a greeting. Here I am. Care to try the wine? Quite good.
My apologies, Mr. Datchery. Certainly I would.
Toast to Edwin?
To Edwin.
Perfect. Well, you're on my way now. Duty over.
One moment, Mr. Datchery. I must write Edwin and tell him how happy you've made me. What's the dear boy's address?
You haven't got it. He moved. Didn't say where.
Then there's no more you can tell me about him, where he can be reached?
Nothing.
I see.
Wondering if it's a tall tale, Mr. Jasper? No real greetings? No real Edwin?
Surely that's a possibility, Mr. Datchery.
Ordinarily, not now. Mementos. Wanted you to have them, to remember him. Duty's fully discharged. I'll be leaving. Good day, Mr. Jasper. Excellent wine.
I scarcely heard him leave, this Mr. Datchery. I was staring at the objects he'd placed upon the table. A watch and chain. Edwin's watch and chain. He'd been wearing them the night of the big storm. The last night he'd been seen alive. Mr. Datchery!
Mr. Jasper, one moment, please.
Good afternoon, Rosa.
Oh, have you heard the news, Mr. Jasper?
What news, Rosa?
It concerns Edwin Drood.
Edwin?
Yes, he's alive, Mr. Jasper. Edwin's alive. Oh, did you hear me, Mr. Jasper? Did you hear what I said about Edwin? He's alive.
That's a rather astounding statement, Rosa.
I know. I could scarcely believe it myself, but here. This came to me in the post today from London. It's a letter from Edwin. Oh, isn't it wonderful, Mr. Jasper? We were all so certain that he was dead, that someone had killed him on the night of the storm. And there in your very hand is the proof that he's alive.
No greater horror can visit the mind of man than the certain knowledge that he has suddenly become mad. And such was the horror which dwelt within me that fateful day. For it was the only explanation that was left. Edwin was dead. He had to be. The memory or dream that had lived with me since Christmas morn was too clear, too sharply etched, for there to be any doubt. Edwin was dead. And yet, within a single afternoon, two people had brought me proof that Edwin was alive. Proof as clear, as sharply edged as that memory. A sane mind does not exist in a world of such paradox. I'd gone mad. Time finds no haven within the dread confines of madness. Nor was that day an exception. Somehow, without my knowing of it, the day was gone. In what had been a sunlit sky, a night-darkened storm lay muttering ominously. My mud-spattered gaiters, bone-weary legs spoke mutely of hours of aimless wandering, hours of doing fruitless battle with that thing of horrible wonder, a part, which was now my mind. And then I was where I'd been destined to be all along, the one place where the truth could be found, incontestable truth. I entered the venerable crypt of Cloisterham. The flashes of lightning etched in weird relief the ruined habitations of the dead. Half-standing pillars of stone assumed the attitude of watchful guardians, grinning evilly from their sentry boxes of the night. And the broken wall toward which I made my way was an ancient catacomb, concealing within it the secret that only I knew was there. I climbed to its top and looked down upon the rubbish that almost filled the hollow space between its sides. A rusty spade lay nearby. I seized it and began to dig. Again, time became meaningless. There was nothing but the feverish labor of uncovering the truth, of finding a rusted watch and chain that would not possibly lie bright and untarnished on my table, of uncovering a skeletonized human hand that was incapable of writing the letter I'd seen. And then the labor, too, became meaningless. There was no watch, no chain, no hand. There was nothing in there but rubble.
Looking for something, Mr. Jasper?
Landis.
I asked you if you were looking for something, Mr. Jasper.
What are you doing here? You were ordered to stay away from Cloisterham.
I came back, Mr. Jasper.
Why? What are you doing here?
Same thing that you are seeking the truth.
The truth about what?
The mystery of Edwin Drood.
There is no mystery. Edwin Drood is alive.
Is he?
Ask Rosa. Ask Mr. Datchery. They'll tell you. They know he's alive.
No, Mr. Jasper. You killed him last Christmas Eve. Edwin Drood is dead.
He's not, I tell you. How could he be? If he were dead, why isn't he lying in this grave? The grave in which
The grave in which you buried him?
No. There was no grave, only a dream. It was all a dream.
What was the dream, Mr. Jasper?
Everything. Following him back to the river, my hands around his throat, hiding his body here in this wall. It was all a dream. Can't you understand? I've been driven out of my mind by a dream. I didn't do it.
But you did, Mr. Jasper.
You're a fool, analyst. Look for yourself. This grave I prepared for him is empty. He isn't there.
No, but he was here until 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago?
That was when a London detective and I found what was left of him.
Datchery?
Yes. With the help of Durdles and his invaluable hammer, we found Edwin Drood. Found the watch which identified him. You told me just now how you killed him.
The watch? And Rosa's letter?
Written several years ago, reposted from London. Shall we go now, Mr. Jasper?
Go?
You took me before the authorities once. Now it's my time to take you. Prospect of the gallows make you happy, Jasper?
In a way, Landis. At least I'll go to it, knowing that I wasn't mad.
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for Autolite, world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment. Autolite is proud to serve the greatest names in the industry. That's why during the early months of this year, as we did a year ago, the Autolite family will join together in saluting the leading car manufacturers who install Autolite products as original equipment. Our Autolite family includes some 30,000 men and women in Autolite plants in the United States, Canada, and many foreign countries, and the 18,000 people who have invested a portion of their savings in Autolite, as well as thousands of Autolite distributors and dealers, and the many leading manufacturers who use Autolite products as original equipment. Our Autolite family will salute the DeSoto division of Chrysler Corporation on the next Autolite Suspense television program. If you live in a television area, check the day and time of Suspense so that you will be sure to see this program.
Next week, we recreate an historical puzzle as we attempt to locate a sunken treasure. The story, based on fact, is called Gold of the Adomar. Our star, Mr. John Hodiak. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by Elliot Lewis, with music composed by Lucian Morowick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The Mystery of Edwin Drood was adapted from Charles Dickens' unfinished novel by Sidney Marshall. In tonight's story, Ben Wright was heard as Landless. Featured in the cast were Betty Harford, Joseph Kearns, Ramsey Hill, Charles Davis, and William John Stone. And remember, next week, Mr. John Hodiak in Gold of the Adomar.
Good evening.
Welcome, Data Juggler. Welcome, Teresa. Or is it Data Juggler? Data Juggler or Data Juggler? I call you Data Juggler. Anyway, good to see you. Thanks for joining the stream. Our OTR Dark Mystery stream. Just wanted to say hello to everybody and thank you again for joining us on a Friday night. And now on to more old-time radio with Crime Classics.
This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland with another true story of crime. Listen. That's a chicken. She's a fat one. She's doing practically all the things a chicken can do. And besides all this cleverness, she's about to perform her primary function. She's going to be a dinner. The lady who carries the bird in her left hand is named Abby Durfee Borden, stepmother to Emma and Lizzie Borden. Mrs. Borden weighs over 200 pounds. The curved-handled axe she holds in her right hand is her favorite when she goes out amongst the chickens. Her favorite because with it she does such a neat job, which is more than I can say for the person who murdered Mrs. Borden and her husband, Mr. Borden. So tonight, my report to you on the bloody, bloody banks of Fall River.
Crime Classics, a new series of true crime stories from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Mr. Thomas Hyland.
The place is Fall River, Massachusetts, at the start of a hot August in 1892. In that era, it was a town whose dominant color was brown, the color of sun-dried lawns, of rain-stippled brick and board, of ladies' dresses that reached from neck to pavement. Next in popularity, as far as color went, was black. It was a stern time and a stern place, and bleak, where certain types of smiles were suspect, and where women only dared to stretch in the privacy of kitchen or boudoir. It was a time, too, when 18 was the age of marriage, and a single woman of 32 had to find surcease in this way: breaking saloons' windows, knitting, secretly tearing from the newspaper the latest picture of John L. Sullivan, also Jim Corbett, who was rumored to be more of a gentleman, or this way.
Till death thy endless mercies seal.
Lizzie Borden's way.
And make the sacrifice complete.
Amen. There now. How did you like that hymn?
Oh, very much, Reverend Job.
And then I shall write my brother to send me the rest of the new ones from New York. I trust your judgment, Miss Borden, implicitly.
How is your brother?
Oh, he's getting married.
Married?
Didn't I tell you?
No. No, you didn't.
I'm sorry.
I think, Reverend, you might have let me know in another way. Less blunt.
But you don't even know my brother.
I hope you'll be very happy.
I'm sure you do.
Reverend.
Yes, Miss Lizzie?
And how much longer will you grieve?
Dear Miss Lizzie.
Your wife is gone now for 4 years.
Dear, dear Miss Lizzie. How kind is your concern. still let me prove thy perfect will. My acts of faith and love repeat. Till death thy endless mercy seal.
Your father likes chicken, Lizzie. Chicken he shall get. Glad you came out to the backyard. You can do something for me besides picking pears from the tree.
You're just jealous because you can't eat pears, Mrs. Borden, because you break out.
Where you been, Lizzie?
With the Reverend Mr. Jubb. He got some new hymns from New York. Why are you laughing?
Oh, if I was a true mother to you instead of a stepmother, I'd tell you right out, you're never going to get married, Lizzie. New hymns from New York, your work with the Fruit and Flower Mission, none of these are going to help. If I was a true mother to you, I'd tell you all of those things, but tenderly.
Yes, Mrs. Borden.
And it eats inside you, doesn't it, stepdaughter?
Yes, Mrs. Borden.
You and your sister Emma, old maids. They say that about you. Did you know that?
Yes. Yes, Mrs. Borden.
Here. Least you can do is some work. You can pluck a chicken as well as anyone. Yeah, well, I do the other. Get used to being useful. That's a way to live, too. Take it.
All right. Mrs. Borden?
What is it?
Aren't you concerned about yesterday?
What about yesterday?
About the barns being broken into.
Some children, probably.
Why should they break into the barn?
Looking for iron for sinkers so they could fish. Not so delicate, Lizzie. You do it this way. This way.
I told Mr. Jubb about the milk.
What are you talking about?
About the milk.
What about it?
You've been in the sun too long, Mrs. Borden. Burned your memory away. About the milk. It's being poisoned.
Poisoned?
Why else do you think everyone in the family got sick day before yesterday?
You didn't.
I don't drink milk. And the barn's being ransacked. There's someone who wants to do us harm.
Make your fancies, stepdaughter.
Someone who hates my father. Your father said a man at the bank had cursed him. Father said he'd seen the man loitering about.
Oh, now we've come to it, haven't we?
What?
Now we've brought the conversation around.
What?
Your father. Tell you something. He doesn't care for you. He doesn't care for you at all.
He loves me.
Not at all. What's the matter?
Blood. All over my hands. Blood. Ooh.
Chicken blood. It'll wash off. That's the trouble with you, Lizzie. You shudder your way through. What did you do that for? What did you smear that blood on my face for?
To see how you look, Mrs. Borden.
This is not exactly a healthy relationship between two grown people. But let's face it, the possibility of a lady's liking another lady in the Borden household was pretty remote. First of all, after the widowed Mr. Borden married Abby, he told his two daughters to do everything Abby told them. And often, Abby would order Lizzie to do things right in the middle of plucking a pear from the backyard tree. And Lizzie dearly loved the pears from the backyard tree. Also, it was a constant source of wild hilarity for Abby that neither of her stepdaughters had been taken as bride. She'd gotten married, but Lizzie never did, nor Lizzie's sister, Emma. And sometimes Lizzie would go to her father's room, and she'd ask him this.
How can you stand her?
She takes care of my needs. She cherishes me.
She's a hulk.
When seen through the eyes of affection...
Oh, Father.
It's much too late to ask you to love her, Lizzie. But I insist that this kind of conversation concerning my wife shall be the last.
Whatever you say, Father.
Now, it's very hot. I think I'll lie down.
I'll take off your shoes.
Never mind.
I want to.
Very well.
Father.
Yes.
Tell me about my mother, my real mother.
Oh, Lizzie,
Please.
it's been so long. I've forgotten.
You have not.
Yes. Yes, I have.
No. She was very lovely. She had brown hair. She had brown eyes, and she was slender. You used to tell me... Father.
What?
Why did you let her die?
She had a sickness for
You
which...
let her die. You could have saved her, and you let her die.
Lizzie!
And you married that hulk.
I forbid you...
Father, listen to me.
I forbid you to speak of my wife in such a manner.
Let's go away from here, Father.
Away?
Yes, you and I. Give that woman this house, and we'll go away. Father.
You'll go away, not me.
What?
You speak often of quitting this house, of going to live with a friend. Do it.
You can't mean it.
Do it. Good night.
Father, I want you to know I always love you, no matter what you say to me.
I know, and I'm sorry for you. Good night, Lizzie.
It was the night of August 3rd in the year 1892. A stifling night, humid, sleepless, and filled with drone. A million small sounds, continuous and insistent, made up of insects and dry grass and moist night clothes against moist bedding. And in the middle room of the second floor of number 92 2nd Street, Lizzie Borden walked. And walked. And grew warmer and walked. And Lizzie Borden wept. Her face pressed to the earth, she wept. And in a little while, for some reason or another, she got up and walked over to the pear tree and plucked a pear and ate it and smacked her lips, sweet with juice, at the moon. Lizzie Borden.
Listening to Crime Classics and your host, Thomas Hyland. This Saturday night, CBS Radio's Gangbusters presents the story of the soda fountain pigeon. Also Saturday nights on most of these same stations, don't miss the exciting adventures of United States Marshal Matt Dillon on Gunsmoke. Gangbusters and Gunsmoke, Saturday nights at the Star's Address. Hear both for twice the excitement. And now, once again, Thomas Hyland and the second act of Crime Classics, and his report to you on the bloody, bloody banks of Fall River.
I'd like to give you a brief rundown on the Borden family. Let's pick the last day all of them were alive, August 4th, 1892. Let's say about 7 o'clock in the morning. Andrew Jackson Borden, yawning. A.J. Borden is the head of the house and worth over $250,000. He's getting up now and getting ready to go to the bank so he can be near some of it.
Lace me up, Andrew.
Abby Durfee Borden, just before lacing up. Abby is 64 years of age and hadn't gone downstairs without a corset since the age of 15. Lizzie Borden, still asleep. Nightclothes on the chair where she left them last night, and dreamless. Woman in bed. There are 2 other people I must mention. There's Bridget Sullivan, the maid, who is making the mutton soup for breakfast, and Emma Borden, sister to Lizzie, who's off on a trip to Fairhaven in behalf of the Fruit and Flower Mission. We know that the Bordens, all of them, had their breakfast. We know that Mr. Borden left the house at 9 o'clock for the bank. And we know that Bridget washed the windows in the attic. And we know that, as Bridget sat on the windowsill, washing in such a way that a good part of her was hanging over 2nd Street, Lizzie Borden was inside holding her feet so Bridget wouldn't fall. And we know, too, that there was conversation.
I don't feel so good.
Why? What's the matter?
My stomach still hurts when I press it. It's from the other day.
When the milk was poisoned?
No, I don't think it was the milk. It was the bananas. I think Mrs. Borden fried them too long. And I always say that bananas fried too long in mutton soup don't go well together. Oh, help me inside, Lizzie. Here, press me. Here. Oh! You see?
Well, then you should lie down, Bridget, and sleep.
Oh, if I could, I would. But I got these windows to do.
You just lie down here in your room and sleep.
Oh, but...
Oh, you do what I tell you.
If you mean it, there's nothing I'd like better.
I mean it.
I'd better inform Mrs. Borden where I'll be
No.
vacation. Oh, I'd better.
No. Mrs. Borden is going out soon.
Going out? Oh, she did now and napping.
I really do. Here. I'll turn down your bedclothes. In with you. Now you just go to sleep.
Saying that to Bridget.
You go right to sleep.
Saying a thing like that was like putting chloroform under Bridget's nose. She was a snoozer, that one. When she worked, but get her on a feather bed, good night all, off she went. Lizzie tucked her in and watched over her for a few minutes, and then Lizzie went downstairs and into the guest room.
Hello, Mrs. Borden.
What do you want, Lizzie?
I thought you'd gone out.
What made you think that?
I just thought so.
And now what do you want?
What are you doing in this room, Mrs. Borden?
And why shouldn't I be here?
Well, Bridget could make up the guest room. You don't have
You
to...
know very well Bridget is not allowed to clean any of the rooms on the 2nd floor.
Oh, yes, Her father's coming home.
That's strange. The side door's locked. He can't get in. It's never locked this time of day.
Abby!
Just a minute! Haven't you got a key?
Why is the side door locked?
I don't know. Haven't you got a key?
No. Come down and open the door.
Try the front one.
All right. Wait a minute. It's locked.
I'll send Lizzie down. Go down and open the door for your father.
A vacuum in time. Here is where truth ends and knowledge. On August the 4th, 1892, at number 92 2nd Street in the town of Fall River, Massachusetts, the time between 10 and 11:15 a.m. is lost. Lost, that's the only word for it. Wrenched somehow out of the rest of time and lost. And started again when that happened. When that was spoken.
Did you call me, Miss Lizzie?
Come downstairs, quickly! Someone came into the house and murdered Father!
What? What did you say?
Someone has murdered Father.
Murdered him?
With an axe. No, don't go in there. Go across the street and get Dr. Brown. Quickly. Mrs. Churchill! Mrs. Churchill! Please, come over. Someone has hit Father with an axe and killed him. Come in through the front door. It's open.
Lizzie, where is your father?
In the sitting room, on the sofa. Come. You see?
Oh, you'd better call for Mr. Harrington of the police.
Yes? Who's that?
It's me. It's Bridget. Dr. Bowen will be over. May I say something?
Of course.
Mr. Harrington of the police should know about this.
Perhaps Mrs. Borden should know of this first.
She's not here. She's out on a sick call.
Where is everybody?
Oh, in here, Dr. Bowen, the sitting room.
Your father is quite dead, my dear.
Yes.
I suggest you so inform the police. Inform Mr. Harrington.
I'll see to it.
You're very kind.
This next will be pretty hard to take, but you just have to believe it. I've got the records right here to prove it. Not only was Mr. Harrington not to be found, but there was hardly any cop at all in Fall River. At this very moment, most of them were taking part in the annual excursion of the Fall River Police Association at a shore resort at Rocky Point, which is near Providence, Rhode Island. So, even as Mrs. Churchill was yelling her lungs out for a policeman, they were running sack races, splitting up into quartets for singing purposes, and the more athletic were getting their mustaches wet in the Atlantic Ocean. However, a Marshal Hilliard, who had gotten up too late to meet the trolley which met the excursion train, was sulking around town, and he's the one Mrs. Churchill spotted. She brought him back to number 92 2nd Street. Here, the marshal viewed the body, gave condolences to Lizzie, and set about looking for clues. During his search, Mrs. Churchill made a remarkable discovery.
Lizzie?
Yes, Mrs. Churchill?
I've just been up on the 2nd floor.
Yes.
Your mother's up there.
She's not my mother. She's my stepmother.
She's dead.
She's my stepmother.
It looks like somebody took an axe and... well, she's dead.
It was quite a troop who went upstairs to look in on Mrs. Abby Borden. There was Lizzie and Bridget and Marshal Hilliard. Then there was Mrs. Russell and Mrs. Bowen and several other ladies who happened in off the street. Then there was Dr. Bowen, and in a little while the Reverend Mr. Jubb happened in. The latter was the kindest of all to Lizzie. Finally, toward dusk, Mr. Harrington did appear, sun-tanned and sandy, and with both his striped bathing suits folded neatly in a strong brown paper. He took charge, and he asked Lizzie where her sister was.
In Fairhaven, doing work for the Fruit and Flower Mission.
Had her sister been there at the time her mother was murdered?
She's not my mother. She's my stepmother.
Very well, but where were you, Lizzie Borden?
In the barn, getting a piece of iron.
For what?
Sinkers for my fishing.
The whole morning?
And in the garden.
How did you happen to find your father dead?
I was bringing him a pear.
And the doctor?
I would say your father was killed an hour and a half after your mother.
What about that, Lizzie Borden?
She's not my mother. She's my stepmother.
Who do you think killed them then?
The same man who poisoned the milk. The same man who broke into the barn. The same man who my father saw loitering.
Don't you think it strange that Bridget was asleep and your sister out of town and you out in the garden, All of you out of the way for 1 hour and a half while your parents are murdered.
Mrs. Borden cannot rightly be called a parent of mine.
And these were the questions asked, and these the answers. Harrington asked them, the coroner asked them, the prosecuting attorney asked them. Yes, indeed, Lizzie was tried for murder, so there was a prosecuting attorney, and he asked them. These questions and a lot more. The trial lasted 13 days, and Lizzie Borden was adjudged not guilty. So, if Lizzie Borden was declared not guilty, we must assume this is the way our unknown murderer operated. Hot day on a busy street in Fall River. Murderer walking down it, carrying axe. Mrs. Borden disposed of. Wait 1 hour and a half. Then... Mr. Borden. Then... And there he goes, murderer covered with blood, carrying a bloody axe, and no one noticed him. Or they'd go yelling for Mr. Harrington. No one did. So the murderer was never found. And Lizzie? She never married. She embraced other things.
Till death thy endless mercies seal. And make the sacrifice complete.
Amen.
Museum, a repository of death, a memorial to crime. Here in the grim stone structure on the Thames which houses Scotland Yard is a warehouse of homicide, where everyday objects, a pocketbook, a rag doll, a paperweight, all are touched by murder. Look, here under the glass case. We'll open it up and, with the permission of the curator, we'll take out two small objects that speak directly of violence and sudden death. In the palm of my hand, I'm holding two bullets. Each has claimed a life, an innocent life. And these twin messengers of death have a common origin, although 3 years passed before the first was followed on its fatal mission by the second.
When the bullets were rotated, groove by groove, under a comparison microscope, points of similarity in the scoring were evident. It is established beyond doubt that the bullets were fired from the same weapon, a Service Enfield 45 as issued to the fighting forces of Britain.
But these bullets were never fired against the enemies of Britain. That is why they can be seen today in the Black Museum.
From the annals of the Criminal Investigation Department of the London Police, we bring you the dramatic stories of the crimes recorded by the objects in Scotland Yard's Gallery of Death, the Black Museum.
And here we are, in the Black Museum. Scotland Yard's Museum of Murder. Yes, beyond these stone walls, the life of London flows and ebbs like the muddy waters of the Thames, but here it is quiet, very quiet. Yet there's a tension in the cold air, as if unseen eyes were watching. Come with me, past row upon row of inanimate objects, each one marked with the names of the killer and the victim. Murderers caught, murderers yet to be caught. Sometimes the wheels of justice turn slowly, but more of that when we come to the glass case at the end of the gallery. Now I see the watching eyes up there just below the ceiling. There hang the death masks of criminals of bygone days. They form a grim frieze. They were collected at a time when forensic theorists believed that a composite face, made up of the dominant characteristics of hundreds of criminal features, would resolve into a picture of the typical criminal. But in 1913, the experts decided that the masks presented nothing different from your face and mine, the average law-abiding citizen. Ah, there, you know that face. Yes, it's Heinrich Himmler, the German Gestapo chief. The mask was taken a few hours after he bit into a phial of potassium cyanide as he stood before his British captors at Lunenburg. And now, here we are. Here's the case. Here are the two bullets. One fired in 1944 when London shook under Hitler's onslaught of V1s. The other fired during the uneasy peace of 47 when anxious eyes were turning eastward. And the story of these little pieces of metal is the story of a byproduct of war. It is the story of two boys. They never lived to reach man's true estate. They died by hanging when they were 19. But the path that led them to the scaffold, they found when they were age 14, evacuated to a farm in the country. It's the summer of 1942. All Europe lies under the heel of the invader. England is surrounded by a ring of steel, and the gunners on the white cliffs of Dover look across the narrow straits upon occupied France. But on Rington Farm in Cheshire, all is peaceful. Or is it?
Hello, Joe. What you got under your coat?
Hey, come into the barn, quick.
What's the lock?
Close the door. Nobody about, is there?
No.
Then look at what I got.
The old man's gun. Does he know you've got it?
Ah, don't be so daft. Of course he don't.
You'll be mad if he finds out. He might chuck us out the house.
Ah, no, he's too soft.
But how does it work? It's in two pieces.
Ah, haven't you ever seen a sporting gun before?
No.
Fixed together like this.
Oh, all right, isn't it?
Ah, it's wonderful. Lovely 12 bore, this is.
Hey, what you doing now?
Ah, what's it look like I'm doing? I'm loading the perisher.
You're not going to fire it, Joe?
Not scared, are you?
They'll hear.
Ah, no, they won't. There's nobody in the house. They've gone into town for the afternoon. Hey, what's that?
I mean, a cat comes in here after mice. There it is. Oh, slow. What have you done?
Hey, quick, grab that spade. We'll bury it outside.
It's dead.
Of course it is. Don't stand there with your eyes hanging out. Fetch that spade. If we move quick, they'll never know.
So Joseph Bell and Nicholas Green follow the path they've chosen of their own free will. 1944, springtime. The Allied forces are poised for the invasion of Europe. But in a last desperate gamble, Hitler has launched his armada of V1s, the flying bombs that were to have brought England to her knees. Had they been launched a little earlier, and had the defenses been less effective. Those defenses did not number Bell and Green among their gallant company. Bell and Green back in London are looking for easy money. At 16, says Bell, a man has got to have money. Yes, and they are 16 now. Old beyond their years and already experienced in the art of making easy money. But in a small way, as yet.
Look out, here comes another V1. Here, the engine stopped. Which way was it going, did you see? No. Oh, well, why worry? We've got to buy it sometime. We're okay. It dropped to the next block. It must have been pretty close to the cop station. I hope it was on top of it with all the lousy coppers inside. Here, let's go into this cape and see what we can find.
That was London in 1944. A shattering explosion brings death and destruction. But it's just around the block. We're okay here. Life goes on. We're used to it.
Take the table where the soldier is, Nick. Right. You mind if we sit down, soldier?
No, carry on.
Yes? What can I get you?
Beans on toast and a cup of tea. Plenty of sugar. Same for me.
Huh, plenty of sugar. You'll be lucky.
And make it snappy.
Oh, of all the cheek.
Not bad, eh? Listen to me, partner. Women's out in this team, get it? Oh, I don't understand you at times, Joe. Don't you ever look at a girl? Not unless I can get something out of her. Change the subject. Okay. You got a light on you, soldier?
Oh, sure.
Ta. Ever fagged yourself?
Oh, thanks very much. Happen to know where that last bomb went off?
Round the corner somewhere?
Hope it wasn't too bad for the poor devils who stopped it. Rotten things, them buzz bombs.
Yes. Hard on the women and children.
Oh, don't talk about it. I've just lost my wife and nipper. She was 22. The boy was 18 months. I told her to keep away from London, but she come back. You know what it is, living with strangers. She wanted to be home. Now there isn't any home. Just a crater.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. When did it happen?
Last week. That's why I'm here. Got a compassionate posting to clear things up.
Was that your bike I saw outside?
Yeah. I'm a donor at the War Office.
Dispatch rider, eh?
Yeah.
Is that why they give you the pistol?
Yeah. M-Fuel 45. I only wish I could have a crack at the gun with it. And my time will come. I've asked to go back to my unit in the 11th Armoured.
2 teas.
Thanks, beautiful. Who's seen you home tonight?
Ah, look, what do you take me for, a cradle snatcher? I'm bringing the beans.
I told you to cut it out. Oh, shut up.
You asked for it, chum, and you got it.
You mind your own business. Now, take that back. What do you mean by talking to the soldier like that after he's lost his wife and kid, eh? Go on, apologize.
Of course. I'm sorry.
Ah, don't worry. Forget it. I've got other things to think about.
Yes, of course you have, pal. Here I say, what do I do with my gloves?
I don't know.
Oh, it's all right. It's all right. They're down here on the floor. I can get them.
Nice drop of tea, this.
Yeah.
Where the blazes are you going, Joe? Ferret?
No. I've got them down here.
Oh, the gloves.
Yeah. Here, I say, got the time on you, soldier?
Yeah, it's 9:30.
9:30? Are you sure?
Yeah, I set me watch for Big Ben when I come past about an hour ago. Oh, it's going all right.
Here, we got to get moving. Why? Why? Because we promised to go round to Percy's and sit with his kids until his wife gets back from fire duty. He leaves the house at 9:30. She won't be back for an hour.
Oh, so the kids will be all alone, will they?
Yeah.
Oh, that's rough.
Here, look, we'll have to skip the beans on toast. Be a pal and give this to the waitress. Tell her what's happened, will you?
Yeah, right. I'm glad you're doing a good job. I'll explain.
Yeah, well, thanks. Come on, empty head. Let's go. Oh, what's all this? Who's Percy? Run, Nick. I got that false pistol. Holy smoke.
You see how it all works out? The soldier, Lance Corporal Busby, had loosened his belt. The holster with a pistol in it was resting on a chair under the table beside him. It was only a matter of seconds for Bell to remove the pistol from the holster. There was no lanyard running from the gun to the Lance Corporal's shoulder. If there had been, 2 innocent lives might have been saved. That pistol was to fire the 2 bullets that may be seen today in the Black Museum. Joseph Bell and Nicholas Green, armed, frightened that the soldier would discover the loss of the pistol quickly and raise the alarm. Why did Bell steal the weapon? Why, 2 years before, had he taken the farmer's shotgun? To kill. Now, as his running feet carry him through the darkened streets of London, with a roar of exploding and flying bombs always in the next block, he doesn't know what he's going to do. He doesn't know that very soon he is going to kill. Not a cat this time, but a man.
Well, we got away. That was a good story about Percy and the kids, Joe. You got some imagination, you have.
I decided to get the pistol before we sat down, even if it meant following that bloke outside and coshing him.
What are you going to do with it?
Well, what do you think? Don't you feel good knowing I've got it?
Yeah, it might come in handy. Yeah, the engine of the boat bomb's cut. Blimey, it's coming this way.
Come in here, you boys.
No, you take your hands off me.
No, don't be silly. Come in.
There, let me go. Do you hear?
Nonsense, boy.
All right, you've asked for it. Go!
Bell fired at the precise moment when the bomb exploded. This time the explosion wasn't quite in that next block. The warden, it was an air raid warden named Thompson, who had tried to drag Joseph Bell into a shelter, the warden fell dead, with a bullet in his heart and a piece of shrapnel in his chest. The shrapnel alone would not have been fatal, and by the strange way of things, the murderers were unharmed.
Quick, we gotta get away.
This is nothing to do with me. You shot him.
You're just as much in it as I am, and you know it. Come on, before the ambulance gets here.
Oh, I'm scared.
Don't worry, they can't hang you at 16. Now save your breath and keep going.
Keep going, boys. You're going to keep going and keep going until you've used the second bullet. Then you'll stop. Forever.
I've got to slow down. Okay. But I wish you wouldn't get in a panic. You almost get me worried, too.
Aren't you worried, Joe?
What about?
Well, the stiff back there.
Him? I'm not worried about him. They'll think he was killed by the bomb. There was blood all over him. Oh, cool off, Nick. You're a man now, and there's a war on.
You're too young to know that air raid victims still have a death certificate. The doctor is going to find that bullet in Thompson's heart, just as the next one is going to be found.
Joe, I'm going home.
It's early yet. I know, but I'm still going home. I've had it for tonight.
Okay. Here, you won't say a word to anybody, will you?
Well, what do you think I am? Barmy?
You'll do, Nick. Just you keep your mouth shut. Now, we'll be all right. See you tomorrow. Sleep well.
Green slept far from well. If we can believe what he said later, he never slept well for the rest of his life. But what about that home he was talking about? What sort of parents had he got? His father died and the boy was fine. When he went home to his mother.
Oh, it's you. I thought it was the warden come to tell me I was showing a light. What's the matter with you? Where have you been to?
I've been out with Joe.
Huh. You've been up to something, haven't you?
Stop asking damn fool questions or I'll break your neck. Go and put the kettle on. I'm as dry as a bone.
Now you see, Nicholas Green, coward and murderer, was the master in his mother's house. And what about his partner in crime? Joseph Bell had no parents. They were killed in the Blitz in 1940. He had an uncle who pledged himself guardian to the boy, but Uncle preferred blondes, rather tatty blondes. So now into the final phase. 1947. The hot war is over. The Cold War is only just beginning. There's work for everybody in London, but not the sort of work which appeals to Bell and Green. They're still together and they're 19 years of age. Old enough to be hanged.
I've had enough of this dance. Let's get out.
Okay.
That's better. Now sit down.
What's on your mind, Joe?
We're going to do a proper job.
Well, we've been doing all right, haven't we?
Working the races, little black market deals, skipping up the back stairs in hotels to knock off a brush and comb set or an electric razor. That's small time.
Well, what's the griff this time?
I'll tell you. There's a warehouse just off the commercial road. It's in Derby Street. Caravinos. You know it?
Yeah.
Well, then listen.
Caravinos in Derby Street. We're almost at the end of the path now, boys. Caravinos' warehouse is packed with furs. All nice and snug in cold storage. They're beautiful furs, worth a lot of money. Quite a temptation to the criminal who thinks he can get away with some of them. But can he get away? What about the caretaker?
He's the only one we got to worry about, Nick. I've been watching the place, and every night, regular as clockwork, at 9:30, he slips out of the side door and trots round to the pub.
Which one?
The King's Head. He collects a quart of beer and takes it back to the warehouse in a bottle.
I suppose that lot helps him to pass the rest of the evening.
Maybe, but he ain't going to drink it tonight.
We got him when he gets back with the bottle, is that it?
Yeah. And we don't cosh him until he's opened the side door.
We wait till he lets us in, like.
That's the idea. Then, when we've coshed him, we pull him inside, close the door, and help ourselves.
How do we get the stuff away, Joe?
It's a good job you got me to do the thinking for you. Do you know Cork Street?
Yeah, it leads out to Derby Street.
Well, there's a greengrocer's shop. Every evening, the owner parks his van outside and leaves it there till he goes to Covent Garden Market in the morning. Well, I've given the van a once-over, and here's the key that fits the ignition. You got it all worked out, Joe. But what do we do with the furs when we've got to... Ah, fix that too. I've got a fence who specialises in furs, and he's not known, see? Well, that sounds fine. It is fine. Now, come on. We'll pick up the van to start with.
Yes, Bell had thought of everything, or rather, almost everything. It was child's play, picking up the van. The owner was in the habit of retiring early in order to be up to catch the morning market. While he slept peacefully in a room over the back of the shop, Bell and Green pushed the van 50 yards down the street. It was all done very quietly. The time was 9:29.
Okay, in we get. I'll drive. Aren't you going down Derby Street, Joe? No, not yet. I'm taking you to the King's Head. Oh, we can't go in there. We're not going in. We're going to drive past and pull up. Then we keep an eye open behind and spot the caretaker when he comes out. And when he comes out? Yeah. What's the time now? 9:30. 9:30. What's up with you? Seen a ghost? Yeah, I think I have.
This is not the first time your 0 hour happened to be 9:30, is it, Nicholas Green? Remember that cafe 3 years ago when your partner stole the pistol he's carrying now inside his coat? 10 minutes later, a man was killed. Remember?
It's funny, that's what it is. Darn bloomin' funny. Shut up! Pull yourself together. If you haven't got the nerve to see this through, tell me now and get out. I'll do it myself. I'm sorry, Joe. I'm okay. I started thinking, that's all. Leave that thinking to me. Here's the pub. I can see the door to the bar through the driving mirror. And here he comes. Dead on time, as per usual. Luck's in.
The caretaker from the warehouse disappears into the bar. The watchers don't have long to wait. He comes out with his bottle of beer and trudges back through the shadows towards his lonely post. He turns into Derby Street and approaches the tall, dark building of Caravinos. So alive by day, so very silent by night.
Oh, don't say I've shut myself out. No good, here's a key.
Excuse me, chum. I want to get to Tower Bridge.
Oh, that's easy. Straight to the end, turn left, right, and left again, and you come into Wapping High Street.
Yeah, I'm a stranger around here, but, look, I've got a map. If you could point it out to me.
Well, you'll find it all right. Good night.
No, you don't. Yeah. Go back. I'll drag him in and open the gate to the yard. Now, drive the van in quick, okay?
Everything's working according to plan, isn't it, boys? You've thought of everything, almost everything. You wouldn't know about that little electric contact you break as you open the door to the cold room where the mink furs are stored. You wouldn't know that it causes an alarm call to be piped through to the information room in Scotland Yard. And you wouldn't know that even before you could get that first load of furs down to the van, the net is closing in. A police car's on a patrol, on the commercial road less than 2 minutes away. It receives the message which marks the end of your short path.
Hello, 9G. Hello, 9G. Intruders believed to have entered Caravino's fur warehouse, Derby Street. Over.
9G answering. Message understood. Proceeding immediately.
I wonder.
I shouldn't think so. I've had 22 years in the force, and I never had the luck to get onto a real job yet.
You should worry, Tommy boy. You're retiring next month. Think of that nice little pension you're going to get.
Yeah.
You're going to sit back and grow more prize lupins for the rest of your life.
But PC Tom Wallace was never to draw his pension, and he was never to grow any more prize lupins. This was the first real job he'd waited 22 years for. He'd always known what he would do. He'd approach quietly, turn off the car engine before he got to the scene of the incident, and tread lightly. He'd make sure his brother officers followed his example. He wasn't going to fall down on his first real job. And somehow he knew this was it.
Quiet, quiet. Is the door locked?
Yes. But look down there.
Oh, blood. Try the gate.
It's open.
We'll go back to the car and signal for reinforcements. Pete George and me is going in.
Nick, take that load out to the van. I'll go back for some more. Okay, Joe. Make it quick. The sooner we're away, the better I'll like it.
All right, son, the game's up.
Copper! Let me go!
There's the freakers on you. How many more up there?
Find out.
Don't worry, we will. Come on, George. I can see a light through the door.
Get back, you dirty ox! I've got a gun!
Drop it, you young fool!
Let him have it, Joe!
Drop it!
Look out, Joe, where you're going. The lift shaft behind you.
Joseph Bell survived his 20-foot fall. Police Constable Tom Wallace was dead. The bullet that was removed from his brain was placed beside the bullet that had killed the warden 3 years earlier.
It is established beyond doubt that the bullets were fired from the same weapon.
And today, they can both be seen side by side in the Black Museum.
Orson Welles will be back with you in just a moment.
Bell and Green were tried and convicted of the murder of Constable Tom Wallace. The second charge of murder was never preferred, but Warden Thompson was avenged when the two men found the end of the path they had followed by their own free will. It finished on the gallows at 8 o'clock on a gray, misty morning. There were some who said that Green should not have died. He didn't fire the shot that killed the policeman. But was he indeed the weaker member of the grim partnership? The reconstruction of events you have heard was based on his confessions. But the fact remains, he knew Bell had a loaded pistol, and neither he nor his companion could outwit the machinery of Scotland Yard. So another chapter of murder was closed, and the bullet that killed Thompson lies beside the bullet that killed Wallace in the Black Museum. And now until we meet next time in the same place and I tell you another story about the Black Museum, I remain as always, obediently yours.
This episode...
Hello, Melissa. Welcome. Hello, Sears. Welcome. Hello, little buddy. Haven't seen you typing a little bit, but I think you're there somewhere. Hope you guys enjoyed that. Last one was definitely rather on the dark side. Anyway, welcome to tonight's live stream, OTR Darkest Mysteries. Next up, we have the Viennese Strangler from the New Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. I need to point out ahead of time that this audio file had a lot of what I call audio burps in it. A lot of the Sherlock Holmes ones have at least my collection does. All the episodes I have do. I was able to fix a lot of them, but there's still some that are kind of noticeable. So, apologizing in advance. Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce star, as always, in this dark mystery that starts off with a woman who is being blackmailed who comes to Holmes for help. And as he starts investigating, the blackmailer is discovered dead, strangled. It's a very intricate mystery that leads to some surprising twists and turns. And then after that, we have Dig Your Own Grave from Murder by Experts. Murder by Experts is a great show. It ran from 1949 to 1951 and produced 130 episodes, most of which still survive. It had a great stable of writers. It had great production. It used really wonderful voice actors in every episode. In fact, it won the prestigious Edgar Award in 1950. In this episode, a woman becomes the seed to promote her husband's romance with another woman, and then gives him the idea to commit murder. It starred James Stevens and Hester Sondergaard. After that is a great, dark CBS Radio Mystery Theater episode, Murder with Malice. This one is a tale of patricide, when a young man gets his friend to hypnotize his sister as a gag, but he tries to implant the idea in her mind to murder their father, who he hates. Like most Mystery Theater episodes, this one has a lot of suspense and complex turnings in the plot. It stars Marcia Rod and Ira Lewis. I really like this episode. Next up after that, we have 50 Candles from Mystery Playhouse. This was actually a rebroadcast of Mole Mystery Theater on Mystery Playhouse, where the narrator invites the listeners to try to solve the mystery before they give the ending. Basically, a ruthless businessman is stabbed, and there are 5 obvious suspects. Howard Duff and Bernard Linlow star, and as the story progresses, clues are uncovered. Can you guess who the murderer is? After that, we have Spook of Sherwood Mansion from Under Arrest. This was a great police procedural show, similar to Dragnet in many respects, but with great dramatic writing and acting. And in this episode, Captain Scott's girlfriend has a friend who says that she's been hearing ghosts around her house. Scott doesn't take her seriously until a man is shot. Again, it's a darker mystery with lots of great adventure and a lot of suspense, and I think you're going to enjoy it. So that's enough of me talking. Let's dive into these radio shows, and I'll see you on the other side.
Episode from the life of Sherlock Holmes will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell about another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective Sherlock Holmes. And say, I want to ask you if you've sent in for that little present we've got for you. You know, that swell recipe calendar. It's free, of course, and it's really something. It's a 2-year calendar for 1945 and 46, and it's beautifully done in full color. But the best part of it is that it's jammed with recipes and ideas for cooking with Petri wine. Send for your free recipe calendar tonight. Just send your name and address to Petri Wine, Petri, Petri Wine, San Francisco 26, California. San Francisco 26, California. The requests for this swell calendar have been coming in so fast that you better help and get yours before we get snowed under. Write tonight, and we'll send you your free recipe calendar at once. And now for our weekly visit with the good Dr. Watson. Let's see if he's waiting for us.
Good evening, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, good evening, Doctor. Playing the phonograph, I see.
Yes, my boy. And that particular melody has very potent memories for me. Here, I'll turn the thing on. You haven't come here to listen to a Mozart sonata. You want a story, don't you, young fellow, my lad?
That's right, Doctor.
Well, let's sit down.
All right.
That's better. Now I'll tell you what.
Oh, thank you, Doctor.
Began in Vienna in 1889, many years before the insane house painter named Schicklgruber had converted that gay city into a place of fear and oppression.
And what were you and Sherlock Holmes doing there, Doctor? Just taking a trip?
Mr. Foreman, in those early days of our association, we didn't have the time or the money for just taking trips. No. We were in Vienna because Holmes had been engaged in some highly important investigation. We were staying in a charming little pension inhabited by students and musicians. And on the night the story began, we'd finished dinner and had returned to our room. I was busy making some notes on the investigation we'd just concluded, and Holmes was scraping away at his beloved violin.
Confound it. What's wrong? Why can't I get it?
Oh, it sounds very pretty to me.
Pretty, really, old chap. An amateur. A heavy-fingered one at that. Listen to this. Oh, sounds like a fiddler at an Irish wake.
Oh, take it easy, Holmes. Take it easy. There's no need to fling the violin down like that.
What's an old chap? Why, with all your other excellent qualities, are you not a pianist?
What's piano got to do with it?
In this case, everything. There's a piano in this room, and if you could play it, the Mozart sonata I'm struggling with might have some meaning. Come in. Oh, good evening, Fräulein. Wish to see me?
You are Herr Sherlock Holmes.
That is my name.
Then ja, I wish to see you. I am Lea Bullenstein. I live here in this pension.
How do you do?
This is my friend, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, Herr Doctor?
I'm very glad to meet you, my dear lady.
Fräulein Ullenstein, may I pay my tribute to the brilliance of your piano playing? You have the exact precision of phrasing that Mozart demands.
How do you know of me?
Both Dr. Watson and I were present at the command performance you gave at the Imperial Court a fortnight ago.
Hey, Julius, I knew I'd seen you somewhere before. My friend was just expressing the need of a pianist as you walked in, young lady. Perhaps
I'm
two of
sorry.
you...
I do not play with amateurs.
Amateurs? Well, really...
I do not mean to be rude. It's just that my life is dedicated to my professional career.
I quite understand, Fräulein. And now please tell me, what can I do to help you? I must presume you have come to see me in my professional capacity.
Jawohl. That is correct, Herr Holmes. Though I realize to a great detective like you, my problem must seem quite trivial. I'm being blackmailed by a man in this pension. He is Sándor Árpádi, a Hungarian painter who lives in the studio upstairs.
Sándor Árpádi. Yes, I think I've heard of him.
Since 2 months now, ever since he know my secret, he's come to me for money, and today he tell me he must have 250 gulden, or he will go to the police. I have not that much money. Herr Holmes, please to tell me what I shall do.
Just what hold does he have over you?
My brother, Karl, he got into some trouble here, and the police were looking for him. He ran away to München, as you say, Munich, and Sándor Árpádi knew of this. He was a friend of mine, so I thought. When this trouble come on my brother, I turned to Sándor for help. The smuggled come to the country, and he turned on me for blackmail. He's a bad man. I wish he was dead.
Most blackmailers are cowards at heart. I think Dr. Watson and I will call on the gentleman. By the way, does he have any written evidence of your brother's crime?
Yeah, he has his address in Munich. I show Sándor a letter from him when he first go there, and keep the letter, will not give it back to me.
And if he gave the police your brother's address, they'd arrest him, eh?
They would, of course.
Yes, of course.
Herr Holmes, will you please to tell me what I should do? I cannot go on this way. My music
now,
is
Fräulein,
suffering.
calm yourself. I shall be most happy to help you, and if you will lead the way, we'll see how persuasive we can be with Sándor Árpádi.
The studio, Herr Holmes, at the end of the corridor.
I see. Now remember, young lady, you'd better let me do most of the talking.
He must be out.
That is possible.
Locked. I think, bearing in mind our Árpádi's position, we'll take the liberty of opening his door.
That doesn't look a very complicated lock to me.
Oh, I think this skeleton key will do the trick.
It's very dangerous, Herr Holmes, if Sándor finds you doing...
No. Don't you worry about that, Fräulein. We're perfectly capable of taking care of ourselves.
There we are. Close the door behind you, will you, Watson?
Can't see a thing. I'll strike a match.
Gottenhimmel!
Quick, Scott, look at him. Slumped over his desk.
Light the gas, will you, Watson?
Right you are, Holmes. There.
Judging from his appearance, Fräulein Ullenstein, I think Sándor Árpádi had other enemies besides yourself. Less scrupulous enemies.
He's been strangled. Look at the finger marks on his throat.
Is he...
Yes. His body is still warm, though. I'm afraid he's dead.
I am glad. He was a bad man. Deserved to die.
Watson, do you notice that the fingers of the killer have broken the skin and drawn blood?
Yes, so they have.
Should we not communicate with the police?
Before we do that, Fräulein, we must see if we can find your brother's letter. Help me move the body, will you, Watson? Lying across an open dispatch box that might contain the document in question.
Right, John.
Come on, my fellow. That's it. The painter, the late Mr. Árpádi, was an unusually methodical man. Everything filed here in alphabetical order. Here we are. You, Fräulein Leah Ullenstein. And the letter has the Munich postmark. I think this must be the document. Will you examine it, please, Fräulein?
Yeah, this is the letter. Herr Holmes, how can I thank you?
There's very little to thank me for. If the blackmailer were still alive, I fear it wouldn't have been so simple a matter. I wonder what other treasures this box contains. Hello?
What is it, Holmes?
Interesting. Extremely interesting. Look at this, old fellow.
Good Lord. information on the case that we've just been working on.
Exactly, and from the names attached to the document, I think we may assume that the dead man did not confine his blackmailing to struggling young pianists. He was after big game, too.
Yes, we'd better be careful, Holmes. I don't think that we should go for the police just yet.
No. We'll start by having a little talk with the other residents of this pension. Fräulein, who lives in the room adjoining this one?
I too, Herr Holmes.
And the room across the landing?
Lai Tong-fo, the great Chinese actor. He's performing here in Vienna.
I see. Then I think we'll start by calling on him. Return to your room, Fräulein, and we will let you know later what we've found. In the meantime, say nothing to anyone of what has happened.
I'll do everything you tell me, Herr Holmes, and please, once again, please let me thank you for what you've done for me.
You know, Holmes, I'm not sure that girl didn't strangle Arpadi herself. A pianist would have unusual strength in her fingers, and we know that she had the motive. And look how unnaturally calm she was when she realized the man was dead.
I disagree with you, old fellow. I think what you refer to as unnatural calmness is really the cold detachment of the true...
Well, I have a feeling that we should keep an eye on her, just the same.
We will, Watson, we will. And now I suggest we pay a visit across the landing to the distinguished Chinese actor, Mr. Ling Tu-fo.
Yes, please. You wish to see me?
If you could spare us a moment, sir.
But of course, gentlemen. Please to come in.
My name is Sherlock Holmes. This is my colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, sir? How do you do?
I am greatly honored to meet you. You are not here to see me in your professional capacity, I hope, Mr. Holmes?
Oh, no, not exactly. I just wanted to ask you a few questions.
Please, to ask me anything.
Do you know Shandor Arpadi, the painter who lives across the hall?
I know him by sight. We nod to each other on the stairs, not more.
I see. Have you been in your room most of the evening, may I ask?
But yes, I have been sitting here quietly for the past few hours, reading over the Analects of Confucius.
May I ask, sir, whether you've heard any unusual noises this evening? Sounds of a struggle or a cry from the direction of Sandor Arpadi's room, for instance?
I do not think so. Wait, yes. I think I did hear laced voices in there, and the sound of a cry.
About how long ago was this?
Oh, an hour ago, perhaps more. Is anything wrong? Has trouble come to Shandor?
Shandor? I thought you said you were only a nodding acquaintance with the gentleman.
Well, as a well-known artist, it is only natural I should call him by his first name, Mr. Holmes, even though I do not know him. Has something happened to him?
I'm afraid so, but I can't tell you any more about it at the moment. Thank you for your cooperation. We shall see, no doubt. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening. That fellow wasn't telling us the truth, you know, Holmes. He seemed very shifty to me. Well, where are we going now?
Downstairs to the porter's desk. There's only one entrance to this house, you'll remember. The porter may be able to tell us of any unusual comings and goings in the last hour or two. Come on, old chap, don't dawdle. There's a great deal of work ahead of us.
Herr Holmes, what can I do for you?
How long have you been on duty tonight?
Since 5 o'clock.
Did you notice what people have come in or gone out since then?
No one has gone out.
Ah, splendid. And who came in?
Fräulein Ullenstein came in just after 6,
oh, yes.
And Herr Arpadi, the painter, came in a few minutes later. That is all.
Who lives in the other ground floor apartments besides Dr. Watson and myself?
There are only 2 other apartments. In the one to the right of the corridor lives Madame Janssen. She's a Swedish lady, a sculptor.
And in the other?
Signora Violetti, the Italian opera singer.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. I'm much obliged to you.
I'm happy to be of service, Herr Holmes.
Where are we off now? Back to our rooms?
Oh, we'll call on Madame Violetti if she's at home.
It sounds as if she's very much at home.
Sherlock Holmes, and he's a friend ever come to see me. Bravo! Bravissimo! I have so much wish to make your acquaintance. Sit down.
No, I'm afraid we can only stay for a moment, madam. My friend wanted to ask you a few questions.
Yes, Signora. I just wanted to know...
I know your questions.
Oh.
You play the violin. I have heard you.
Yes.
You want to know whether the great Valeria will allow you to accompany her in the magnificent soprano aria allo so from Mozart's Il Flauto Magico. Your latest answer to your question is si, si.
Yes, madam. Forgive me, Senora, but if you don't mind. But that was not one of my questions.
It was not? But I will sing it with the same.
You flatter me, but at the moment there are other things on my mind. Signora Violette, do you know Shandora Paddy?
By his side. That is all. He make eyes at me, but I no pay attention. I do not like Hungarian.
You haven't seen him this evening?
No. I've been alone, reviewing the score at La Traviata. I am to sing it next week here in Vienna. I hope you will both be present. It would be a great treat for you.
I'm sure it would be, Senora. Now, if you'll excuse us.
Oh, it is sad you must go so soon. But come and see me again, and I will sing for you both before you leave Vienna.
Great Scott, what a ghastly woman. She's not your murderess, I'm sure. And now I suppose we'll have to question this sculptress woman. And then we'll talk to everyone in the house.
No, I think before we visit her, we'll examine the dead man's room a little more closely. That black tin dispatch box may hold the key to this mystery.
Idiot! Numbskull!
Why didn't I go through these papers thoroughly at first?
They certainly tell an interesting story. A party had obviously been blackmailing Madame Janssen, the sculptor.
Yes, and also our friend, the Chinese actor, Lai Tung-fo.
Then Lai Tung-fo was lying when he said that he didn't know a party.
Obviously.
By George, 3 of the 4 people living in this house in his power.
Hello.
What's the matter? What have you found?
Footprints in the cigar ash on the carpet. Prints of a small foot. Leading us to this closet.
Somebody must have been hiding in there.
Possibly. Uh-huh. Take a look at these, Watson.
Strands of hair. Long black hair. Where were they?
On a hook in the cupboard. Someone bracing themselves back so as to be out of sight could easily leave such evidence.
I've got it, Holmes. I've got it. The long black hair, the long nails that caused the peculiar marks upon his throat, and the small footprint. It was a woman.
But which one? Fräulein Ullenstein and Signora Violette both have hair, remember?
And it must be that sculptress woman.
Not necessarily. Who else, not a woman, might have small long nails and long black hair?
By Jove, the Chinese actress.
Come on.
I hope he's still there.
No answer. Come on, let's go in.
Holmes, look at him. He's praying. His head's in his hand.
No, my dear fellow, I'm afraid prayers can do him no good now. He's been strangled. Strangled with his own cue.
Dr. Watson's story will continue in just a second. So I'm going to take that second for a fast question. I know you've probably tasted port wine, but have you ever tasted Petri California port? Have you? Because if you haven't tried Petri port, well, you can just tell yourself right now you don't know how good a port can be. Petri port is rich, red, and hearty. But what you want to know is, how does it taste? The answer to that is short and sweet. The taste is terrific. And say, Petri California Muscatel is on the terrific side, too. Petri Muscatel has the flavor and fragrance of real, juicy Muscat grapes. Both wines are perfect after dinner or any time you're sitting around talking with your friends. Try them. They're great. They've got to be, because they're Petri. And now back to tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure. The famous pair are staying in Vienna, where they've become involved in the mysterious strangling of a notorious blackmailer. As we rejoin our story, Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson are cross-questioning another of the suspects, a Swedish sculptress by the name of Madame Janssen.
What do you want with me? Why have you come in here?
Well, we just wanted to ask you a few questions, madam.
To admire your figurines, may I? You always work in clay?
Yeah, but what's that to you? Do you wish to buy some of my sculpture?
No, but I assure you the question was pertinent.
Tell me who you are and stop wasting my time.
My friend is a private detective, madam.
A detective? Who sent you here?
No one sent me here. I'm conducting an investigation of the murder of Shandor Apadi.
Shandor dead?
Mm-hmm.
Good. I'm glad.
Yes, madam, but we happen to know that you had a motive for killing him. He'd been blackmailing you.
Get out of here! What right have you to come here and question me?
No. Look here, madam. If you know what's good for you, you will answer our
question.
And
if you know what's good for you, you'll get out of here, both of you.
Come along, Watson.
But, Holmes, you can't possibly...
Forgive me, madam, for our intrusion. We meant no rudeness.
You have been rude. Intolerably rude. Go away.
Whatever made you back down like Holmes? Obviously, she's the killer.
Rubbish.
But her hair was jet black.
Yes, but it was short hair. And didn't use the size of her feet anyway. She works in clay. If it had been marble, I might have suspected her.
Upon my soul, Holmes, I wish you'd tell me what you're driving at.
I have the answer to these killings now, Watson. But I'll have to prove it. I'm afraid I must work without you, old chap. Do you mind waiting for me in our room? No. Wait a minute. That may be dangerous. Wait for me in Signora Violetti's room, if you don't mind. I'll join you there as soon as my work is done. Pretend that you have returned because you were so enchanted with her voice.
Oh, great Scott, Holmes. You can't ask me to be alone with that dreadful woman.
Please do as I say, Watson, and don't question me. There isn't a moment to be lost.
You know the aria, my dear doctor.
No, madam, I'm afraid I don't.
You've not heard about great Giuseppe Verdi?
Oh, yes, I heard of him, of course, but I can't identify his work.
That was from a Rigoletto, you silly man.
Rigoletto?
Come, tell me your favorite composer. I will sing a song just for you. I will turn the gaslight down.
No. Turn the gaslight down.
That will be so much more romantic. Now, who is your favorite composer?
I don't know if I have any favorite. What's his name? Wagner's very fine, you know.
Wagner is a heavy like most German composers. But the Violatti can master him.
Oh, Lord, here she goes again.
Come in. I cannot see who it is. Come into the light.
It is I.
Great heavens, a Chinese actor.
I am sorry to make commotion, but as we say in my country, those who run from grave speak with double knowledge.
Oh, you devil! You devil! I kill you once! I kill you once! I kill you again!
Thank you for the confession, Senora Violetti. You can testify to it, Watson.
Holmes!
No, you don't, Senora. Your nails are too sharp for my liking.
I'll kill you to both of you! I'll kill you!
Watson, catch her!
She's fainted, Holmes.
Fainted, eh? What an undramatic exit for a most dramatic lady.
Well, Holmes, now that you've turned Signora Violetti over to the police, perhaps you'd tell me what made you certain that she was murderous.
It was obvious from the beginning that Apari was strangled by someone with long fingernails. When Lai Tung Fo was killed, it ruled him out. Then who was the woman with a motive and long nails?
Best of all, huh?
Elementary, my dear fellow. Was the woman Fräulein Ullenstein? No. Being a concert pianist, her nails were naturally short. The sculptress who worked in clay? Again, no. That would make it impossible for her to mold her delicate figurines. Therefore, Signora Violetti, by the process of elimination, was the only woman with long nails.
But why did she strangle the Chinese actor, too?
Undoubtedly, he witnessed the first killing. The long black hairs in the closet were from his cue. I presume that later he threatened Signora Violetti, and so he himself was strangled.
I still don't understand why she strangled Arpardi in the first place.
Watson, I think you'll find that he's been blackmailing her, too. Remember, he had documents incriminating everyone in the house except her. I think we may assume she killed him and then removed her own papers from the dispatch box. But I'd no proof, and so, well, I had to frighten her into confession.
So that's why you disguised yourself as Lai Tung Fu.
Yes, I borrowed the robes from his room. It was lucky that the lights were low as I entered. Yes. And it's also fortunate that to the average European, all Chinese look alike. Come in. Ah, Fräulein Ulfstein. We'll be in to see you in a few minutes.
I've been waiting so anxiously. Is everything all right?
Well, from your point of view, my dear young lady, yes.
There's nothing more for you to worry about.
Oh, I would like to refer you, Herr Holmes.
Yeah. I've done very little for you, but if you really feel that you owe me something...
Yeah?
Well, perhaps just this once you wouldn't mind accompanying an amateur?
It would be a pleasure. What is it you wish me to play?
A Mozart sonata.
But of course. The rondo from the E-flat, I suppose.
That's splendid. Please, Fräulein.
You like Mozart, Herr Doctor?
Oh, very much, young lady, very much. In fact, I might say he is my favorite composer.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and is based on an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, A Case of Identity. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. This is Bill Foreman saying goodnight for the Petrie family. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Murder by Experts. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Murder by Experts with your host and narrator, Mr. John Dixon Carr, world-famous mystery novelist and author of the recently published bestseller, The Life of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle.
Good evening. This is John Dixon Carr. Each week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you a story of crime and mystery which has been chosen for your approval by one of the world's leading detective writers. Tonight, our guest expert is the noted mystery writer Eliezer Lipsky. From the many thrillers he has read and enjoyed, Mr. Lipsky has selected a fast-moving, sardonic story by Joseph Roscoe. And now we present Kenneth Lynch in Dig Your Own Grave.
Silence in the courtroom. Eric Green, answer the question. Did you or did you not kill your wife? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes or no? That's a good one. How can I answer it like that? Just plain yes or no. I've been wondering myself, who was the killer? Me or that crazy, suspicious mind of hers? My wife was a very strange woman, and I want to get you inside that mind of hers. You'll know then just how it is that a wife could dig her own grave. I swear I was always true to Hannah. It's important you understand that. Up to this incident, I never even looked at another woman. She'd never believe me, though. Never.
You don't fool me, Eric. You were quite a lady killer when I met you, and men don't change their spots.
When she met me. But what the years had slapped me down to. Time and a nagging wife, all the jobs she cost me, all the future with her suspicions.
Don't lie, Eric. You're clumsy at it. My mind works faster than yours. There's a woman in your life somewhere.
She was driving me crazy. She didn't trust me.
Why should I trust you? How about the times I phoned you at Charlie's poker parties and you weren't there? I won't be satisfied until I've found that other woman you're playing around with.
I'm trying to get you inside that mind of hers, you understand? I swear there was never any other woman up till that time. And then one day, suddenly, through a silly circumstance, Hannah got the wild notion she'd at last discovered who her rival was.
It's that young Betty Heath, that little actress who lives across the street.
But, Hannah...
Don't lie. I saw it with my own eyes, didn't I?
You mean about the dog just now?
Yes, about the dog just now.
But I can explain that if you'll only
you
listen.
You can explain everything, can't you, Eric? But I'm one person you can't fool.
Hannah, for heaven's sake, where are you going?
I'm going across the street to scratch her eyes out.
Hannah, you'll disgrace us before the neighbors. I swear I don't even know the lady. Hannah...
Yes, I want you to leave my husband alone.
What? Who are you? What are you talking about?
You needn't pretend, Miss Heath. I can read through you and him both. I'm Mrs. Hannah Green, as you no doubt suspect.
Get out of here. Get out of here at once, or I'll call the police.
You wouldn't dare.
You're out of your mind. I don't know your husband, and I don't know you. Oh, I do seem to have met you. Your type, I mean. You're the kind who digs your own grave, aren't you?
Miss Heath?
Yes?
Pardon me, you don't know me. I live in the apartment house across the street. I came to apologize for something that happened here the other day.
Apologize for what?
My name is Eric Green.
Eric Green? Oh. So you're that mad woman's husband.
My wife is very neurotic, Miss Heath.
But why she come barging in here? What on earth gave her the idea that I mean, that...
Well, I was standing outside my apartment house, and a dog came up to me. It seemed lost, so I kind of walked it, wondering whose it was. Hannah saw me and recognized the dog as yours, Miss Heath.
Oh, so you're the one who found it. So that's why you're I see.
So I gave it to your doorman.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Green. That was kind of you.
Yes. Well, you see, that's how it was. She thought all kinds of things, you know.
Yes, I can imagine.
Well, that's all I came to say. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
I guess
it was awfully nice of you.
Sorry, I interrupted you.
No, I interrupted you.
Well,
I just wanted you to... I'm sorry.
It was all my fault.
I don't know why I've been keeping you standing here at the door. Wouldn't you like to come in and have a drink?
I'd love to. And that's how it all began. For 8 years, I hadn't looked at another woman. Then fate, in the guise of an unwitting Hannah, had introduced me to Betty Heath. It became a secret love that never would have been born if the twisted mind of a jealous wife hadn't conjured it out of thin air. I missed the next 3 Saturday night poker sessions.
Eric, it's nice here. I like this place.
Yes, it's sort of our place. I was never here with anyone else.
Eric, what did you do with your Saturday nights before?
Oh, I don't know. Poker or an all-night movie to forget I ever lived.
Oh, no, don't talk that way.
Betty, how do you feel about it?
About what?
Us. Are you scared or anything?
Oh, what have I got to be scared about? My goodness, I simply felt sorry for you that first day I saw you. And honestly, you were so pathetic and... Well, I knew you needed a friend. You know, maybe get things off your chest.
It's a funny thing. Right now, I don't think Hannah even suspects I do know you.
Well, she certainly was suspicious the day she stormed up to my apartment. Why the change?
Search me. She hasn't said one word about it since then. I think when she came charging up to your apartment that day, she expected to see, some wild painted chorus girl, a glamorous actress, see? But instead, she sees a sweet, innocent kid and gets thrown for a loss. You kind of threw me for a loss, too, Betty. Going for a guy like me.
Why not? Eric, I'll let you in on a little secret. I'm a fake. I've no acting talent whatsoever.
Oh, Betty.
I can't get jobs. I'll never get anywhere.
What I really want is to get married.
Married?
Yeah. There was a very nice fellow named Tommy Birch. He asked me to marry him.
Why didn't you?
I don't know. Met a married man. Name of Eric Green. Isn't that funny?
Yes, that's how it all began. A drink, we talked, saw each other a few times, and we were in love. We didn't talk too much about Hannah, not at first. She was always there, the third point on the triangle. The longer Betty and I went on seeing each other, the more she crowded into my thoughts. Until the day came. It had to happen.
Eric, it can't go on. It's got to stop. I'm much too much in love with him.
Vice versa. Head over heels.
It's not as though you're free, Eric. Don't you see? It's not as though you were even ready to get a divorce. How many times have you gotten that off your chest to me? Bonds and ties. And pity. All right, then I'll get somebody to pity me a little. There's still Tommy Birch. No, Eric, don't. Don't come in. Please. We must never see each other again.
Eric, why are you sitting there so moody?
Please, Hannah.
I've an apology to make, Eric, dear.
Yes.
Oh, Eric, I must be a trial to you sometimes. But it's only because I love you.
What are you driving at?
Oh, that dog thing that time.
That dog thing?
Yes, you remember. Well, I later asked the doorman there, and he said the dog was lost that day, and you merely brought it back.
So you checked with the doorman, huh?
Oh, Eric, wasn't it silly of me to think you were carrying on with that Heath girl, whom you didn't even know from Eve?
But I do.
What?
I do know her very well.
What's that?
Betty and I are in love, Hannah.
What?
And it was all your doing. Poetic justice. Because we never even knew each other until then.
Why, you're lying. I was right in the first place. It had been going on all the time, just as I said.
Have it your own way.
I could always read you, Eric. Read you like a book.
You're sure of that?
I knew it was that cheap actress. I knew it because I'm always one step ahead of you, Mr. Two-Timer. You're not dealing with just anyone. You're dealing with a lawyer's daughter. And that one-cylinder brain of yours was never a match for mine. Never will be. Well, what now?
I want a divorce.
Oh, never. You think I'd give her the satisfaction?
I want a divorce, Hannah.
Oh, Eric, how could you say all these things to me? How could you?
You did it to yourself, Hannah. That crazy jealousy of yours.
Oh.
I tell you, I never did know her before. You promoted a triangle that never even existed. So go on, dig your own grave.
Why did you say that? Those words.
What words?
Dig your own grave. The very words that woman hissed at me.
I only meant...
I see it now. Of course. But I'm one step ahead of you, as usual. You're planning to murder me, aren't you?
What? Murder you?
Yes. Murder me. So you'll be free to marry her. Well, don't deny it. I can see it in your eyes.
That was the seed. I'm telling the honest truth. Till then, the thought had positively never entered my mind in the remotest way whatsoever. Harm Hannah? Why, I pitied her. Even still loved her in a way. But somehow...
Yes, kill me. You want to kill me, don't you? You want to kill me. I know.
She planted the seed in my mind. You understand? She planted the seed.
Young and pretty, eh? That's the way you want one when I'm out of the way.
She hammered the thought into my brain.
Always know what's in your mind, don't I? It'd be heaven, wouldn't it? Heaven, wouldn't it, when I'm dead?
Good heavens, stop it, Hannah.
Can't stand to hear your thoughts spoken aloud, can you? You don't fool me, Eric Green. I'm sharp enough to even see how you intend to murder me. I can give you a blueprint.
What?
I congratulate you on planning the perfect murder. I didn't know you had enough brains.
What the heck are you talking about? What blueprint.
Oh, don't pretend I'm on to you. You'll never outsmart me. I can read your mind.
Like a book, sure. Oh, please, Hannah. Me and Betty have decided to give each other up, if you want to know. So why on earth would murder enter my mind?
Who do you think you're kidding, Eric?
If she only knew it. That suspicious mind of hers was digging her own grave. Because now I really began to ponder a murder. If only I could extract that foolproof method from her. If I could be sure Betty still wanted me.
Eric.
Hello, Betty. May I come in?
Yes, of course.
Thanks.
Eric, I thought we weren't going to see each other again.
I know, but Betty, I want you to wait. Give me a little time.
A little time?
Yes. I think Hannah is weakening.
You mean she might give you a divorce?
Yes. So if you still want me...
Oh, Eric. Of course I still want you. But are you sure? Because I may as well tell you, Tommy Birch, well, he asked me again to marry him. Are you certain Hannah will give you a divorce?
Yes, I swear it. Just wait a while longer, a little while longer, Betty, and you'll see. I have a plan to get her to divorce me.
Oh, that was a wonderful dance, Eric. You know, you haven't forgotten a step.
Oh, neither of you, Hannah. You still dance like an angel.
I don't know what's come over you lately. You've changed so, Eric. Taking me out every night, shows, nightclubs.
Why couldn't you ever see you're the girl for me, not anyone else? You and that busy mind of yours.
Oh, I'm sorry, Eric. We went over all that, and I said I'm sorry.
That woman across the street, for instance. Couldn't you see I was just pretending all that business to teach you a lesson?
Oh. I had it coming to me, I told you.
And was that mind of yours traveling? That perfect murder plot, for instance, huh? This silly little goose.
Oh, Eric, don't.
What on earth did you think I was hatching?
Well, you'll die laughing.
Okay, so I will.
Well, you were staring rather intently at my medicine bottle that time we had the flare-up.
Huh?
And anyone with half a mind knows that an overdose of dietol could kill a person without leaving any trace of it in his system.
Yeah? No kidding.
All you'd have to do is to go and get one of my prescriptions sometime, alter it to a stronger dose, replace my bottle with this. I'd never be wiser. And poof, the perfect murder. How's that for a blueprint? Couldn't I have made a good criminal lawyer like my father? Admit it.
Sure, I followed her blueprint the very next day. First, I paid a visit to Dr. Norton, the family physician. I told him Hannah was down with a slight cold and couldn't come. Then I asked for the prescription, just her usual dietol, which he'd given her so often. I altered the prescription ever so slightly. My next stop was the druggist's.
You want this prescription filled, Mr. Green, for your wife, huh? Yeah, from Dr. Norton. Well, I can have it filled for you in about an hour. Call back in an hour, Mr. Green. I see you're back, Mr. Green.
Yes, is my prescription ready?
You mean your wife's prescription, Mr. Green?
Yes.
The dietol refill?
Yes. Is it ready? Oh, what's the matter? Is it ready or isn't it?
Are you asking about the prescription you left in this drugstore about an hour ago, Mr. Green?
Why, yes. Why do you ask? What's wrong? Who are you?
Detective Santini. Come with me, please. You're under arrest, Mr. Green.
This is an outrage. I demand to know what I'm being held for.
You did tamper with that prescription, Green, didn't you? Admit it.
You're crazy. I want to see a lawyer. What are you charging me with?
Attempted homicide.
Attempted homicide?
Yeah. You know, Green, when your wife reported her suspicions to us and demanded action, we thought she was crazy.
What?
We took routine action anyhow. She never at any time stopped suspecting about you and that other woman.
Suspecting?
That's right. What a head that woman has. Knowing you were going to kill her, she directed your efforts the better to foil.
Oh, no.
Now, Green, what was the name of that mouthpiece you wanted me to call in? Because, brother, you're sure going to need a good one.
And so I submit, Your Honor, and gentlemen of the jury, that the prosecution has not, and in the very nature of things could not establish a clear case of homicidal intent. Intent, gentlemen, against the defendant Eric Green. And why? For the simple reason that he had not given the fatal overdose to his wife. Hence, you must agree that even if the defendant had murder in his heart at the outset, which we deny, how could it be proved he would have given that overdose to his wife? Might he not have had a change of heart? Might he not have changed his mind and thrown that deadly liquid into the nearest gutter?
We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty.
No, no, no! You can't let this man go free! He'll kill me! He tried it before, and he'll try again!
Congratulations, Mr. Green. We can't give you the electric treatment yet. But you'd better see that your wife stays healthy. Because from now on, if anything happens to her, brother, you're it.
I was a ruined man from that moment. Acquitted, huh? That made a difference to people, huh? As far as the world was concerned, I was a would-be murderer, something black and evil, to be shunned like a leper. I lost my job. After 9 years with the same firm, I lost my job. And no one else would hire me. And my friends, even the guys that knew me all my life, none of them were in when I phoned. They crossed the street to avoid having to talk to me. But the biggest blow of all was a letter the postman brought me just after the trial.
Dear Eric, I've moved away because of the publicity, and it's no use trying to find me. I always thought you were so gentle and fine. How could you bring yourself to attempt such a vile thing? Tomorrow I'm going to be Mrs. Thomas Birch.
And my wife? She had moved to a hotel and was suing me for divorce. I was a nice guy once, respected. She had ruined me. My whole life was a mess. I decided I must kill her. There was no room in the same world for the both of us. And yet...
You'd better see that your wife stays healthy, Mr. Green. Get it?
If Hannah should die, no matter how clever I planned it, even by remote control, even if I were 1,000 miles away...
Because from now on, brother, if anything happens to her, you're it.
They'd still suspect me. Still, I decided to finish her off, even if I burned for it. Life meant nothing to me anymore, but just once to outfox her. I racked my brains. Is there really such a thing as a perfect murder? Somehow I sensed a road direction. Somewhere in Hannah's suspicious nature lay the perfect crime. Maybe by using her suspicions, Sure, something clicked. By following the twistings of her mind, I'd hit upon a plan.
Hello?
Hannah, this is Eric. Hannah, don't hang up, please.
What do you want?
Hannah, I swear it was all a terrible mistake. Why, I never intended for one moment...
Indeed.
Hannah, if you'd give me half a chance to explain,
Are you through? If that's all you have to say,
No,
I'd like...
wait, please. It isn't all. Hannah, I'm going away. I'd like to see you once more before I leave. For old time's sake.
Oh, you would you? For old time's sake, eh?
Yes. I'd like you to come over right now and have breakfast with me before I leave. Just the two of us alone. One last cup of coffee together, Hannah, to prove no hard feelings.
Just you and me and a cup of coffee, Eric?
Yes,
Just the two of us, huh?
just the two of us.
Well, of course, dear. Why not? I'll come over. You get the coffee ready.
There, one for you, Hannah,
Thank you.
and one for me. And now, I'll let you in on the real reason for our little get-together.
Yes, Eric?
You've ruined my life, Hannah. I don't want to live anymore. I'm about to commit suicide. I want to give you the torture of witnessing it. Hannah, I've poisoned my cup of coffee. Well, let's drink to my exit.
Come in, officer.
What? Detective Santini.
Hello again, Mr. Green.
Officer, I brought you along because I was sure he was going to make another attempt to kill me. I can now prove my husband's guilty intent to kill me, which I couldn't before.
Hannah, what are you saying?
Suppose we let her do the talking.
Notice, please, that he has just served 2 cups of coffee, one for me and one for him. He is, as usual, stupid enough to suppose I don't know what he's up to.
Now, wait a minute.
Shut up. Go on, Mrs. Green.
Not knowing, of course, that I would bring a witness along to this little plot of his, he has just told me he has poisoned his cup of coffee, that he intends to commit suicide with it. Very well. We shall see, won't we, Eric? Obviously, he has poisoned my cup, as I shall now demonstrate.
Hannah, what are you doing?
There. I just exchanged cups with him. And now, Eric, dear, let us drink. Come on, dear, don't pale so. Don't tremble. I'm drinking the poisoned coffee, aren't I?
Hannah, don't drink it.
So let's drink to your journey. Bottoms up.
Hannah!
There, you see, Eric.
What the? She's dead. My gosh, she's dead.
I warned her about my cup, but she drank it. You saw?
Yeah, I sure did.
You're a witness to what just happened, officer.
Yeah. Must have been that suspicious mind of hers. Why, she dug her own grave, that woman. Why... Oh, yeah? You're not getting away with this, Green.
What?
I'm arresting you for the murder of your wife.
What are you talking about? It was an unfortunate accident, that's all.
Was it?
I'm innocent.
Are you?
You were a witness?
Now was I?
An eyewitness. That crazy mind of hers dug her own grave, didn't she?
She sure did. And that's just it. I've an idea, Mr. Green, you could have planned it all this way. Every step. Knowing how your wife's mind worked, you could have known what would happen. Exactly from the time you invited her over for coffee. Anyhow, suppose we let the jury decide.
Well, there's the story. You asked me, did I kill my wife, yes or no? You see why I couldn't answer it like that? Yes or no? Who was the killer? Me or that suspicious mind of hers? Suppose you tell me.
And so the curtain falls on Dig Your Own Grave, which was chosen by guest expert Eliezer Lipsky, a former assistant district attorney of New York and author of the memorable Hollywood film Kiss of Death. Next week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you a story of a man who exploited human minds, only to find his own giving way as his enemies closed in on him. A story selected for your approval by Patrick Quentin. Until then, this is your host, John Dixon Carr, hoping you'll be with us again next week at this time.
Dig Your Own Grave was written by Joseph Rusko. In the cast were Kenneth Lynch, Ann Shepard, Hester Sundergaard, Ron Dawson, and Jimmy Stevens. Music is under the direction of Emerson Buckley. Music was composed by Richard DuPage. Murder by Experts is produced and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Kogan. All characters in our story were fictitious, and any resemblance to the names of actual persons was purely coincidental. This is Phil Tonkin speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Now the Mystery Theater.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the world of terrifying imagination. In 1843, a Dr. James Braid of Manchester developed the art of being able to produce trance sleep. Of course, he was not the first. That honor belonged to Friedrich Anton Mesmer. But Dr. Braid did coin the name of this both beneficial yet potentially disastrous parascience, hypnotism. In the skilled hands of a doctor or a psychiatrist, it can be profoundly beneficial. But in the hands of an amateur or someone unscrupulous, it can be murderously dangerous.
That's it, Marge. Just keep your eyes on the coin as it goes back and forth, back and forth. You're getting sleepy, so sleepy. Your eyelids are heavy. You can't hold them up. You've got to sleep, sleep, sleep. She's under, Mark.
You're putting me on, Jeff. She's faking.
No, she's under, all right. She's a hypnotist's dream. Very suggestible. Look, I'll prove it to you. What's this?
Hey, don't hold it there.
Just long enough to show she doesn't react.
You could have burned her.
Oh, come on. You think I'd do anything to hurt your sister?
Well, now that you've got her under, what are you going to do?
What would you like her to do?
Jeff asked me. What would you like her to do? Well, I would have liked her to murder my father. I wondered how Jeff would have reacted if I'd said that out loud. It almost came out anyway, since it's all I think of these days. How to murder, destroy, wipe out my father. Our mystery drama, Murder with Malice, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Marcia Rod and Ira Lewis. It is sponsored in part by New Sugar-Free Diet 7-Up and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. In Principles of Mental Physiology, Carpenter wrote, "The method of producing this state consists in the maintenance of a fixed gaze on a bright object placed somewhat above the line of sight. A light behind the subject shining on the bright object, a coin, a jewel, a small mirror, is very helpful, and a darkened room. Once the subject is in the trance, he or she is open to post-hypnotic suggestion. Luckily for our peace of mind and their father's health, Marge is a subject, and not the bloodthirsty Mark." Ever since I can remember, I've hated my father and feared him. But never more so than these last 2 years, since he killed my mother. I'd like to kill him, but I haven't the guts.
Well, what, Mark?
Huh? Well, what do you mean, what?
What do you want me to ask Marge to do? Don't tell me I'd put you into a trance, too.
No, Look, what sort of thing can I ask?
Anything within reason. I mean, she won't do anything to hurt herself, or to hurt someone else, or steal, or anything that goes against her natural instincts. Let's keep it simple.
You know what you ought to ask her to do?
What?
Marry you. She's got a chance to shake this scene and have some kind of decent life of her own and get away from that monster upstairs, and she won't take it.
She loves her father.
That murdering...
Hey, come on, take it easy, Mark.
He killed my mother.
It was a car accident.
He was going 90, and he was drunk when they crashed.
It's a miracle anyone came out of it alive.
It's a pity it had to be him. He got off lucky.
Lucky? A shattered pelvis? Condemned to drag himself around on canes for the rest of his life?
I hope he never knows a moment when he's not in pain.
Hey, Mark. Come on, let's knock it off. I want to bring Marge out of the trance.
Well, wait a minute. We've got a bet going here. You claimed you could prove post-hypnotic suggestion, didn't you?
Yeah?
Well, suppose you... Damn, that grandfather clock drives me crazy. Old man's pride and joy hasn't missed a chime since the day he was born. Did it wake Marge?
No. She'll stay under till I bring her out of it. What were you going to say before?
Well, suppose you were to tell Marge to hit up the old man for $5,000 tomorrow at breakfast. Would she do it?
Well, she might if she thought it was justified.
Well, tell her I need it to pay off some debts.
Do you?
What's the difference? She won't get it?
No, Mark, I'm sorry. No go. Now, if you want Marge to try to get money for you, you ask her directly, when she's fully conscious.
Like I figured, the two of you are just putting me on.
Oh, no. No, I'll prove that to you. Marge? Marge?
Yes?
I want you to do something for me tomorrow morning.
All right.
What time's breakfast?
9 on the dot. Another of the old man's fetishes.
Okay. Now, Marge, I want you to come down and be at the breakfast table at 2 minutes to 9 tomorrow morning. Then, when the clock strikes 9, on the last chime, no matter what's going on, you will say, "Hickory-dickory-dock. The mouse ran up the clock. The clock struck 9, and I feel fine. Hickory-dickory-dock." And you won't remember you said it. Will you do that?
Yes?
I won't forget.
No.
Now, you've been having a nice rest. But it's time to wake up and feel refreshed and relaxed. You will wake up when I say now. Now.
I feel as if I... What are you staring at? The two of you. Jeff, did it work?
Mm-hmm.
You really put me under?
About 10 minutes.
Oh, that's scary. You know, why, if you can make me draw a blank like that, you can make me do anything.
Oh, no, don't worry. I couldn't make you do anything you didn't really want to.
I should hope not. Where did you learn this handy little parlor trick?
Well, I once took some courses in parapsychology. Do you feel relaxed, Marge? Is your headache gone?
I have to admit I do. And no headache. I really feel as if I'd had a whole night's sleep. You're a master magician.
No, anyone can do what I did, provided he has the right subject, and that person is willing. Not that I'd advise it, though. It's a dangerous thing to fool around with.
But, your friend uses it in his practice.
Dr. Frank? Oh, yeah. Occasionally, if it's indicated. Actually, he's relatively conservative for a psychiatrist.
I don't need him.
Well, honey, I'd like to see you get rid of those headaches.
I'm not a candidate for the couch yet.
Well, I guess I'll hit the sack. Thanks for the fun and games. Good night.
Night, little brother.
Good night, Mark. Little brother?
Didn't you ever know? I was the first twin to arrive. It's only one of Mark's resentments. He's the one who really needs analysis.
Marge, Mark's problems are his own. Yours are something I want to see solved.
I don't know why you waste your time with me. If I had any sense in this mixed-up noodle of mine, I'd marry you, have 4 children, and live happily ever after. But I just can't.
Because you feel yourself tied to your father.
I can't leave him alone, Jeff. I love him. I think, for your sake, Jeff, you'd better forget me.
Will you do me one favor first? Will you just go to see Dr. Frank for a few visits?
You think I'm that bad off?
Well, Marge, you've been pretty mixed up ever since the accident.
I know. Okay, Jeff. Maybe you're right. Let me think about it, and maybe I'll call your Dr. Frank tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
What is it, Jeff?
Nothing. It isn't important. It'd be more complicated to undo than to do now. I'll call you then and explain.
Morning, Mark.
Morning, Dad.
You're surprisingly early.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you something.
If it's money, no.
Dad, I'm in bad trouble.
Well, then dig yourself out.
Dad, Mom left me money that will come to me when I'm 30. Why can't I...
Very wise of her. Maybe in another 6 years you'll be able to handle it instead of gambling it away.
It wasn't Mom's decision. You talked her into it.
I most certainly did.
Look, you don't understand. I'm mixed up with some very hard guys. If I don't pay them off...
Oh, don't talk nonsense. They'll wait for their money. Good morning, Marjorie.
Morning, Dad. Mark, am I late?
No, dear, it's just 2 minutes to 9. Sit down. Have your orange juice.
I'll pour the coffee first.
You sound very chipper.
Yes, I had a wonderful sleep last night. Relaxed as a kitten.
I wish I could say the same.
Well, that's what comes of having a guilty conscience.
And what about yours? I wanted to shout at him as I pushed my chair from the table violently and went to the sideboard. I was seething with hate at his smug self-righteousness. Guilty conscience. If he only knew how guilty, how much I wanted him dead. Serving breakfast plates for Marge and me gave me time to regain control. Then the clock began to strike 9, and my mood improved. A small revenge, but if Jeff's trick worked, at least I'd see the pompous old ass look foolish for once.
What time did Jeff Henderson leave last night?
I think I'm old enough not to have to answer questions like that.
Well, I think I have the right to ask any questions I want to in my house, because I want to know if you're thinking again of marrying Jeff.
Hickory dickory dock. The mouse ran up the clock. The clock struck 9 and I feel fine. Hickory dickory dock.
What? What did you just say, Marjorie?
Me? I didn't say anything.
I just asked you a perfectly reasonable question, and you replied with a silly nursery rhyme.
Nursery rhyme? Dad, I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't...
She doesn't know. She said it.
Keep out of this, Mark.
It was post-hypnotic suggestion.
It was what?
Marge had one of her bad headaches, and Jeff thought he could cure it by hypnosis.
And he did. But what's this about...
Hypnosis? Marge, I must say I didn't think you'd be this foolish. I don't want Jeff Henderson in this house again.
Dad, I'm the one the trick was played on. Where's your sense of humor?
I haven't had any sense of humor since I lost your mother. No, don't help me. I don't need anyone. I can manage by myself. I don't expect it from my son, and I don't ask it from you, Marge.
Dad,
I'll let him go, Marge. He's only looking for sympathy.
Why do you have to be so hard on him, Mark?
Because I hate him. I always have.
Mark, he's our father. I love him.
Well, maybe we're not... What do they call us? Enzygotic twins, after all, huh? I mean, I guess we came from 2 different eggs, because the only thing I want him to be is dead.
I think maybe we both need psychiatrists.
I'll get it, Williams. Yes?
Are you Mark Prentice?
Yes.
Well, open up, fella. Let me in. Oh, now, you don't want to see artillery, do you?
Benny?
Yeah. He sent me.
What do you want?
Oh, boy. Benny must be going soft. He lets you into him for 15 big ones.
Now, look. I'm going to pay him.
Oh, I know you're going to pay him. But when? Like, what's on account?
I haven't got anything right now, but Benny knows that I come into my own money when I'm 30.
You got 2 weeks, fella. 2. For whole account. Otherwise, a couple of broken legs, a little treatment around kidneys, you carry the rest of your life. And we'd still be waiting for the payment. You get the message?
I'm scared. And I've never been so scared in my life. And I'm caught. They mean business. And I'll never change my father's mind. I'm going to have to kill him. But how? How?
Not exactly the all-American family, the Prentices. But then, where murder is contemplated, and where in fact it may be done, you don't expect to find very normal people. Especially where the murder is premeditated. I'll return shortly with Act 2. Almost 2 weeks have passed, and Mark has not been able to take any action towards solving his problems. Marge, at least under Jeff's urging, has had several sessions with Dr. Frank, and Harvey Prentice has continued to be himself, domineering, selfish, callous to any problems but his own.
Mark?
Yeah, Dad. What is it?
Where the devil is Marjorie?
I think she's with a psychiatrist.
What does she need with a psychiatrist?
You'll have to ask her that.
Oh, not again. I trust she's not going to be late for dinner this time.
Search me.
Well, when she comes in, I'm in the study. Oh, by the way, I see you appear to be all in one piece. No bruises, no damage. Did you pay off your debts?
No.
Well, I told you nothing would happen.
I've got 2 days left to come up with the money. Look, Dad.
No. Not from me.
Do you know that I'm scared to go out of the house?
Has it ever occurred to you that you should and get a job? That's the way to pay your debts off.
I couldn't pay my debts off with any job I can get.
Perhaps you should have thought of that before you ran them up.
Oh, it's easy to hate my father. And even the fact of murdering him would not be all that hard. It's just how to do it without being found out. It never occurred to me that my sister might provide the answer.
Marge!
Jeff, what are you doing here?
I knew you had an appointment with Dr. Frank. I have the car, so I thought I'd wait and drive you home.
I don't feel like talking, Jeff.
Marge, I haven't seen you in almost 2 weeks. You won't even answer my phone calls. Are you mad at me?
Not exactly.
Is it that silly stunt I pulled with that post-hypnotic suggestion?
No.
Well, it's ever since that evening.
I know. All right. Let's get in the car and you can drive me home.
Sure.
I'm so mixed up, Jeff. I wish you'd never suggested Dr. Frank.
Oh, now, wait a minute. He's a good guy.
Not for my money, he isn't. I know you meant well, but...
But what?
Jeff, well, I'm not good for you. Mark and I are all screwed up somehow. The whole family, we're Jonahs. Keep away from us.
Marge, nothing you can say.
Why won't you listen to me? I don't want to see you anymore. I can't. There's nothing to explain, and I have such a headache.
Well, maybe I ought to stay and give you another hypnotic treatment.
No. Nobody else is getting inside my head anymore but me. Please, let's just make this goodbye. I don't want to see you again.
Marge, wait a minute.
Hey, Marge. What goes?
It's nothing. Just leave me alone.
Okay. Play it your way.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mark. I didn't mean to snap. It's just the top of my head's blowing off. I'm not going near that psychiatrist again.
Oh, what's the panic?
The things he keeps saying. I think he's the crazy one.
How come?
Well, I'm not going to go through all the double talk about the id and the superego and the ego, but what he finally got around to saying was that I was jealous of Mother. And because Dad put her first, I hated him and wanted him dead.
Well, he's got the wrong twin.
But how could he say such a thing to me when I literally gave up Jeff to take care of Dad?
Search me.
I mean, honestly, I thought that an Oedipus complex was strictly from the ancient Greeks and for doctors talking to each other. Can you imagine me supposed to hate my father?
How could you hate Dad when you dropped everything to take care of him ever since Mom died?
See, that's because I'm supposed to have a fixation. And it's only guilt that holds me back from destroying him.
What?
He says that deep down in my subconscious or whatever, I really want to commit murder.
You sure you know what you're saying?
I know what Dr. Frank said. That I'll never get rid of my headaches till I get rid of my guilt feelings. And to get rid of those, I'll have to kill him.
Dad?
That's right.
Well, there's a quicker way to get rid of headaches than that.
How?
Well, get old Jeff back to hypnotize you again.
No. Jeff and I are through. I told him that tonight.
Well, if you really want to get rid of the headache, well, I could have a shot at the hypnosis route. Jeff said anyone could do it.
No, thanks. I'm taking my headache to bed. I won't be down for dinner.
Of course, I didn't have the idea right then. But some instinct was nudging me that somewhere, somehow, there was a way out for me. But before I could follow the thought through, the phone rang. Yeah, hello?
Hello, Mark.
Look, I'm working on it. I think I've got a way to...
Danny says you got till day after tomorrow. And then you have time.
Well, maybe I could raise,
You better raise it off, though. 'Cause that's why Uncle Benny's calling it in. Or the deep six.
Hey, mister.
Who's on the phone, Mark?
Someone for me, Dad.
Did I hear your sister come in?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, a few minutes ago.
Well, did you tell her I wanted to see her in the study?
No.
Damn it, face me when I talk. Why not?
Because she didn't want to see you. She wasn't feeling well. She went up to bed.
Before dinner?
She said she didn't feel like eating. And neither do I.
Well, what's the matter with you?
I'm scared, Dad. That's what's the matter. I'm scared so bad I'm sick.
Why?
That was some hard guy on the phone. Benny's man.
Who's Benny?
The man I owe money to. Look, you've got to let me have it.
No.
You don't understand. If I don't come up with it the day after tomorrow, they could kill me.
Don't be ridiculous.
All I'm asking is to give me my part of the money that Mom left. Marge got hers.
Marjorie could be trusted. You cannot.
Please.
I'm not your mother, Mark. You haven't got her around to bail you out anymore the way she used to. This time it's your problem and no one else's. The only way you'll ever get any money out of me beyond living expenses is over my dead body.
The only way I ever wanted it from him. Over his dead body. And suddenly, at last, I could see the way to do it. Dinner was eaten in stony silence. Just the two of us. After it, my father went back to the study for coffee and brandy. I sneaked upstairs to my father's bedroom, which had been my mother's, too, and searched quickly through her drawers to find what I wanted. The rest was waiting till my father was safely in bed for the night, and then moving quietly along the upstairs corridor to my sister's room.
Who is it?
Mark. May I come in?
I suppose so.
I knew you were up. I saw the light under the door.
Dad came by to say goodnight an hour or so ago. I couldn't get back to sleep. What time is it?
The witching hour. Midnight. Mind if I sit on the other bed for a moment?
It's all right. Is my bed light in your eyes?
No. It's just fine. How's the headache?
Splitting.
I wish I had some magic remedy.
I'd just like to go to sleep tonight and never wake up again.
No, you don't mean that.
I do tonight. What's that swinging in your hand?
That's a memento from better days. Remember, it's Mom's tic-tac watch.
Oh, I haven't seen that in years. It's still so shiny. Where'd you get it?
Oh, I've had it a while. Remember how when we were kids she used to put us to sleep with it?
The tic-toc watch. Tick-tock, tick-tock, back and forth.
My eyes used to get glued to it. Tick-tock, tick-tock, back and forth, till I began to get so sleepy. So sleepy.
So sleepy.
Sleep, Marge. Sleep. Keep your eyes on the watch. Yeah, your eyelids are getting heavy. Heavy. So heavy. You've got to sleep. 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 Marge. Marge? I can't believe it. She can't feel the flame. Marge, you're asleep. But you can hear me.
Yes, I hear you.
Who am I?
You're Mark.
Am I your brother?
Yes.
Your twin?
Yes.
Do you know our father?
Yes.
How do I feel about him?
You hate him.
How do you feel about him? Marge, I asked you. How do you feel about him?
I hate him too.
Would you like to kill him?
Yes. I've always wanted to. I want to kill him.
I could hardly believe my luck. And just in time to save my neck. The perfect weapon for the perfect murder. My sister. But did I dare to use it? To hurt her instead of being hurt myself? What would they do to her? What would happen to her if I did what I was planning? And would it even work? What were the odds on the biggest gamble I would ever take in my life?
A girl helpless under an hypnotic spell, at the mercy of the agent who wove that spell, her twin brother, himself at the mercy of passions beyond his control, eaten up with hate, tortured by fear, hesitating to make an unconscionable gamble with her life to save his own. I'll return shortly with Act 3. Marge lies still, her eyes wide open, but unseeing. Alongside, her brother Mark sits, his mother's watch still swinging its pendulum arc in his hand, unnoticed as he wrestles with the conscience which holds him back from this ultimate gamble. The gamble? Can anyone under hypnotic influence be induced to commit murder?
If she killed, they'd never do anything to her. There's a whole history. The encephalitis she had as a kid, the nervous breakdown after Mom died. She's going to a psychiatrist now. Sure, I can get her off. Temporary insanity. Yeah, that's it. Only will it work? What was it Jeff said?
She won't do anything to hurt herself, or to hurt someone else, or steal, or do anything that goes against her natural instincts.
Natural instincts. What does that mean? Doesn't it mean what we really feel deep inside, even if we don't know about it? It's a gamble, but the odds aren't bad. It's Mark, Marge. Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Remember a couple of weeks ago when Jeff was here and we got off on the hypnosis kick?
Yes, I remember.
And what started it?
I don't know. I think, yes, talking about being kids.
Remember how even then Jeff was into the psychic bit?
Yes. The funny cards and guessing and trying to reach each other's minds.
And who was the best?
We were.
Why?
Because we're twins. Twins go together.
Remember how we always liked the same things?
Mocha ice cream and rare hamburger, buttermilk, crazy things nobody else liked.
We liked, just like we hated.
What did we hate?
You know. Coffee, half and half, and hot dogs without relish, and people who lie or cheat or murder.
Murder?
Like Dad. He killed Mother, didn't he?
There was an accident.
He was too drunk to drive the car. Didn't you hate him after the accident?
I don't know.
Don't you hate him now?
Yes, I hate him.
Would you like to see him dead?
Would I?
I would. And we're twins, remember?
Yes, twins.
We always think alike, right?
We always think alike.
I want to kill him. Don't you?
I want to kill him.
Then listen. Tomorrow night he'll go to bed early. He'll be fast asleep by 10 o'clock, you understand?
Fast asleep by 10 o'clock.
I can promise you that. I won't be here. But when the grandfather clock strikes 10, you're going to go to the dining room, right?
When it strikes 10, I go to the dining room.
In the sideboard drawer. You know which one. His dad's carving knife. The one he keeps honed to a razor's edge with the sharp point, remember?
I remember. The carving knife.
Right. And then go to his bedroom and plunge it into his chest. Listen to me, Marge. You'll be doing what you always wanted to do. You'll never have headaches anymore because the guilt will be gone. You'll be destroying him just as you've always wanted to do. Killing what you hate, what I hate. Killing all the hate in our hearts. You understand?
When the clock strikes 10 tomorrow night, I am to get the carving knife and take it upstairs and plunge it into Dad until he is dead.
And when you wake up in the morning, you won't remember any of this. I didn't sleep much that night, and next day was an endless nightmare. By the time dinner was over, I was a wreck. But the real strain was just beginning. No, it was no sweat to slip the barbiturate in Dad's coffee, and later to help him up to bed, half comatose, and get him settled snoring for the night. It was after the clock chimed 8:30 that I finally left the house to establish my own alibi. Stopping carefully, I might add, on the way out, to make sure the clock was wound, although my father was usually infallible in seeing that it never ran down. And then I left the house.
Hey, Mark. Sorry I'm a little late.
Oh, just glad you're here. Have you eaten?
Yeah. You?
Oh, long time ago. I ordered some setups. Scotch okay with you?
One drink.
Just thought we might have a talk together. What time is it?
Around 5 or so to 9. Well, what do you want to talk about?
Marge.
Well, that's my favorite subject. You aren't the bearer of good news by any chance?
Good news?
Well, that she's changed her mind about me and I might have some kind of a chance with her?
Oh, that's something we might discuss, Jeff. Let's have another drink first. Where was I?
Don't you think you should go a little easy on the drinking, Mark?
Hey, if I want to get drunk, I'll get drunk.
Not with me, Buster.
All right, okay, so I'm sober. Where was I?
Well, you were trying to explain something about your sister, which is the only reason you're holding me.
Oh, yeah, Marge, yeah. You know, you don't stand a chance as long as Dad's around.
Yeah, I'm aware of that problem.
Well, supposing it suddenly didn't exist anymore, supposing there wasn't my father.
Well, if that's your only question for the evening, maybe we ought to order another drink. Mark.
Huh?
Come on.
What?
Come on, I paid up. Let's get out of here.
No, I can't. What time is it?
It's after 10 o'clock.
How much?
It's 5-10 minutes after 10.
That's not long enough. I got to stay here a while.
Okay, suit yourself. I'm going home.
Hey, we haven't finished talking.
As far as I'm concerned, we have.
I want to tell you about Marge.
Look, whatever you had to tell me about Marge, if you ever had, it's too late for you to make any sense tonight. Either you come with me now and I'll drop you home, or stay. Get as stoned as you want.
I gotta stay. Just a little longer. Doesn't matter anymore. My hands, my feet, everything seemed like lead from the moment 10 o'clock had passed. Before, I'd been fired up, nervously tensed, hard put to act normal. Now the drinks meant nothing. I wanted to call it all back. I stumbled to my feet. I rushed out of the bar. In the cab back to the house, I had all sorts of fantasies. Sometimes when the clock got overwound, it would stop. If it hadn't struck 10, maybe my father was still alive. And the other fear, How did I expect my amateur hypnosis would work? In the house, empty. I was conscious of the echo of its sighs for the first time. Through the hall, up the big staircase, down the hall to my father's room. Everything seemed to echo. Carefully, I opened the door to my father's room and listened. No sound. I went in. I looked at my father where he lay, lit by a lamp on the far wall over the dressing table. The first thing I was conscious of was that he was breathing. And I saw the carving knife on the floor. It was instinctive to pick it up. It was bright silver and stainless steel, glittering in the corner lamp. There was no trace of blood. He wasn't dead. And I knew I would have to do this by myself. By myself. There never had been any other way. So I came to the bed, lifting the knife up high to drive it home. And suddenly his eyes were open, looking at me, recognizing what was about to happen. In one convulsive shrug towards me, his eyes glazed over. But in that last moment, he said,
"You always wanted me dead. Dead. So, strike. Strike. For all the good it will do you." Oh.
So he's dead, as you wanted him to be.
I don't have to listen to you.
Oh, yes, you'd better listen to me. What you tried to do to your sister is beyond belief.
She hated my father as much as I did.
Your thumbnail psychology is about as successful as what you know about hypnotism. Oh, you put Marge to the acid test, and your hypnotic suggestion worked just as you planned it, up till the last moment.
How do you know?
Because your sister ran to me for help. At the last moment, she couldn't force herself to turn against love. Not for this one man, or me, or you, but just the fact that she was human and normal, and hate was no part of her, but love was.
So she dropped the knife and ran to you.
Well, you dropped it too, didn't you? When it came to the test, you could no more strike than Marge. Could you?
I'll never know. He died before I had the chance. A massive stroke had caused my father's death before I had a chance to kill him. But if I wasn't guilty in fact, I certainly was in intention. And to achieve his death, I would have tried anything within my power. I was lucky to get off scot-free, I thought.
And I directed my entire estate be left to my beloved daughter Marjorie, subject to all the provisions to protect it and her from my son Mark, to whom, with all my heart, I leave nothing, not 1 cent. As attorney for the estate, Mark, I'm going to make sure your father gets his wish.
Oh, sure, big deal. You figure to marry the heiress.
I figure to protect Marge from you as long as I live. If I thought I could wring your neck by myself and get away with it, I'd be happy to do it. Luckily, I don't have to worry. No dough, brother. Not a penny. Go pay your debts.
Can one be hypnotized and led to kill? Certainly not from tonight's story, and highly doubtful, if not impossible, no matter who the subject might be. But just in case, I hope we have all learned that it is nothing to meddle with for the uninformed. Like all special areas in life, it should be used by the expert, only in cases of special need. was some time before Marge and Jeff were married. But once they were, the shadows and cobwebs were wiped away. Mark was only a dark memory that would disintegrate in time as thoroughly as his corporal self, trapped in his cement boots in the shifting muck of the river bottom where he lies. Who sows the wind must reap the whirlwind. Our cast included Marcia Rodd, Nick Pryor, Ira Lewis, and Stotts Cotsworth. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Good evening. This is Sergeant X. I don't think we need a Gallup poll to tell us that nearly everybody's in favor of a good mystery story. There's enough would-be Sherlock Holmes in most of us so that we get a kick out of attempting to solve a crime, even if it's only on the radio. So get out those magnifying glasses and meerschaum pipes for tonight's adventure in the Mystery Playhouse. Tonight, the Mystery Playhouse gives you amateur sleuths a chance to exercise your talents. We invite you to match wits with the author of tonight's story, Earl Derbiggers, creator of the Charlie Chan series, and see if you can solve his mystery before the solution is finally given. You will be presented with a murder and 5 likely suspects. And if you catch the various clues as they come, you'll be able to put your finger on the murderer before the curtain falls. And here is a hint to the most important clue of all. It's contained in the title of tonight's tale, 50 Candles. Good hunting.
My name is George Winthrop. I'll never forget that horrible night I stood alone in the library of my former employer, Henry Drew. It was a stern and foreboding room. The heavy yellow fog from the fields of marsh grass seemed to be pressing close against the window panes. I'd been invited to Henry Drew's birthday party. Inside the big house, it was oppressively quiet. And then suddenly... I ran the door of the dining room. The table was set with gleaming silver and white linen. In the center stood a cake with 50 pink candles. I took a few steps across the room and stopped, horrified. There was a body on the floor. But let's go back to the events that led up to my shocking discovery. 4 years ago, Henry Drew, the San Francisco millionaire, had hired me to take charge of a copper mine in China. The mine had been a failure, and Drew promised that if I could make it pay, he'd reward me with a third interest in the property. Well, after 4 long, hard, and successful years in Yunnan, I returned to Shanghai to see Henry Drew.
Yes, Winthrop, you've done a splendid job, and I'm proud of you.
Thank you, sir. It was a tough job. I think I really earned my third interest in that property.
What? A third interest?
Oh, yes, you remember. You said if I could make the mine pay, you'd give me, in addition to my salary, a third interest in the property.
Why, you must be dreaming, boy. That's ridiculous. I never made any such promise, and you know it.
But you gave me a word.
Well, I assume if you have a witness.
Of course not, but I fulfill my end of the bargain. I demand that you keep yours.
Oh? Then I'll accept it.
Accept what?
Your resignation.
Oh, so that's it. Well, you won't get away with it. I'm gonna...
Oh, am I interrupting something?
Not at all. Come in, Carlotta.
Have you finished your business?
Yes, my dear. We're quite through.
Through?
Mr. Winthrop, I suppose you'll be glad to get back to the States.
Yes, Mrs. Drew. Good day, Mr. Drew. I'll see you in court. I was young and ambitious, and this act of injustice seared my mind with hatred for Henry Drew. Well, I booked passage as soon as I could to San Francisco. The boat was crowded, and I was informed that I'd have to share a stateroom with the ship's doctor and another male passenger. When I went on board and down to my stateroom, I found that already...
Make yourself comfortable, Mr. Winthrop.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Parker.
There'll be another gentleman in here, they tell me.
Put my bags in here, Hung.
Yes, Mr. Drew.
Oh, hello, Doctor. Huh? Winthrop, what are you doing here?
These happen to be my quarters, Mr. Drew.
Well, in that case, I'll have mine changed immediately. Come along, Hung.
Yes, Mr. Drew.
What a character, Dr. Parker. A famous Henry Drew who made his millions swindling other people.
Well, you'll have to admit he has good taste in women. Mrs. Drew is quite attractive.
Oh, sure. But he's old enough to be her father.
Who's the young American girl that Drew hired as traveling companion for Mrs. Drew?
Oh, she's Mary Telfair.
Oh, you must be interested.
Well, I am, but so far it's all on my side.
Excuse, please. Missy Drew would like Dr. Parker come to Drew's stateroom right away.
Oh, yes, I'll be right along, Hung.
Thank you, Doc.
You know, it's an odd thing about his relation to Drew. It's more of a slave than a servant.
Slave?
Yeah. About 20 years ago, Henry Drew saved his life. And for that, Hung pledged Drew 20 years' servitude. Old Drew really exercised his rights as a master, too. Once he even prevented Hung from marrying a Chinese girl that he fancied. Later, the girl married old Dr. Sue.
Well, I imagine Hung will be very happy when his 20 years of slavery end, that he can do as he pleases. In any event, better luck with your romance.
Yes, Mary, it's really been very funny. Old man Drew couldn't get another stateroom, see, so he's had to make the best of an uncomfortable situation, bunking with me.
I can imagine. But he's really been very nice to me.
Well, it wouldn't be nice to you.
George, look down there on deck.
Oh, yeah. Dr. Park and Mrs. Drew, huh? Yeah, they're going into Drew's stateroom.
I wish I had her clothes.
And her money. Yes, I think the good doctor has more than a professional interest in Mrs. Drew.
Yes, I gave Mr. Drew a sedative, and he's sleeping quite soundly.
The old fossil. It would be too bad if he didn't wake up. Couldn't you arrange matters, Doctor?
No, Carlotta, that would be too obvious. I think we'll just have to be patient and let nature take her course. Uh-oh, here comes Hung.
Excuse, please, Missy Drew. Mr. Drew asked me to tell you he would have dinner 8 o'clock.
Very well, I'll be ready.
Thank you. I told Mr. Drew.
He knows more about Henry's personal affairs than I do.
Well, what about Drew's son, Mark? Is he made up with his father? I remember they quarreled years ago.
No, he's a lawyer, and he has no use for me. He thinks I married Henry for his money. And just between ourselves, Doctor, I think he was right.
We arrived in San Francisco 3 days later. And then came the surprise. Old Henry Drew was giving a party at his home. It was to be a birthday party, he said. In spite of the bad blood between us, he insisted that I come. But the most important reason for accepting the invitation was, well, the thought of seeing Mary again. Hung Ching Chung called for me later, and we drove to the Drew mansion on Nob Hill. The fog was thick, hung like a blanket.
Oh, I'm delighted to see you, Winthrop. Take that chair for the fire.
Thank you.
I've been thinking over our little business discussion.
Please, Mr. Drew, let's not spoil your party with business. My lawyer will call on you tomorrow.
All right, boy.
Evening, gentlemen.
Oh, hello, Mary. You look beautiful.
Pretty as a picture, Mary.
Well, thank you, kind sir.
Excuse it, please, Mr. Drew.
Yes, what is it, Hung?
With your permission, I will go to my room.
All right, Hung. But be back in time to serve dinner.
Yes, Mr. Drew. Thank you.
I don't imagine you two will object to being left alone for a moment. I want to have a look at the table. I want to be sure all 50 candles are on the cake. Excuse me.
I wonder whose birthday we're celebrating.
Search me. He said 50 candles. That lets him out. He must be well over 60.
Yes. His son Mark is coming, but he's a young man well under 50.
Oh, perhaps it's for Drew's partner, Dr. Su Yen Hun.
Okay. Now, what does she want? I'll be right back.
It was then it happened. When everyone was upstairs but myself, I was standing alone in the Drew library. It was oppressively quiet. Suddenly I heard... I ran to the door of the dining room. French window stood open to the fog. I took a few steps across the room. The table was set with gleaming silver and white linen. In the center stood a cake with 50 pink candles. Another step, and I stopped, horrified. Henry Drew was on the floor with a knife in his chest. Mr. Drew! Mr. Drew!
Candles.
Mr. Drew! Oh, my God. He's dead. I was shocked and horrified as I stood there in the Drew dining room with Henry Drew's dead body at my feet. I stepped quickly at the open French window and saw a dark shadow across the lawn which disappeared in the twinkling of an eye. I heard running footsteps on the gravel path outside. Without thinking of the danger or consequences, I stepped out on the veranda, stumbled down the stairs, and tried to follow along the path. And then suddenly... Hey, look out. Good Lord, Winthrop. Oh, Dr. Parker, am I glad to see you.
Well, what in the world are you doing out here?
Something terrible's happened.
Well, what is it?
Speak up, man. Henry Drew has just been murdered. We returned to the Drew house, and I met Mark Drew, Henry Drew's son, for the first time. A good-looking, brisk young man of 35. He'd been detained and arrived at the party just a few minutes before I found his father dead. A few minutes later, Detective Sergeant Barnes arrived. He was a cool, quick little man and all business from the word go. After a brief investigation in the house and outside, he ordered us to the library.
All right. Quiet, everybody. I have here the place cards of the guests for this birthday party. Mr. and Mrs. Drew, Miss Telfair, Mr. Winthrop, Dr. Parker, Mark Drew, and Dr. Soo-Yun Hun. Oh, Mr. Drew.
Oh, yes, sir.
Dr. Soo-Yun Hun lives a few doors down the block, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
He's the only guest who hasn't arrived. I wonder if you'd mind sending one of the servants to his house and ask him to come over here.
Of course, Sergeant. I'll be glad.
Now, we'll start with you, Mr. Winthrop. What happened?
Well, I was standing in here alone when suddenly I heard somebody cry out. I ran into the dining room and saw Mr. Drew on the floor. He was dead.
Did you see a knife or any other weapon?
I didn't look for him. I heard footsteps outside on the path, and I went through the open French window and tried to follow him. Then I got lost in the fog and bumped into Dr. Parker. He came in, and that's about all.
What's your position here? A friend of Henry Drew?
Decidedly not. I was a former employee.
Decidedly not. What do you mean by that?
Sergeant, may I speak?
Yes, Mrs. Drew.
Mr. Winthrop was employed by my husband in the Yunnan mine in China. Mr. Winthrop claimed that my husband had promised to reward him with a third interest in the mine he managed.
Well, that's true. He did.
He claimed he'd been treated unfairly and quarreled violently with my husband, who dismissed him.
Well, that's not true. I resigned.
But you admit there had been bad blood between you and Drew.
Well, yes, I do.
Mrs. Drew, what were you doing at 7:30?
I was in my room. Miss Telfair was helping me to dress when we heard the cry.
What then?
Miss Telfair started out of my room.
I tried to leave, but you held me back.
Naturally, I was frightened.
Dr. Drew should be here shortly, Sergeant.
Good. Where were you, Mark, when your father was murdered?
I was on my way here in a cab.
Well, I'll check that later with the driver. But for the time being, I'll assume that clears you.
Well, you certainly don't suspect me.
I suspect everyone until he's proven innocent. Who's that?
Oh, that's Hung Chin Chung, my father's servant.
I see. Come here.
Yes, Mr. Officer.
Oh, Sergeant, I'd like to put in a word for Hung. You see, he's been in my father's service for 20 years. I'm sure he's the sincerest mourner here tonight.
It's good to have such honor in the eyes of my master's son.
Tell me, Hung, where were you at 7:30?
In my room on the 4th floor. My master gave me permission to go there. Mr. Winthrop, hear that?
Yes, that's right.
Did you hear the cry?
No. When I came downstairs, I found my master was dead.
All right, Hung. Suppose you go out and fix us some coffee.
Yes.
Now, Miss Telfair.
Yes.
What about you?
When I heard Mr. Drew scream, I ran downstairs. I looked in the dining room.
Yes?
And saw Mr. Drew.
Yes, go on.
I screamed and ran from the room.
Did you see a weapon of any sort? A knife?
I scarcely looked. I was frightened. Then Mrs. Drew rushed in, and when she saw the body, she almost fainted. I went upstairs and got some smelling salts. Came down here.
When you took the time to get the smelling salts for Mrs. Drew, you went to your own room first, didn't you?
Yes.
You wanted to hide something you'd picked up from the side of the dead man in the dining room.
Well...
Under your mattress was a pretty obvious place to hide this jade-handled
Yes.
Chinese knife.
Yes, but... No, I know it was the worst thing I could have done, but I was so excited I didn't think.
Mary, you did that for me. Oh, no wonder. Then this is your knife, Mr. Winthrop.
Yes, that's my knife.
How do you account for the fact that it was found beside the body?
Well, it was stolen from me, of course.
Oh, of course.
Well, it must have been taken from my luggage in the stateroom on the boat. There were just 3 men who had access to that luggage. One was a dead man, the second was Hung Chen.
And the third?
Dr. Parker.
Nonsense. What motive would I have?
Motive enough. A secret love affair with my father's wife that's been going on for more than a year. Lust for money and a well-known lack of scruples, my dear doctor.
I tell you, I didn't steal Winthrop's knife.
Why not? A man who would steal another man's wife would hardly stop at the theft of a dagger.
Never mind, Mark. I'll take that. Hello. No, this is Detective Sergeant Barnes. What? When? Yes? Yes, I see. Well, very well. Just don't touch a thing until the police arrive.
Oh, what is it, Sergeant? Is something wrong?
Plenty. That was the servant you sent for Dr. Su Yan Han.
Well, is the doctor coming?
I'm afraid not. Dr. Su Yan Han has been stabbed to death.
Why, that's incredible.
Now, wait a minute. Let's not get hysterical.
Hysterical! Two murders and the second one right under your very nose. I demand that you do something. No one is safe.
Please, Mr. Drew. Sergeant, I demand that you release all of us. Since we were with you, we obviously could not have
That's
committed...
enough, Parker. You weren't with me when Drew was killed.
Are you implying...
I'm implying nothing. For the last time, may I point out that everyone in this house is under suspicion until this murder is solved.
Everyone? But I was upstairs and my husband was stabbed.
And so was Miss Telfair and Hung Chin. So what? Any one of the three of you could have gone down the back steps, out the back door, through the garden, entered the French doors, killed Henry Drew, and then returned the same way without being seen.
One moment, Sergeant. May I say a word?
Yes, of course, Mark.
Well, it occurs to me there's one important link in this mystery that hasn't been explained. The 50 birthday candles.
50 birthday candles?
Yes. Whose birthday is this anyway? Father was 69, Dr. Sue was over 70. Look, may I speak to you privately?
All right, come along.
Mary, I didn't kill Henry Drew. You believe that, don't you?
Yes, John.
Oh, and that's all that matters. No matter how this evening ends, it's taught me one wonderful thing. That you love me.
All right, everybody. I have an important announcement. My investigation is at an end. You're all free to go now, except George Winthrop.
Hey,
of course, you will be called later as witnesses.
Sergeant, you don't mean that. No, it isn't true.
I'm afraid it is, Mary. George Winthrop, I arrest you for the murder of Henry Drew.
I dropped into a chair beside Mary, too shocked and stunned to speak. And then strange things began to happen. All the guests left except Mary and myself. Sergeant and Mark Drew went into the next room and appeared to be consulting together. When they came out, Sergeant Barnes warned us to be quiet and turned out the lights. He stamped around the hall and opened and closed the doors. Then everything was quiet. The four of us, Mark, Mary, the sergeant, and I, sat there in the darkness. Minutes passed like hours. What did Sergeant Barnes have in mind? It was so quiet I could hear the clock ticking.
Now, Mark, anyone attempting to leave or enter the house would have to pass through this hallway, right?
That's right.
Good. You better slip out. Take your place in front of the house now.
Right, Sergeant.
Good luck.
Sergeant, I tell you,
Be quiet, you fool. You ruin everything.
Sergeant, are we waiting?
Waiting? Yes. You mean? If you both will be quiet and listen and wait, you'll see what I mean. Not a word.
George, he has something in his hand.
Oh, no, you don't? Well, that takes care of that.
What happened? Who is it?
The murderer. Who else?
You said that George...
No, not George. Turn on the light, Mary, and you'll see.
The light, yes.
Never mind, I have it. Good Lord. Hung Jin Chung.
He's dead?
No. Look, he's coming to.
You were right, Sergeant.
Oh, Mark.
I caught Molly, the Chinese girl, outside in the car. Your men are holding her.
Chinese girl?
Who's Molly?
Molly is the wife of Dr. Su Yen Hun.
She killed Dr. Su?
No. Hung committed both murders. But the two of them planned to run away together. That's why Hung had the suitcase with him.
Well, then you mean you don't think that...
No. Sorry to give you such a bad time of it, George. But we had to in order to trap the real murderer.
Well,
You see, everyone thought Hung was in his room when Henry Drew was killed. But it was very simple for him to go down the back stairs, go over to Dr. Sue's, murder him, come back here and murder Henry Drew, and then return to his room again. The killings were simplified because both men trusted Hung and probably had no warning. Of course, it was the clue about the 50 candles that... Oh, conscious now. Help him up, George.
Right.
Come on. All right, Hung. What have you got to say for yourself?
Let me speak to him, Sergeant. I'm sorry, Hung. I always thought you were loyal to my father. Long ago, he saved your life in Honolulu. In return, you swore an oath to serve him for 20 years. Today, you are to be a free man.
Yes. That is so.
Those 50 candles on the cake were for you. This is your 50th birthday.
So that's why old Drew said 50 candles before he died. He was trying to indicate the murderer. All right, Hung. You and the Chinese girl...
Let the woman alone. She did nothing. She was only waiting for me.
Well, then what connection did she have...
To you, I tell nothing. To Mr. Drew, everything. All this was to be. Long ago, the gods arranged it. And who is man that he should struggle against the gods? Years ago, I wanted to marry Mali. I asked permission of your father, but he would not share my services with Mali. He took me on a long voyage, and when we returned, Mali had been given to the evil Dr. Suyen Hun. They hated the doctor and Mr. Drew for that. Swore that when I was free, I would kill them. They kept my oath. Do not grieve, Mark Drew. It is the decree of the gods. Now, gentlemen, by your leave...
Look out, he has a knife!
Good night, gentlemen. No.
Sergeant, is he...
I'm afraid so. You've done a good job.
This is horrible. Poor Hung. You might think it's strange, but my father never meant much to me. Yet Hung, well, he was my friend for as long back as I can remember. If I had only known earlier what the 50 candles meant, this might have been prevented.
Yes, Mark. If.
Well, that's the curtain on tonight's mystery, 50 Candles. How did you do? Were you able to outsmart the author and put the finger on the murderer? Or did you just jump from one suspect to the other, finally drawing a blank? Well, if you got it right, congratulations. If not, well, better luck next time. Say, before you put those detective tools away, follow me to the green room and see if you can't pick up a clue or two about our next performance in the Mystery Playhouse. Follow me, please. Come.
I'm alone now. The last of the funeral guests have gone, and I am alone in my study. There's been a queer sense of freedom in the house since the coffin was carried away. The coffin that now lies hidden in its solitary grave beneath the brown earth. Claire is dead. She was my wife. And yet I feel no sorrow. Little wonder. It was I who murdered her. Yes, I murdered her, but it was done too cleverly for anyone to suspect me. The power of mind over matter. Now that I look back on it, I marvel. Less than a month ago, she was strong and healthy. Then I began working on her ignorant fears, convincing her that she wasn't well. I could almost see the seeds taking root. Her appetite left her, and she began to complain of stomach pains. She took to bed. The doctor, stupid fool, could find nothing wrong, but it was clear he was worried. I waited patiently, letting her tortured mind ravish her body. And then one evening, I walked into her bedroom. There was a cup of broth on her night table. In the half-darkness, I dropped the white powder into the broth. 5 grains of arsenic. An hour later, she was dead. Now the worst of it is over. The long night when she lay cold and still in her room adjoining mine. The funeral, the tearful platitudes of our friends, the weeping and wailing. Over. Done and gone with. The money is mine to do with as I please. No longer will it be doled out to me at her whim and pleasure. All mine. I shall close the house. No one will question that the memories of familiar things are too keen to bear. But first I must discharge the cook and the housemaid. Immediately. Come in.
You wanted to see me, Mr. Goddard?
Oh, yes, Hannah. Come in and close the door, please.
Yes, sir.
What's that you're carrying?
It's a picture of the madam. I found it in the attic, and I polished the silver frame. I thought you'd like to have it, sir, to remind you.
Oh, yes, of course. Thank you, Hannah.
It's a very good likeness. That is, until she was taken ill. I never saw anyone change so fast.
It's the nature of her disease, Hannah.
Somehow I can't believe she's gone. Every now and then I have a queer feeling that she's still here.
You're just upset.
I have a feeling she wants to tell me something.
Hannah, please.
I didn't mean to talk about it, but I keep listening for a voice, waiting to hear what she wants to tell me. When they took her out of her bedroom, I wouldn't let Millie straighten up. I wanted to do it myself. And there, on the night table, was the last thing I brought her. The cup of broth. She drunk part of it, but...
Hannah, I'd rather not discuss it.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't really go on like this, not after what you've been through. Waiting on her hand and foot. I wondered why you didn't hire a nurse those last weeks.
Oh, I preferred to do it myself. I was afraid a nurse would have alarmed Mrs. Goddard.
Yes, and they're always prying into what doesn't concern them, aren't they? They think they know more than doctors do. Of course, some doctors don't know much at that.
Mrs. Goddard couldn't have had a better doctor.
And nobody could have done more for her than you did, sir, I'm sure. There are few husbands who would have done what you did. Very few. You wanted to speak with me about something, sir?
It's not important, Hannah. It can wait for another time. For long minutes after the door had closed behind her, I could feel my heart pounding madly. The palms of my hands were cold and damp. Everything had changed. The feeling of well-being and satisfaction was gone, and in its place was nervous, uncertain fear. Why had she made it a point to mention the cup of broth? And what else had she said? Oh, yes. Few husbands would have done more for their wives. More than I did. Very few. The words had double meaning. Had she meant them that way? No, it was impossible. Just a coincidence. A ghastly turn of a phrase. There was nothing to worry about. Nothing.
Well, it doesn't look like you'll have much detective work to do in this one. The murderer's already told us who he is. Sounds to me like our next production is going to be one of those psychological stories going all out for terror. No, sir. I don't think there's going to be anything light and airy about our next attraction. So, if you like 'em grim and frightening, be right back in your seats when we raise the curtain on The Web. This is Sergeant X, closing the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Good night. Sleep tight.
Mutual.
Alrighty. Hello, Kat. Welcome, Alan. Great to see you guys. Thank you for joining the stream. So, did you guess the last one correctly? I think that's a cool format for a mystery radio show, involving the audience in guessing the mystery. That one was a great show. A few cracks and pops that I could not quite get rid of, though. Sorry about that. But anyway, coming up next, more OTR Darkest Mysteries ahead with Spook of Sherwood Mansion from that procedural police show, Under Arrest. Now.
Presents Under Arrest.
Into your cell.
Criminals behind bars. Under Arrest. The story of Police Captain Jim Scott's fight against crime.
Hello? Susan Webb speaking.
Miss Webb, this is Janice Sherwood.
Oh, yes, Miss Sherwood.
I feel a little foolish, but I'd like to ask you a favor.
Do what I can.
It's something I don't want to talk to the police about. They've been so kind, and they've really done everything.
Has something new happened? I mean, has there been another ghost?
It's the same one, I think. Oh, I know it sounds as though I'm imagining things, but if you heard the same things I hear, and if you saw the same things I see, well, what I mean is, would you spend the night at my house tonight, Miss Webb?
I think you've got a very good idea there. In fact, I'd love to. Busy, Captain Scott?
Just a little, but come on in. How are you and the Times Herald coming with your haunted house?
Well, so far, I've been able to build it into one of those 3-day wonders. Is that bad?
I wish you luck, but I think the only thing that's haunted is your girlfriend's skull. I don't blame you. Makes a good story. Maybe you can sell it to the movies. What are you featuring on your typewriter today?
Nothing, except the ghost walked again last night. Shall I read it to you?
Sure, shoot.
How do you like my headline? Spook of Sherwood Mansion defies housing shortage.
Nice twist.
Thanks. Invisible intruder beats rent gougers again.
I like your angle.
Janet Sherwood, whose parents, Mr. and Mrs. Douglas C. Sherwood, are vacationing in Europe, reports second visitation from unseen spirit at Old Sherwood Mansion on Madison Avenue. Disorder in library suggests literary leanings in supernatural snooper, but the police find nothing missing.
Mighty decent of you to mention us policemen, Miss Webb. Mighty decent.
You think Janet Sherwood is just a crackpot, don't you?
I think she's a highly imaginative young lady who shouldn't live in that big barn of a house all by herself. She ought to take a room in a hotel till her father and mother get back.
You may be right, but I've got news for you.
What's that?
I'm spending the night with her tonight.
Well, I hope you have fun, but I'm afraid it'll be pretty dull.
You don't believe her story at all.
I think Miss Sherwood reads too many ghost stories. Maybe she even walks in her sleep. I sent a couple of men over there, and they couldn't find anything.
But how about the library? Didn't they see the way the books were all pulled out?
Well, maybe she pulled them out herself and forgot all about it. All I know is there's no evidence of robbery. Nothing's been beat up or murdered, so what are we supposed to do? Sit up all night and hold Miss Sherwood's hand?
That's what I'm going to do tonight.
You'll do anything for a story, won't you?
It's one way of making a living.
All right. I'll tell the patrolman on the beat to keep an eye on the place.
Well, shall we put the lights out and pretend to go to sleep?
I guess we'd better. Gee, I'm glad you're here, Miss Webb.
Why don't you call me Susan, Janet?
Okay. You know, I just can't believe I imagined all these things.
Well, let's see what happens. I'll switch off the light.
Susan, listen.
I heard it too.
There it is again.
Oh, I think I know what that is. It's just a plain, ordinary alley cat.
I guess you're right. Oh, I wish they'd stop.
So do I. Cats can sound so terribly human. But I'm sure it's just cats. Oh, they're quieting down now, thank goodness. Let's us be quiet, too, and see if our ghost shows up.
You don't believe my story, do you?
Of course I believe your story. I believe there's a sensible explanation.
I don't believe in ghosts either. It's just that I'm sure I heard things. And all those books were pulled down in the library, and the police couldn't find anything.
Well, if we hear anything tonight, maybe we can find out what it's all about. Oh, goodness, I'm sleepy. Be a fine thing if we both dozed off.
I'm sleepy, too.
Well, I'll keep pinching myself.
Susan.
Yes?
Did you hear anything?
I'm not sure. Listen.
There. I'm sure I heard something that time.
What does it sound like?
I don't know. It was like someone moving around down in the library.
I guess the only thing to do is to go down and look.
Should we call the police?
Oh, we haven't much to go on. We might look pretty foolish.
I guess you're right.
Come on. We'll sneak down in the dark, very quietly.
There! What was that?
I don't know. Look! Someone's using a flashlight.
Yes, but they just turned it off. Listen to that! Oh, what shall we do?
Stop! Listen. Whoever it is gone. Where's the light switch?
Right here. Susan! Look.
Oh, good heavens.
I wonder if he's dead. That's the doorbell.
I'll get it.
Who can it be?
It's probably the policeman on the beat. He heard the shots. Well, what do you make of it, Jim?
Well, what I make of it is I should have taken your haunted house more seriously.
You did all you could do. I don't blame you for thinking Janet Sherwood was a crackpot. I did myself, until it was too late.
Well, we found out how the killer and his victim slipped by the patrolman.
How?
The service entrance is pretty dark, and it goes all the way through the next block.
How did they get into the house?
We found a skeleton key on the corpse that opened the basement door. And here's the funny thing. We also found that one of the basement windows had been jimmied, and we definitely know it hadn't been jimmied when we checked up before the murder.
What do you make of that?
Looks like the victim knew his way around and went in alone.
But then the victim was the ghost.
Yeah. The other guy must have followed him and didn't have a key and had to use the window.
Any ideas on motive?
No. But it looks like our ghost was sort of spooky at that. Look at this.
What is it?
Report from the medical examiner.
Examination of deceased head reveals evidence of extensive plastic surgery?
Yeah. Had his face lifted.
What about his fingerprints?
Nothing on the records.
Well, that's funny. You'd think if he'd had his face lifted, he'd be hiding from somebody. And if he's hiding, he must have a police record.
Police isn't the only thing you hide from.
Well, what was he after? What was he looking for? There never was anything missing.
Yeah. I think I'll have another talk with Janet Sherwood. You don't want to come along, do you?
What do you think?
Miss Sherwood, are you absolutely certain there's nothing missing?
Well, I can't be absolutely sure. I've checked everything I can think of.
Well, what about the library? That's where it happened. Does your father have a hidden wall safe back of the bookshelves or anything like that?
Father has a wall safe, but it's upstairs.
What about the books? Are any of them especially valuable?
He has some first editions, but I've checked all those.
Are there any books missing? Any kind of books?
It's hard to be sure. There are so many books I wouldn't know whether one of them's missing or not.
Yeah, like missing one neon sign on Broadway.
Wait a minute. There's one book I never thought of. I just this minute remembered it.
What's the book?
You remember it, Susan. I brought it home from the office last night. You were kidding me about it.
You mean that book about the haunted house?
Yes. I've been too nervous to read it ever since I started hearing these noises. I left it at the office, and then last night I brought it home.
Why did you decide to bring it home?
Well, all the people at the office read the newspaper stories about my haunted house, and when they saw a book about a haunted house on my desk, they accused me of making up the story.
Is it missing?
I don't know. But I'm sure I left it right on top of the desk in the library. Let's look.
Huh?
It's not there.
Maybe you put it somewhere else.
No, I'm positive. That's where it was when you saw it. Do you remember?
Oh, yes. Yes, that's right.
What was the name of the book?
It was L'Invité Invisible.
Huh?
It was translated from the French. The Unseen Guest by Émile Bonnard.
Oh, yeah. Is it your own book?
Yes, I just bought it a few days ago.
Before you heard the noises in the house or after?
Just before.
How did you happen to buy a book like that?
Well, I always liked ghost stories, and until this happened.
Where did you buy it?
I saw it in the window of a little second-hand bookshop.
What shop?
In a little place on 15th Street.
Had you ever been in there before?
No. That's why he asked me for my name and address. He said he'd put me on his mailing list.
Was that his idea or yours?
Well, it was his.
You say it was a little place. You mean it was really small?
Well, the shop was small, but it was packed with books.
Just one man run it?
Yes. He was a curious little man.
I'd like to meet him. Maybe you'll introduce me to him.
Why, sure. Anytime.
How about right now? Mr. Lerner, do you remember selling a book to this young lady? It was about 3 days ago.
I probably did.
I'd like to do better than that. Can't you answer yes or no?
But so many customers come into my shop.
Look, the book I bought was called The Unseen Guest by Émile Bonnard.
Yes, I do remember selling a copy of that book.
Do you remember selling it to me?
Well, to tell you the truth,
You ought to remember. You asked her for her name and address.
I remember her now, of course.
You wanted her name and address for your mailing list.
That is right.
What do you send out to your mailing list, Mr. Lerner?
Oh, little booklets, announcements of different books we get.
May I see one of these booklets you send out?
Well, you see, they have not come from the printers yet.
What's the name of the printer?
Well, I have not decided which printer I will use.
In other words, you haven't even ordered the booklets?
Not yet, no.
How about the mailing list? Can I see that?
It is not complete yet.
How about letting me see it as far as it goes?
It is just a few scribbled notes here and there.
I see.
May I ask Mr. Lerner a question?
Sure, Susan, go ahead.
Mr. Lerner, do you happen to have another copy of the book you sold Miss Sherwood?
I'm afraid not. It is quite an old book, and I don't get a copy of it very often.
What's that on that shelf up there?
Where?
There. Looks like the same title.
Well, let me see. Oh, so it is. I did not realize I had another copy.
Hand it down to me, will you, Mr. Lerner?
Yes. I can just about reach.
Just for the fun of it, let me see if you can reach it with your left arm.
My left arm? But I'm not left-handed. Why should I use my left arm?
Let's say I'm kind of curious about a bulge I see under your left arm.
A bulge?
Yes. There. That wouldn't be a gun, would it?
You are very observing, Captain. That is a gun.
I suppose you have a permit.
Oh, yes. There have been several holdups in this neighborhood, and I applied for a gun permit.
May I see it?
Well, certainly. Right here in this drawer. There, Captain.
Thanks. Okay, Mr. Lerner. I'm glad you have this permit.
Of course. Otherwise, I would not have the gun.
Let me have a look at your gun, Mr. Lerner.
Very well. There. Why are you so interested in my gun?
I just wanted to see what kind of a bullet it shoots. Doesn't shoot the kind I'm interested in.
And may I ask what kind you are interested in?
The kind you shoot ghosts with.
Huh?
You don't happen to have another gun, do you?
Oh, no. Only this one.
Okay. Put it away. Now, let's see that book.
I did not realize I had this copy.
Wait a minute. Where's your wrapping paper?
Wrapping paper?
Here it is, Jim.
Yeah. Here. Put the book on this.
You wish to buy it?
No. I'll just borrow it. I have a friend who'd like to read it. He's an expert. An expert on thumbprints. Well, I seem to have drawn another blank.
How do you mean, Jim?
That book. There was an outside chance I'd find Janet Sherwood's fingerprints on it. That would have meant it was the same one missing from her home. And that wouldn't look so good for our friend Lerner. But we didn't find her prints.
Why do you suppose he didn't want to admit he had another copy?
Maybe he's telling the truth. Maybe he forgot he had it.
Are you sure it isn't the book we're looking for?
How can you be sure? Could have wiped it clean, but... Then why would he put it back on the shelves and then deny he had it? My hunch is it's not the book. But I've also got another hunch.
What's the hunch?
I don't think the book itself is very valuable.
How do you mean?
I mean, there it was sitting right in Lerner's window. Anybody who wanted it could pick it up for the price of a second-hand book. But as soon as Miss Sherwood buys it, the devil breaks loose and we end up with a murder.
Well, I see what you mean, but it doesn't ring any bell with me. I don't see the angle.
The only angle I see is that somebody slipped something into that book. A slip of paper or something. And they must have done it between the time Lerner took it out of the window and the time he wrapped it up and handed it to her.
Now I'm beginning to catch up. But who else was in the store?
Janet Sherwood says nobody.
Ah, that makes Mr. Lerner look slightly behind the 8-ball.
Yeah. Doesn't get us anywhere because it's only a theory. You could probably work out 6 other theories just as good. But for now, I'll stick to this one.
And suppose you're right, Jim.
In that case, Mr. Lerner slipped something into the book because he wanted to get rid of it temporarily. And he took down Janet's name and address so he could get it back again. But somebody else wanted it too. And when they met in the library, Lerner bumped him off.
But you examined Lerner's gun.
He could have had another one.
How did the other man know Janet had the book?
He didn't have to know she had it. All he had to do was to keep following Lerner, and Lerner led him right to the Sherwood Library.
Then why was it the murdered man had the skeleton key?
Lerner could have planted it on him just to get rid of it.
How about fingerprints?
It was wiped clean. That's why I think it was planted. Otherwise, it would have had the victim's prints on it.
Well, it makes a picture, but as you say, it's all theory. Nothing to get your teeth into.
Yeah, but the beauty of it is, if it's right, it'll pay off and pay off fast. If it's wrong, I'm just a dumb cop.
But if it pays off, why do you think it'll pay off fast?
Because you're going to help me.
Me? How?
You're going to write a big exclusive feature story for your newspaper.
Tell me more.
You're going to scoop the whole field on that little talk we had with Mr. Lerner. Only you're not going to mention his name or address. All you're going to say is a certain little man who runs a certain little bookshop, sold a certain book, and a certain character whose face was loaded with plastic surgery got bumped off. And here, put these two. Look at these.
What are they?
Pictures of the victim before he had his face lifted.
Where'd you get them?
Had an artist working with our medical examiner, reconstructing the face to show what it might have looked like before it was changed.
That's a smart idea.
Okay, go to it. And by the way...
What?
Be sure you put your name at the top of this story.
Oh, I always do, don't I?
Yeah, but you might forget. I wouldn't want that to happen on this one. This will probably be the most important byline you'll ever write.
What makes you think so?
I have an idea somebody's going to ask you for the name and address of the little bookshop. And if they do, you give it to them. But don't let him get out of your sight.
Yes?
You are Miss Susan Webb.
Yes, I'm Miss Webb.
I must apologize for calling at your apartment in the evening, but I did not think it wise to interrupt you at your office.
What's it about?
Actually, it's a personal matter. I would like to ask a favor. May I come in for just a moment?
Yes. Come in.
Thank you so much. You are Miss Susan Webb of the Times Herald, are you not?
Yes, that's where I work.
Oh, this is a lovely apartment.
Yes, it's very nice.
So high up, too.
It's cool in the summer.
Quite a view from the windows.
On a clear day, it's a wonderful view.
It's a long way down to the street. Does it ever make you nervous to look down to the street?
Oh, no. I'm used to it.
Good for you. Well, this favor I would like to
How did
ask.
you know where I live?
Oh, very simple. I had only to refer to the telephone book.
Oh, I see.
Fortunately, you live alone. Otherwise, your telephone might have been in your husband's name. You do live alone, don't you?
Oh, yes. All alone.
Well, I read your piece in the newspaper about the little bookshop. It was very interesting.
Thank you.
You see, I'm very interested in bookshops. I know quite a few of them because I'm always collecting books, and I never know where I will find something I'm looking for.
Sort of a hobby?
Yes. I thought perhaps if you would give me the name and address of this shop you mentioned, I might find it an excellent place to look around.
I'll be glad to give it to you. It's run by Mr. Maxime Lerner at 103 East 15th Street.
I'll write that down. Mr. Maxime Lerner.
Yes, 103 East 15th Street.
103 East 15th Street.
That's right.
Thank you very much. You don't happen to know Mr. Lerner's home address?
Yes, he lives over the shop. The shop is part of his house.
Splendid. I'm leaving town in the morning, and I might telephone him tonight about some books I'm trying to locate.
I have his telephone number.
That would be very kind.
Would you like to phone him now? You can use my phone.
Oh, I wouldn't think of troubling you. I'll just take down the number.
It's Chestnut 4607.
Chestnut 4607.
Yes.
You've been most helpful, Miss Webb.
Not at all, Mr.
Franklin, Paul Franklin.
I'm very glad I could help you, Mr. Franklin.
I'm most grateful.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Miss Webb.
Who is there? Who is there?
I'll take your gun. You won't need it. Now, go in and we'll close the door.
What is this?
We will go into a back room, and then you will switch off the lights in the store. And don't try to be clever. Now, Mr. Lerner, I would like to have the formula.
What formula?
The new atom formula, which you are hoping to sell for a great deal of money.
I do not know what you are talking about.
Oh, come now, Mr. Lerner. Seems that you and I are in the same business.
I still do not know what you mean.
Just to show you I know what I'm talking about, I'll tell you about my business. Then I'll tell you about yours. My business is very simple. I am a thief. I steal all kinds of secrets. Secrets about new materials of war. Secrets about new defenses and new weapons. Then, when I have stolen these secrets, I sell them to whoever will pay me the most money. Does that sound anything like the business you are in, Mr. Lerner?
I am in the business of selling books.
I will refresh your recollection. A short time ago, there was a new and secret atom formula developed, and my partner and I tried to steal it, but someone got there ahead of us. Then my partner picked up the trail of this person who got there ahead of us, and I believe he would have succeeded in getting the formula, only this person murdered him in the library of someone named Sherwood. Does that sound familiar to you?
Why don't you tell that to the police? They would like to know who the murdered man was.
He was a famous international spy, but he became too famous. That's why he had his face lifted.
What does all this have to do with me?
He was my partner, but I didn't know what happened to him. Now I know.
Now you know what?
Thanks to the article I read in the paper, I know that you killed him. Because I think you are in the same business that I am.
It is not true.
You probably saw him watching you from outside your shop, and just then a young lady came in, so you slipped the formula inside the book you sold her and took her name and address. Then my partner followed you, and when you recovered the formula, he tried to get it, and you killed him.
Ah, that is a lot of nonsense.
In that case, let's talk sense. I think you are in the business of stealing and selling secrets the same as I am. All right. Suppose we say you stole the atom secret, and suppose we say I will buy it from you.
You will buy it? I thought you said you tried to steal it.
That is correct, but since I couldn't steal it, I will have to buy it. It's a very good proposition for you, Mr. Lerner. The police are already suspicious of you. It would be very difficult for you to make contacts. But here I am, with plenty of money, ready to do business. And there's another point.
What is that?
If you decide you don't want to do business with me, I may decide to kill you.
Kill me? Why?
Because I've been too frank with you. Because now you know who I am, and I don't like that.
I see. How much will you pay?
$100,000.
In cash?
In cold American dollars. And I think, since you haven't much choice, I'm being very fair.
Show me the money.
Show me the formula.
It is here, in this book.
Your favorite hiding place. Let me see it.
It is the real thing.
Yes. This is it.
Now the money.
I hate to part with money, Mr. Lerner.
You hate to part with money?
Yes, money is so valuable, and bullets are so cheap.
Bullets?
Yes, bullets.
Oh.
You seem to be waiting for someone, Miss Webb.
What if I am?
I think you followed me in your car. In that case, we will use your car instead of mine, and you can be the chauffeur. Step on it. This gun has several more bullets in it. I knew you would follow me, Miss Webb.
Did you?
That's why I came directly to the little shop. And since you were so afraid you might lose my trail, you didn't stop to telephone Captain Scott.
Oh, no? Just so happens I phoned him while you were in the bookshop.
I think that is a lie. You were afraid to look for a public telephone for fear I might come out of the shop and get away.
What makes you so sure?
Common sense. Keep straight over 15th Street and then down the drive to the tunnel.
Where are we headed for?
For the airport. Drive carefully, Miss Webb. We are almost there, Miss Webb, and you are about to have an accident.
An accident?
Open the door on your side. You're about to fall out at 70 miles an hour.
Get your hands off that wheel, or I'll drive us both into the nearest telephone
I think I'm a little stronger than you are. You get your hands off.
I won't.
It's either that or get a bullet.
I'll take the bullet. Let go of me.
Miss Webb, there's something ahead.
A roadblock.
Turn the car around.
70 miles an hour.
Slow it up and turn around. Wait. Don't turn. There's someone behind us. Try to go through the roadblock.
Oh, yeah?
Susan!
Grab him, Jim.
Well, the boys will get him. He's out like a light. Must have conked himself on the windshield.
Oh, I thought we'd both go through it when I slammed on those brakes.
You all right?
Yeah. I had a chance to get set for it. Where did that roadblock come from?
When I saw you head for the tunnel, I figured on the airport, so I got the guard at the toll station to phone ahead.
How did you pick up my trail? I never got a chance to phone you. You told me not to take my eyes off you.
That's right.
Captain Scott?
Yes, officer.
We just called the detail we left at the bookshop. Lerner was still alive, gave the whole story before he died. Told them this character we just picked up has a stolen atom formula. Here it is.
Atom formula? So my hunch was right. Wow.
Wow and double wow. But you haven't answered my question.
What's that?
How did you pick up my trail? I couldn't take my eyes off him long enough to phone you.
So what? All I had to do was just not take my eyes off you.
Under arrest.
Into your cell.
All prisoners present and accounted for.
You have just heard Under Arrest, presented by Mutual, a new series featuring Joe DeSantis as Police Captain Jim Scott. Under Arrest is directed by Martin Martner and written by Thornton Leonard. Original music is composed and played by Milton Kay. Susan Webb was played by Margaret Draper, Janet by Patricia Courtley, Lerner by Guy Repp, Paul by Alan Hewitt. All names of persons used in Under Arrest are fictitious. Any resemblance to names of actual persons, living or dead, is coincidental.
That one had quite a bit of suspense elements in it, and some great sound effects, and some great screaming. And you can never go wrong with organ music. So Broadway is my beat. One of the greatest hard-boiled detective shows of all time, and it had some episodes that were darker than others. This one is one of them, the Lucille Baker murder case. A drunk named Bob reports that his friend Charlie's wife, Lucille Baker, has been strangled to death. And Detective Danny Clover, played by Larry Thor, must figure out if Charlie was the murderer, or Bob, or someone else. This is probably one of the most popular OTR shows, even to this day, for good reason. And I think Clover's one of the greatest all-time noir detectives. After that, we have the great detective show Nick Carter, Master Detective, starring Lon Clark in the title role, and the episode Death Plays the Lead. Nick and his assistants Patsy and Scubby are visiting a USO theater when their host, the Major Wayne, wants Nick to investigate the death of one of the play's stars, Margot Craven, who was shot in her dressing room. Margot's fellow lead actor Dexter admits to having been in love with her, to the surprise of her husband, Ross Craven, and then Nick must solve the mystery of her death. Was she murdered? Was it suicide? Who knows? We shall find out. After that, a great mystery and suspense show, Murder at Midnight, which ran from 1946 to 1947. Wish it had ran longer. In this episode, Death Tolls a Requiem. A wealthy old man spends $500,000 relocating a set of bells, and including the bell tower, from England. And his son is so angry at him for wasting his inheritance on such a stupid thing that he murders him. This one is more of a suspense show than a mystery, but there are some dark, mysterious elements that aren't revealed until the end. And this is one of the better episodes of this show, in my opinion. Mystery House was another great radio mystery drama that aired in 1929 and ran until 1951. The premise was a publishing company whose employees acted out each mystery book before they published it, before it went to print. Sorry, I need my coffee. In the episode Murder is an Art, a famous photographer's wife is being pursued by her obsessed artist friend who is in love with her. And when she threatens to tell her husband about him, he strangles her in a fit of rage. The attempted cover-up and the resulting adventurous twists in the story make for a really great murder mystery. I had mentioned in an earlier poll Whitehall 1212 versus Black Museum. Whitehall 1212 was named after the famous telephone number for Scotland Yard at the time, which was the London Metropolitan Police Force headquarters. This one is a great crime drama, and it ran from 51 to 52. It was hosted by the actual curator of Scotland Yard's famous Black Museum, Chief Superintendent John Davidson. Like I said, it's very similar to the Black Museum, but Whitehall 1212 told each story from the perspective of the police, starting at the crime scene, whereas the Black Museum was more of a dramatized storytelling of each story. In today's episode, Murder of a Bloody Belgian, after a Zeppelin raid on London in 1917, a large bag is discovered containing the headless and handless remains of a woman. A woman's earring and a Belgian butcher help to solve the mystery. So enjoy these dark, mysterious stories, and I will be back in a bit.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
From somewhere beyond the threshold of neon, the happy holidays beckon to Broadway, and the wilderness of plastic and chrome dons its ribbons of tinsel. Garlands of evergreen are hung against the shriek of subways, and behind plate glass, puppets with shrewd mechanisms perform their frenetic dance. The metallic music flows out of the horns of loudspeakers. The women walk slow, sway gently to its holiday rhythms. And everywhere, the image of gaiety is reflected in spangles that whirl on winter's wind. So paint the grin across your mouth, kid. It's the merry time. And somewhere within it, a phone call, a drunken voice that leads you into a desolate, wind-littered street, into a tenement scarred with shadows, into a room also desolate. A man sprawled on the floor in drunkenness, his arm flung toward the woman who lies away from him, his fingers reaching, trying to touch her dead face. And the other man who clings to your lapel has waited there only so he could tell you about it.
That proves I had nothing to do with it, doesn't it? I called it in. I waited here for you. Me, along with those two, just so as I could tell you about it.
Who
that
are you?
proves... Bob. Robert Colker. I got a wife and a good name. I don't want to get mixed up in this, mister.
And the woman?
That's Mrs. Baker, Charlie's wife. Boy, has that boy got a hangover waiting for him when he comes to. Imagine, you and Charlie enjoying yourself. You get invited in for a little nightcap. You walk in, and there's Mrs. Baker lying on the floor, her head all twisted like that.
She was strangled.
Yeah. That's how I figured it, too. When we walked in, saw her, I said, "Look, Charlie, boy, look at your missus." And Charlie kind of yelped, like a dog or something. Tried to make it to her. But he passed out on the way. I never touched her, mister. Honest, I didn't...
You and Mr. Baker were out together, then you came home?
Yeah, but not like you think. We were to the office party. Charlie and me, we got adjoining desks. Big deal, office party. Booze and paper cups, dance a little with the steno you've been wanting to touch all year. Then you take Charlie boy home and look, mister. Okay, if I go home now. I done everything could be expected.
Call
Okay,
your wife, Mr. Colker. Tell her you won't be home for a while. And wait, then. Watch the barrier of faces form at the doorway, the same faces that gather always when sudden death is done. Faces tempered only by the quality of shirts, neckties, and hairdos. Quality this time, tenement, frayed. And in a while, the medical examiner, the nod toward the dead, the black satchel opened, and the stethoscope that hears no heartbeat. The official pronouncement that a woman named Lucille Baker, age about 32, married, no children, had been strangled to death. And the other nod to the two men who had been found with her. Take them along. Get out. Go. And back to the office. Give orders to interview everyone at the party. Turn Mr. Baker over to the officer whose extracurricular duty includes the sobering of suspects. Question Mr. Colker again. His story sticks. Then a door opens and a very sober man walks in.
What they just told me. I don't believe... What are you doing here, Bob?
I just told them what happened. I told them we came back to your place.
You wait outside, Mr. Colker.
Sure, whatever you say. Just take it easy, Charlie boy.
Sit down, Mr. Baker. Your wife is dead.
Lucille.
I want you to try to tell me just what happened tonight.
The office party. I went there. I was having a fine time. Yes, I was. I was having a wonderful time. Look, it was the end of the day, and at first I wanted to go home, but they wouldn't let me. They said, "Look at all this free booze. Lap it up and forget it." And now...
Go on.
Well, I tried to call Lucille 3 or 4 times. I don't know how many times, to tell her I was having a good time, not to wait up for me, but the line was always busy.
What else do you remember?
Bob said, "Come on, let's go home." When we got there, that last thing I remember, Lucille lying there. I sang to myself just like this, "I am drunk." You think you see all sorts of things when you're drunk, and this is one of them. That's not Lucille. I'm not even home now. I'll wake up and it'll...
And the room shorn suddenly of everything but a man sobbing. And this is only one in the long array of grieving that has been displayed you over the last years. The grief for the loved dead, sometimes with laughter of strange texture, with silence sometimes, anguish, bitter, and sometimes this, like this man's, and always the walking away from it. And release him and his friend Bob Colker. Go home, sleep. The next morning, back to the tenement where a woman had been strangled. Ask questions through inch-open doors, and the children of the tenement shrivel away from you as if you were a cold wind. The doors that are never opened to you, the furtive whispers and scurrying behind them, the giggles. And finally, at the mention of the dead Mrs. Baker's name, a woman who begins a weeping suitable for police callers invites you in.
Oh, that poor creature. Taken from us like that, choked like that, cast away. Please, won't you come in? I'm Ruthie Alexander. Let's just shut the door, shall we? My neighbor's curious, nosy, so pathetically nosy. May I get you something? Hot chocolate, tea? Something with a bite to it?
No, thank you. You knew Mrs. Baker?
I knew Lucille. Better than... How awful to be a man and have to suffer weeping women.
You were saying you knew Mrs. Baker well.
Better than she knew herself. The promises life offered that girl. Although Lucille wasn't pretty, mind you, not in the real sense of the word. But she had her qualities hidden, kind of. Sly. It intrigued you men.
You're saying that she...
Nothing of the sort. Why, Lucille, the poor unimaginative creature, and I say this of her, and I was her best friend, mind you, and have the right. Lucille backed away from men. I honestly think they frightened her.
She was married to a husband who loved her.
Of course he did. Of course he did. Why shouldn't he? She could have even had a man like Teddy Fletcher. Teddy was dying for her. Lucille told me all about
Fletcher?
it. A fellow who works at the Dorsey Company where Lucille's husband worked. I told her so many times, a man like that, Lucy, they don't grow on bushes. They... You know something.
What?
That Lucille, she was a deep one. Sly, like I said. I wonder. I just wonder if she and Teddy... Oh, how awful of me. But will you have a cigarette at least? I'll light it for you. Draw the first puff.
And refused the kind offer, king-sized, cork-tipped, gratis and all. Give her back her solitude. Leave her to her tearless weeping. Now she'd have something really to cry about. She'd wasted a cigarette. To the offices of the Dorsey Novelty Company, Incorporated Limited. Be greeted, be given a catalog concerning current novelties, be frowned at because I didn't want it. Be listened to, be ushered past the office force and slogans about geniuses at work and courtesy and cleanliness and accuracy, and be shown to a cubicle.
Yeah?
Mr. Fletcher?
Yeah, what is it?
I'm Danny Clover from the police.
I'm expecting somebody from down there. Sit down, please.
Thanks, sir. I'm trying to get some information.
Yeah, I know.
All right, you know. Tell me what you know.
Just one thing. You think I killed Lucille?
Did you?
I was in love with her.
Did you kill her?
I just told you I was in love with her. For 2 years now, I built my plans around her, day-to-day plans. That adds up to being my life, doesn't it? You think I killed her? It'd be like killing myself, wouldn't it?
All right, we'll go on the premise you didn't kill her, Mr. Fletcher. Tell me about last night.
I was at the party. Everybody got loaded. Not me.
You don't drink, huh?
Not when it's better to stay sober. Last night was such a time.
Oh, why?
Last night, Charlie Baker was here getting tanked. Last night, Lucille Baker was home being lonely.
Then you left the party because her husband was here and went over to see her. Is that it?
It's the way I planned it. Didn't work.
You want to tell me why?
Yeah. I called Lucille from here during the party a lot of times. She said, I'm a wife with a husband. Stay where you are. Admirable, huh? A wife if it killed her. And it killed her.
Then you gave up and went home.
I needed solace. I found Isabel by the water cooler.
Isabel?
Isabel Mitchell, pal and buddy, sweater and skirt. We smiled at each other over paper cups, linked arms, and went to her place. Drank and did childish things like pin the tail of the donkey. Drank.
Your alibi, huh? I want to talk to her.
I guess she's still at home getting rid of last night's head. She didn't show up today. Nice kid.
Where does she live?
2 rooms on West 37th, 905, apartment 2. Look, Mr. Clover, that Hamilton wall clock says noon, and it's never wrong. You're not going to join me for lunch, are you? Thanks a lot.
And the ride now to West 37th, to the block of the brownstones and the low rent and the corner grocery store. And next to the tailor shop that advertised proudly how it had held the line since 1950, find the number 905. Walk past the door to apartment 1, and a few steps more to apartment 2, apartment of Isabel Mitchell. Knock and get no answer. And open a door, walk in. The living room decorated in row house decor. Dregs of last night's drinks, Coolidge modern and empty. And the kitchen. The light still burning, the perpetual distant sound in the exposed water pipes. And strung from them, the girl twisting this way and back. Only slightly. The lifeless girl. The murdered girl.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Confidentially, Edgar Bergen has a split personality, and it's hard to say whether he's funnier as the harassed Bergen or as that saucy figment of his own imagination who does the harassing, Charlie McCarthy. We leave it to you to figure out, between the laughs, every Sunday night on most of these same CBS radio stations when you hear Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy.
In the days before Christmas, Broadway puts on its flashy clothes and the flashy smile. Everybody's on his way to con Santa Claus. The blonde who walks with you stops to adjust her nylons in front of the jewelry store. The brunette who tells you to pick her up for lunch in the lingerie department. The redhead who behaved all year long. And while the reindeer dash across the tundra of the spectaculars, the recruits from the Bowery shake their little bells and nod lovingly at tiny tots. Get out the Christmas list, kid. That's where your friends have been all year long. And at headquarters, consider other things. Official musings, the dying of Lucille Baker, a woman strangled. Consider what chain of circumstance led from her to the murder of another, Isabel Mitchell. Consider... and be interrupted by a police sergeant named Gino Tartaglia, who sometimes had things in his mind.
I got a headache, Danny.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Why don't you take an
Such condolences are touching, Danny, and I thank you for them. However, my symptoms are psychosomatic.
Psychosomatic?
A word Mrs. Tartaglia read to me last night from a book. It's the type headache which is prone to deep thinkers, so science explained to Mrs. T, and she to me.
You've been thinking deeply, Gino?
Indeedy, as concerns the current situation in the murder of Lucille Baker and the subsequent same of Miss Isabel Mitchell.
Oh?
A theory to wit. Mr. Ted Fletcher's a killer. Murdered the woman whom he loved, Mrs. Baker. Then murdered the girl he flirted with, Isabel Mitchell.
But Isabel was his alibi, Gino. Why should he murder her?
I got my headache making it sound reasonable to me, Danny. But I think I know why he killed Miss Mitchell.
Yeah, I can think of a reason, too.
You mean like that, so soon?
Well, it'd figure, Gino.
You tell me yours, I'll tell you mine.
The way it stands now, Gino, Fletcher can't account for his actions of last night. Nobody remembers when he left the party. Let's just assume he left with Miss Mitchell. He took her home and left her...
You've been peeking into my brain, Danny.
He left her, went to see Mrs. Baker, killed her. Came back to Miss Mitchell and asked her to be his alibi. She refused.
Indeed, Danny, indeed.
So she was the only one who knew he was a killer. She refused to help him. He killed her.
Our theories make a lot of sense, don't they?
Maybe. Have Fletcher picked up, Gino. I'm going out.
Okay, Danny. Where can I reach you if I need you?
At that novelty office. Maybe I can find out why that happy party had so much murder in it.
You're the guy who told the girl you're a detective?
That's right.
Show me. Girls get impressed with guys who show them shiny badges. Don't bother to read the small print. All they care is that a muscle man with a favor to ask.
You through with it?
Yeah, take back your badge. I produce novelties like that by the carload. Just had to be sure you weren't giving the girl a fast shuffle.
Some questions I want to ask you, Mr. Dorsey.
About time you got around to me, huh? It just so happens I'm the head man in this little enterprise. Maybe the personnel didn't get around to telling you.
They didn't need to. I saw your publicity on the wrapping paper.
Yeah. You had a little confab with Ted Fletcher, the girls tell me.
Sorry, it didn't occur to me I need your permission.
Oh, it's not that, kid. It's just that I got a happy enterprise here. You walk in, talk murder talk, it spreads gloom. Everybody gets unhappy until I think of something.
The office party the other night, that was one of your thoughts?
Yeah, it was. Happened to be my birthday. I let it be known in a loud voice. And before long, the personnel is pitching dimes into a kitty. A good time was had by all. What did you think of?
Who?
Ted Fletcher. Personally, I can't stand the guy. Good worker, but I can't stand him. What do you think of?
Just keep talking.
Fletcher. Not much to look at, but oh, you kid, what he does to the emotions of the ever-loving opposite sex. You know what I mean? You gotta agree because you got him tabbed for killing Mrs. Baker, I understand. I tell you, it couldn't have happened to a nicer guy.
Charles Baker works for you, too. Give me your thoughts on him.
Baker's a good boy, nose to the grindstone type. I got a lot of plans for him. Been to his home, ate his impressed the boss type of food. Met his wife, the former Mrs. Baker.
Yeah, and you have an opinion?
Mm-hmm. Dull woman, plain, boring. You know, Baker's better off without her, in my opinion. I tell you because you asked.
And Isabel Mitchell, who also worked for you, who was also at your birthday party, who was strangled, murdered.
Kind girl. Had a kind word for everybody, but everybody. Prove it to you. Fletcher meets her at the water cooler at my party. Isabel gives him the kind word. Fletcher takes her home. That was a busy, busy night for Fletcher, wasn't it, Guy?
Anything else, Mr. Dorsey?
That cuts it as far as I'm concerned. You too, huh? I bet you got loads of things to do, just like me. So goodbye, huh, Guy?
Mr. Clover,
Yes?
is it all right if I just walk in here into your office?
Of course. Won't you sit down?
Thank you. I'm Lois Nolan.
Yes?
I work at the Dorsey Novelty Company in the office. I run an IBM machine, time study cards. I don't guess you noticed me, did you?
Seems that I do. I guess you're wearing another dress.
No, I was wearing this dress. You just didn't notice, that's all.
Why have you come here, Miss Nolan?
I wasn't at the party last night, so your men haven't questioned me.
I see, and you want to be questioned, is that it?
Well, I was a friend of Isabel's,
You were?
though we had differences of opinion, as they say, about friends, boyfriends. Personally, I like fellows from whom I can better myself, and Isabel...
Yeah.
She was not the discriminate type. Life, she once said, was a laugh and a song. Look what it got her, some laugh.
Yes. Well, now, if you'll pardon me, Miss
Some
Nolan.
laugh. If you knew where I just came from, you wouldn't say some laugh.
Where did you just come from, Miss Nolan?
From her uncle's house. In buckets, that's the way he was crying. He didn't say a word. But if you could have seen his eyes, those tears. Then he said, Lois, I cannot cry any more. Isabel was a good girl, and now she is gone.
I didn't know she had a family. No one's claimed
Because
Isabel's.
that man is a nervous wreck, after all Isabel did for him.
Where does her uncle live?
In Brooklyn, 2020 Stockton Street. I hope I have been of some help, since Isabel was a dear friend of mine. I was always broad-minded enough to forgive the things.
You've been a great help, Miss Nolan. Thank you very much. And the house in Brooklyn. Like all the other houses in the long file, the peeling paint, the sagging porch, the parlor curtains drawn aside to reveal the Christmas wreath, then drawn further to permit a clearer view of the man who walks their quiet street. And having noted your passing, open their windows, crane to see at whose door you'll knock. Then in faraway voices announce it to friends, relatives, and neighbors. The voices drain away. Then, for a moment, the stillness is almost complete, except for the wailing of vessels in the harbor, the cry of wind trapped against street lamps. Then break it. And the man in the woolen sweater wonders at you with pale eyes, washed away eyes.
Oh, you must be from the mission. I phoned. I have the magazines all tied and ready. They're...
I'm from the police.
About Isabel.
Yes.
Oh, come in. You'll take your death of cold. I haven't been to claim her body because I didn't know if it was right. I'm just her uncle, and Isabel moved away from me over a year ago. I thought maybe she'd got someone closer to her.
That's not why I came.
No? Then why?
Well, I thought maybe you could help us. Maybe you could tell us things about her that'll help us find her murderer.
Isabel came here to live with us when her mother died. Then my wife died, and Isabel stayed on. It was nice when she was here. And then she went away.
Tell me about it, Mr. Clayton.
It was nice, gay, exciting. Young men called on her, brought her things, brought me cigars, sat and talked with me while they waited for her to dress. She was pretty, real pretty, worth waiting for.
You remember the men who called on her?
No, just boys, nice-looking fellows.
And you haven't seen Isabel since she left?
Oh, yes, I didn't say that. I saw her many times, but only quickly. I'd call her and tell her to come pick up little things I had for her.
Oh?
Things, presents. They weren't really from me. They were from this nice fella. He must have liked Isabel a whole lot. You know how I know?
Tell me.
Well, he'd bring her these things and make me promise not to tell Isabel they were from him. He said he'd tell her when the time came when he was ready to. And I'd say, Charlie?
Charlie?
Charlie Baker. Nice fella. You know, he made me tell Isabel I was giving her those things. Look at me. What would I have to give a girl like Isabel?
This is the first time I've been in a place like this, Mr. Clover. I've passed the jail many times, but I've never been in.
These are just the detention cells, Mr. Baker.
Detention cells? You mean they're not permanent? You're not sure about Fletcher?
Fletcher was picked up as a suspect, and that's still all he is.
He's a killer.
We'll find out.
I still don't know why I'm here.
I want to put your story together with his.
Oh, then you'll know, huh?
Then we'll know. Oh, Fletcher's sleeping.
With a conscience like his. Look at him. All right, come on, Fletcher. Wake up. Wake up, killer. On your feet.
I brought you a visitor, Fletcher.
Hi, Charlie.
Hi, Charlie. Hi, Charlie. That what you got to say to me? You my friend, killer?
Break it up, I said. Break it up.
Yeah. What am I, crazy, dirty my hands on him? You know what they got for you, killer? A chair. And you're gonna sit in it.
Fletcher, I told Baker how it was between you and his wife, Lucille.
I'm glad you did. We were gonna tell him we didn't get a chance.
Lover boy. Killer boy.
I didn't kill her.
Is that what he keeps telling you, Mr. Clover?
Uh-huh.
That's why you just keep him in the detention cell, huh?
That's right.
Look, Charlie.
All right, I'm looking.
You gotta understand, Charlie, about Lucille and me. I loved her. She loved me. If we could have worked it out, I would have married her.
Loved her? Loved Lucille? You?
She wasn't a beautiful woman, Charlie. You know that. She was a gentlewoman. Talking with her, you weren't afraid of the world anymore.
Well, Fletcher, if that's what she did to you, that's what she did to you.
Didn't she do that to you, Baker? You were pretty broken up when she died.
Did you ever have a wife who was murdered, Mr. Clover? No? Then don't tell me how it should feel. You and my wife, huh, Fletcher?
I didn't kill her. I swear I didn't kill her, Charlie.
Yeah, sure. What happened last night, Fletcher? Lucille waved you goodbye and you let your emotions run away with you? It was all over and you couldn't remember a thing, so you say you didn't kill her?
Is that what happened, Mr. Fletcher?
I told you what happened. Get him out of here.
Just a few more things. About a girl who worked at your office, also murdered Isabel Mitchell.
You had your hands full last night, didn't you, killer?
I ask you, get him out of here.
No, I want him to hear something. There's another way this thing adds up. You could have killed your wife, Baker.
What are you talking about? I was at the party. Everybody knows that. Everybody will vouch for me.
I don't know. A party like that, people coming in and out, nobody remembers much about anything.
You building something, Mr. Clover?
Maybe. You could have left the party long enough to kill your wife, then go back to it. No one would have known the difference. Then play drunk, have a friend take you home, find your wife dead.
Have a seat, Charlie. You might as well. His cuts take a little while to get used to.
Now listen, Clover.
Then early the next morning, cry on my shoulder, be released, go round to Isabel's place and whisper to her the happy news about your wife's being dead.
You're crazy. Why would I go to her?
Because you were crazy about her?
Crazy about her? Isabel? Isabel!
What are you laughing at?
He's right, Fletcher. You shouldn't laugh. Mr. Baker was crazy about Isabel, gave her presents.
What are you talking about?
But on the sly. Isabel didn't even know where they came from. After you've gotten rid of your wife, you could tell her, huh, Baker? But she wouldn't have any part of you. You killed her.
In love with Isabel. Her? A girl like that? Oh, Charlie, you stupid man. A girl like that when you had your own wife.
Shut up! Shut up! Isabel was sweet and she was wonderful. You know how I know? She wouldn't look at me because I was married. That's the kind of a girl she was. She was good. I killed my wife for her and she took pity on me. She was good.
But she still wouldn't look at you, so you killed her.
Yeah, that's right. I had no more to live for. Why should she go on living? Why should somebody else have her? Who else would have done for her what I did for her? Nobody. Just me. And she didn't want me. She had to die.
It's an enchanted island, this Broadway, or a desert of dust. Look at it, and it's a magician's pitch with golden mirrors and fountains that plume with jewels. Then you blink, it all dissolves. It's a crumbling wall, corroded with pain. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. Featured in tonight's cast were William Conrad, Harry Bartell, Peggy Weber, Lou Merrill, and Herb Butterfield.
What's the matter? What is it?
It's another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective, presented by the three great Linex home brighteners: Linex Clear Gloss, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme quality paints. Today's curious adventure:
Death plays the lead, or Nick Carter and the mystery of the accidental clue.
In just a moment, we'll hear how Nick used an accidental clue to solve a murder at a U.S. Army camp and break up a spy ring. But first, ask yourself this: do folks have fun when they visit you? Make your home a more enjoyable place to be with modern shortcuts to household loveliness. Probably you've already found how Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, brings new beauty to your walls. And for floors, woodwork, and furniture, the three great Linex home brighteners do an equally fine job. Linex Self-Polishing Wax, which beautifies your floors with a satiny yet tough, non-skid finish that resists wear, water, and dirt. Linex Cream Polish, which cleans as it polishes, leaving no oily film on your furniture. And Linex Clear Gloss Varnish, the durable super varnish that dries to an elastic, transparent surface which protects all wood and linoleum in your home. You'll find the three great Linex home brighteners at your hardware, paint, or department store. Your headquarters also for Chemtone, the miracle wall finish. Now for today's mysterious adventure with Nick Carter. Somewhere in these United States is an Army training camp, and somewhere in that camp is the USO Theater, which, on account of the rain pouring down outside, is unusually well filled. As our story opens, Nick Carter with his two assistants, Patsy and Scubby, are hurrying backstage in the theater in the company of their host, Major Wayne.
Right through here, Nick.
Gosh, what a mob.
Look, Scubby, there are more soldiers backstage here than actors.
Yeah.
Quiet. Quiet, please. Quiet. Where's Mr. Dexter? Right here, Major. I'm glad you could get here so soon.
This is bad business, Mr. Dexter. Very bad business. Who was it was killed?
My leading lady, Margot Craven. She was shot in her dressing room, right in here.
Mr. Dexter, this is Nick Carter. He just happened to be here visiting me today, but I'm going to ask him to take over the investigation for me.
We're lucky to have such a great detective here when we need him.
Thank you, Dexter. Now, suppose you tell me what you know about this right from the beginning.
Of course. It really started right after the first act. I was in my office when Ross Craven, Margot's husband, came in.
Well, Dexter, you've done it again. It's a hit.
You really like the show, Craven?
I certainly do. But say, what's the matter with my wife?
Why, what do you mean? Is anything the matter with Margot?
I just stopped in her dressing room and she was crying. And she swears she won't go on for the second act.
She will if I have to drag her on. Those boys will be disappointed. You go out front, Craven, and don't worry. I'll go back and see her.
All right, Dexter. You know, sometimes I think she should have married you instead of me. You certainly can handle her better than I can.
Did he mean anything special by that, Dexter?
It's no secret that I've been in love with Margot for years. But she married Craven, and that was the end of it for me.
I see. Suppose you go on with your story.
I started backstage, and just as I got to the passageway where Margot's dressing room was, I heard a shot. I ran to her room, opened the door, and found her lying on the floor. I just had time to be sure she was dead when Paddy came in.
Who's Paddy?
Paddy Bird, my assistant, my best friend, and my pal and protector. He entered the dressing room right behind me.
Is she dead?
Yes. Yes, she's dead, Paddy.
Well, did she kill herself?
I don't know. That must be the gun on the floor there. A pearl-handled .32. And I think I have seen her have it before now.
Yeah. Oh, hey, she left the window open. It's raining in. I better close it. It's lucky you weren't in here with her when it happened. I saw you crossing backstage as the shot was fired, but I wish someone else had seen you.
Meaning what?
Meaning that lots of people knew you was in love with her. That it nearly broke you up when she married Craven, that's all. They might think you killed her because you was jealous.
That's absurd.
5 minutes, Mrs. Craven. 5 minutes.
Well, Paddy, there's one call she'll never answer. Never again.
Gosh, Mr. Dexter, that's tough.
I've been examining the gun, Nick. There are no prints on it at all.
I see. Dexter, do you have any idea why Mrs. Craven refused to go on for the second act tonight?
Why, she...
I can tell you why.
Yes? And who are you?
That is Carl Shaw, our star.
Mr. Shaw, what did you mean by saying you could tell why?
Margot Craven was in love with Dexter. She was eating her heart out for him. Said if she couldn't have him, she'd wreck the show. That's why she wouldn't go on for the second act. And I'll bet he went in to argue with her, maybe threatened her, and she grabbed the gun for protection. They struggled for it, and it went off, killing her.
Do you know that happened?
No, but I know Margot, and I know Dexter.
Look here, Shaw. If Dex won't defend himself, I'll do it for him. Why don't you tell Mr. Carter the truth? That you were in love with Margot yourself, that you've been threatening to kill her ever since she married Craven. Sometimes she teased you till you got so mad you almost went crazy.
Are you insinuating that I killed her?
Yes, I am, and right to your face.
What's the matter here? What's Margot. Margot.
That's her husband, Mr. Carter.
Your wife's dead, Mr. Craven.
Dead? You didn't kill her, did you, Dexter?
We don't know who killed her yet. We aren't even certain she didn't kill herself.
I was afraid Dexter might have done it. He has such a rotten temper. And it would have been my fault because I asked him to come back here and argue with her.
Mr. Craven, do you know anyone who might have had reason to kill her?
Yes. Carl Shaw. What? He had a filthy temper, and Margot was always teasing him. You lie. Maybe you killed Margot yourself.
Why do you say that, Mr. Shaw?
Craven didn't love his wife. He wanted to be rid of her. You told me that's a lie, and you know it.
Mr. Craven, where have you been since you talked to Dexter before? You certainly didn't get as soaked as you are now, sitting in a theater.
Well, no, I went out and walked around to cool off. Then I saw the soldiers leaving the theater, so I came back to find out what happened.
Nick, don't move too suddenly. But as soon as you can, look at the window.
The window? What do you... Oh, a face.
What was that, Nick?
No, it's gone now. There was a face at the window, staring in at us, Major.
There's nothing but rain there now.
Scubby.
Yeah, Nick?
Take a look outside. See if you can find any footprints. The mud's so thick out there, you ought to be able to find some good ones.
Sure thing, Nick. I'll be right back.
Well, Major, I'm afraid we'll have to ask the whole company to stay here in town tonight. Accommodations may not be too good, but they'll have to do until the case is cleared up. Looks to me as if any one of several people might all equally well be guilty.
We'll see that they're all taken care of, Nick. There are tracks, all right, Nick, but there's nobody there now. I'll put a guard out there for tonight, Nick. We can take a better look at the prints in the morning. That's all, folks, but don't go anywhere until I say so.
Room 211, the clerk said. It should be right about... Ah, here.
Come in. Hi, Dick Deadeye. Come in, have a drink.
Thanks, Craven. I don't drink.
I don't ever want to be sober again. When I'm sober, I remember all the rotten little things I did to Margot. She should have married Dexter. He's always been the kind of man that I wanted to be and never was. But I beat him just once, when I married Margot. That rather evens things up, doesn't it?
So that's why you married her. Because Dexter loved her and you wanted to beat him at something.
Yeah. But don't tell anybody.
Craven, did you kill Margot?
No. Why should I kill her?
You were outside and could have shot her through the window. She was shot with her own gun, and you admitted you'd been in her dressing room just before you talked to Dexter. You could have taken her gun then.
So, now you're trying to frame me for her murder.
I'm not trying to frame anyone. I'm trying to find out the truth.
Yeah, why don't you ask Dexter, then? He was the first one in her room. He found her. Or ask Carl Shaw. He hated her. And loved her. I guess they're the same thing sometimes.
Sorry to see you in this condition, Craven. I'll talk to you again when you're more yourself than you are now. Good night, Craven.
Oh, there you are, Nick. Scubby and I have been waiting here in the lobby for you.
Yeah. Did you get any more dope, Nicodemus?
No, Scubby. Too many suspects and too few clues.
Can we do anything for you, Nick?
No, not just now, Patsy. It's getting late. I think I'll turn in.
Well, I'll toddle off to my room then, if nobody minds.
Okay, Patsy. See you bright and early in the morning.
Good night, Patsy, old kid. Got lots of nice, pretty beauty sleep.
Wouldn't do you any harm to get some of that beauty sleep you're talking about. You need it more than I do.
Oh, that's what you think.
I've got eyes.
Oh, well, I guess I'll put my car in the garage. I left it standing outside when I drove down from the theater.
Hey, Nick, I've got something important to tell you. How about going to your room where we can talk?
Why, sure thing, Scubby. Just as soon as I get the car put away for the night. I'll be right with you then. It won't take me but a couple of minutes.
Right, Nick. I'll wait for you here in the lobby.
Good evening, Mr. Carter.
What the...
Keep your mouth closed, Mr. Carter, and climb in behind the wheel. Just a moment. Only one gun tonight, huh?
That's all.
Okay, get going.
Very well. You're giving the orders. For now.
Drive straight out Main Street, Mr. Carter.
Oh, so it's you.
You know me?
Don't know your name, but I do know that you're the man I saw staring in the dressing room window earlier this evening.
Yes. You'll drive straight ahead for about 5 miles. When you come to a crossroad, you'll turn left and continue on. I'll give you further directions then. Pull up behind that car just ahead on the left.
That you?
Yes. I haven't had time to search him yet, but he must have him. The MPs didn't get him. We know that.
If you'd only tell me what this is all about, maybe I could help you.
Step out of your car, please. It's very simple. Margot Craven got some papers which didn't belong to her. Got them by accident. They belong to us, and we want them.
Papers? What papers?
Oh, nothing that concerns you. We're sorry we have to drag you into this. I admire your work greatly. But we think you may have those documents, and we must have them.
Hey, wait a bit. Is that why she was killed? Because she had them?
No, Mr. Carter. They had nothing to do with her murder, nothing at all.
Come on, search him and be done with it. I don't enjoy standing out here in the rain.
Well, of course. Permit me to be sure you have no papers on you, Mr. Carter.
Go ahead.
Craven's been taken care of. I searched Carter's car while I waited for him. So if he doesn't have them on him, I don't know where they are.
Well, they're not on him. Mr. Carter, on your word of honor, you know nothing about our papers?
I do not.
How much does that mean?
Oh, with Mr. Carter, it means a great deal.
Well, thank you. That's a bit unexpected, but very welcome.
If we find later that you've lied, we shall, of course, kill you. Now you may get back in your car. Watch out. We're still covering you with our guns. That's better.
Now what?
Now I take over. We're going to drive away and leave you here. I'm sure you won't try to follow us.
And why not?
Because you're going to sleep right now.
Miles from the little army camp town, alone and unconscious in his car. What's going to happen to Nick now? Are the men he just met mixed up in the murder? Or was Margot Craven killed by one of her so-called friends? We'll see in just a moment. Whatever floor surfaces you have in your home, wood, linoleum, rubber, or asphalt tile, you chose them because you found them attractive. Keep them that way with Linex self-polishing wax, which beautifies without tiresome rubbing and polishing. Simply wipe Linex self-polishing wax on any floor surface, and it dries to a satiny yet tough finish which wears amazingly. That's because Linux self-polishing wax contains the greatest possible amount of genuine carnauba wax. And once you've applied Linux self-polishing wax, there's no need for you to re-wax the whole floor when parts of it begin to show wear. A floor finished with Linux self-polishing wax is easy to keep clean, too, for Linux self-polishing wax is unusually resistant to dirt and water, keeping the dirt on the surface where it's wiped away in a jiffy with a damp cloth or mild suds. And the underwriters' laboratories, whose seal is on every bottle of Linux self-polishing wax, have proved that it's the non-skid floor wax, resisting slip even when water is spilled on it. Get Linux, L-I-N-X, Linux self-polishing wax now. You'll find all three great Linux home brighteners and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, at hardware, paint, and department stores everywhere. And now back to our story. Slugged unconscious by a pair of desperate men, Nick lay slumped over the wheel of his car for several long minutes. Then, when the sharp stabs of pain which accompanied his return to consciousness had died down slightly, he slowly drove back to the hotel, where Scubby was waiting for him. Taking Scubby to his room, he told him what had happened.
Well, I'll be doggone, Nick. You're the luckiest guy in the world.
What's lucky about getting your head split open?
I mean, you're lucky that you didn't stop and talk with me before you went to put your car away. Here.
Oh, what's this?
If I'm not mistaken, those are the papers your friends wanted.
Where'd you get them, Scubby?
I found them behind the dressing table in Margot's room.
You did? When was that?
While you were busy talking to Dexter, I was looking around, and, well, I ran into these.
Well, why didn't you say something about it then?
I thought you might like to go through them before we turned them over to the police. This is the first time since then that I've had a chance to give them to you alone. What are they, Nick?
Scubby, these are in code. I rather think they should be turned over to Major Wayne at the camp.
Well, why give them to him?
Use your head, Scubby. They're in code, I said, and Margot got them at an army camp. These were given to her by mistake. And that can mean only one thing, as I see it. Spies.
Gosh, Nick. Do you really think so?
I do. Come on. I'll get my car out of the garage and take them out to camp right now and turn them over to Major Wayne. Maybe these papers will help us catch the killer of Margot Craven.
Oh, gosh, it's still raining. What a night.
Yes, what a night in more ways than one.
So, we meet again, Mr. Carter.
What the deuce are you... You again?
If I were you, I would be very quiet. I won't hesitate to shoot you both if I have to. Keep your hands in plain sight and walk over to the little door at the far end of the barroom. Move carefully and slowly.
Shall we walk, Nick, slowly and carefully, as the gentleman says?
I guess we'd better, Scubby.
Well, Mr. Carter, I told you I was not a man who could safely be lied to.
I didn't lie to you.
Mr. Carter, those papers we are looking for are in your overcoat pocket right now. Please give them to me at once.
Certainly.
Thank you. You're a man of sense. I regret it is a little late for having sense.
Here are the others now.
Oh, well, it's about time you were coming.
Hey, Nick.
You know.
Sorry,
Nick, that's Carl Shaw.
So I see. Carl Shaw, huh?
Well, this is fine. Did you get the papers from him?
Yes. No thanks to you.
It wasn't our fault that my sister was assigned to the wrong dressing room. I had a devil of a time getting things fixed up so she could change, but Franz threw the papers through the window before Margot got her things out. She'd never seen my sister, so the mistake was natural.
Mistakes are never natural, and mistakes are never tolerated.
I'll be happy when that man Carter dies. He's too clever to be allowed at large.
Yes, you're right. But he's such a prominent man, his death will make quite a stir. It's unfortunate. It will break up the show unit, which we have so carefully organized. Now, Shaw, you will have to form a new unit of your own and take it around to the different camps. The work must go on.
Of course. When do we take care of Carter?
As soon as we've finished our work here, we're going to pack up and move on to another town. On the way, we shall dispose of Mr. Carter and his able assistant. Right now, we must see about the contents of these papers. They must go out at once.
Hadn't we better tie up these two guys so as to be sure they'll still be here when we get back?
Yes, Mike. Tie them both, hand and foot. And leave them back at the bar. We'll take care of them later.
What are you doing, Nick? You've been wriggling around like that for the last half hour.
I'm getting these ropes off my wrists, Scubby. I hope.
Yeah? Well, how are you coming?
I'll have my hands loose in another few minutes.
Well, how are you doing it, Nick? I tried to get my hands free, but gosh, these ropes are too tight for me. Hey, what's the secret?
The secret's very simple, Scubby. When the ropes were put on us, they were damp. I enlarged my wrist muscles as much as I could, but he tied the rope too tight for me to get out of it. But I found a hot water pipe under the bar here, and I've been drying the ropes out against that. As it dries, the rope is stretching just enough to let me get loose. But I've had to keep wriggling around so as to keep the wet parts of the rope against the hot pipe.
Nice work, Nick, old boy. We'll fool these thugs yet.
If they only leave us alone just a couple of minutes longer, we'll be out of here. You'd better not drive too close to their hangout, Major Wayne.
No, I won't, Nick. I'll stop a couple of blocks away and we'll sneak up on them from there.
Sorry, I couldn't arrest them myself and save you the trouble. But I have no official standing in cases of espionage, naturally.
Quite so, Nick. But I'm glad you're going to give me a hand to capture them.
Don't forget, Patty and I are here, too, Major.
Of course, Dexter. I'm only too glad that you and Patty happened to be with me when Nick brought me the news. Now, we'd better work out a plan of action before we get there. You know the layout, Nick. What do you suggest?
I think it'd be a good idea for one of us to knock on the door of the place. Then, when it opened, the rest of us, who will be in hiding just out of sight of the door, will rush in and take over. If we try to rush them from outside, someone may get killed before we can get inside.
Good. I'll go ahead and knock at the door.
No, Major, let me do that. I'd like that job.
Patty, I can't let you risk yourself like that. That's my job.
Please, Major, I want to do it. I got a special reason.
But I think it's too dangerous. I can't let...
I think it's a good idea, Major. Patty would be just the man for the job.
Well, of course, Nick, if you say so, but I don't like...
thanks, Mr. Carter. You're a good egg.
Well, you better stop somewhere in here, Major. This is close enough.
Right. Now, give me your attention, please. We'll hide near the front door of the building, except Patty. You'll go to the door and knock on it. When someone answers the door, we'll rush him. I hope nothing happens to Patty. I can't understand your wanting him to do that job.
I'll explain later, Major. Oh, there, the door's opening.
Well, what do you want?
Get your hands up.
Come on, Nick.
Keep them out shut.
So, that's it, huh? Well,
Drop that gun before I...
The rest of you come out with your hands up. The building is surrounded.
We're coming. Don't shoot. We get up.
Stop shooting. We're coming out.
Nick, Patty's badly hurt.
See what you can do for Patty, Nick. I'll take care of these enemy spies.
All right, Major. How bad is it, Patty?
Curtains, Nick. Last curtain for me.
We shouldn't have let you do this, Patty.
But I wanted to, Dex. I wanted to.
But why, Patty? Why?
I think I can answer that, Dexter.
Yeah, Nick can tell you. He knows.
What's he talking about, Nick? What do you know?
Patty, you killed Margot Craven, didn't you?
Yeah, I killed her. And now I'm dying just like I hoped I could.
You killed Margot? But why, Patty? Why?
Because Patty was afraid that she'd wreck your business and your life, Dexter. She was the kind of a woman who had to rule everybody with whom she came in contact. And she could have ruled you in the end because you loved her. Unless I'm mistaken, Patty tried to argue her out of a sit-down strike. There was a fight, and she was killed. Accidentally, perhaps. And then Patty jumped out the window, ran outside, and came back in just as you went into the dressing room from backstage. Right, Patty?
Yeah. I don't know how you knew it, but I felt you did. Thanks for letting me go first. Oh.
Patty. You've put me in your debt forever.
But, Nick, how did you know that he killed the Craven woman? I thought it would have been Shaw or her husband or, well, maybe even Dexter.
Well, Scubby, for one thing, there were those footprints in the garden outside her window. You found where a man had stood on tiptoes to look in.
Yeah?
But you didn't notice that there were also definite marks of where someone had jumped out the window. And Patty was the only one in the dressing room when we got there who had on his shoes the black dirt that was used in making those flower gardens.
Oh, I see.
Also, I could see he'd just come in out of the rain. And then, too, Scubby, you remember that Dexter said that the first thing Patty did when he followed Dexter into the dressing room was to rush over and close the window?
Yeah.
Well, Dexter hadn't even noticed it was open. But Patty was more interested in getting it closed than examining the body of the woman, because he already knew she was dead.
Yeah, I see. Well, it's simple when you explain it.
And another thing. You recall those papers you gave me? The ones in code?
Yeah, sure.
Well, as soon as you gave them to me, I knew that I had seen them in Patty's pocket when we first entered the dressing room.
Yeah?
Yes. I recognized the big blot of ink in the upper corner. But it didn't mean much to me until I heard Shaw say that the papers had been delivered to Margot by mistake. That they should have gone to his sister, who was one of the spy ring operating through the camp show. I knew then that Patty had picked them up in Margot's room when he was there before she was shot. He probably picked them up without knowing what they were. And as soon as he found they were in code, wanted to get rid of them again. So he left them where you, Scubby, found them.
But couldn't he have been a spy himself?
No, Scubby, because if he was, he'd never have left those valuable papers where they could fall into the wrong hands. And finally, when I heard him say that he'd do anything in the world to help Dexter, it all added up. He wasn't interested in hurting Margot. He just wanted to keep her from hurting his friend and his god, Dexter. And if that meant her death, that's what it had to be. He loved Dexter more than he loved his own life.
Well, you sound almost as if you condoned this murder, Nick.
I never condone murder, Scubby. You know that. But I understand it. And sometimes I feel sorry for the murderer. And in this case, I'm happy that the murderer won't have to stand trial before an earthly judge. The courts above may treat him more leniently than our earthly courts would.
In just a moment, Nick and Patsy will bring you a preview of next week's exciting case. But before they do, consider this. When it comes to keeping up your furniture's appearance, fingerprints and scratches are two of your greatest problems. But Linex Cream Polish, the quick, easy way to furniture beauty, banishes fingerprints, helps hide ugly scratches in one application. Linex Cream Polish actually cleans as it polishes, too, saving one whole step in your cleaning routine and removing cloudy dust and polish accumulation immediately. Save hours of extra work each week for the added leisure time you need to do the things you like to do. Ask for Linex Cream Polish at your dealers now. Get all three great Linex home brighteners, Linex self-polishing wax, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Clear Gloss Varnish. The three great Linex home brighteners will keep your floors, your woodwork, your furniture looking the way you want them to look. So ask for these products at your hardware, paint, or department store by name. The three great Linex, L-I-N-X, Linex home brighteners. Another outstanding investment, the world's safest investment, in fact, is United States war bonds. And every bond you buy brings victory nearer, makes America safer. Let's go for the knockout blow. Now let's hear from Nick Carter himself. Well, Nick, would you care to give us a hint as to your next week's story?
Yes, Ken. I'll give you just a hint or two, and that's all. A gangster dead on the beach of an exclusive Long Island estate. A dope peddler shot to keep him from talking. Hindu servant who knew too much and not enough. A movie star in the making.
And plenty of trouble for Nick on the way.
On the way where?
To the solution, naturally. Nick never goes anywhere else once he gets started on a case.
Okay, I'll be waiting for that solution he digs up in this one. What do you call it, Nick?
Murder by suicide.
Or the mystery of the death on the beach.
And no more until next week. So long.
So long, everybody.
And so long to both of you. We'll be looking forward to seeing you again next week. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, entitled
Murder by Suicide. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Death on the Beach.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, a copyright feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated, stars Lon Clark as Nick with Helen Choate as Patsy. Original music is played by Lou White, and the programs are written and directed by Jock McGregor. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented at this time and over these same stations each week by the three great Linex home brighteners, Linex Clear Gloss Varnish, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax, created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme fine quality paints. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linex dealers all over America and saying so long until next week. This is Mutual.
Listen. Do you hear them? Do you hear the bells?
Bells? I don't hear any bells, mister.
But I tell you, they're ringing.
Look, mister, the heat's got you. Why, you're in the middle of the desert right now. There ain't any bells within 100 miles of here.
But there must be. There has to be. Murderer? No! No! No!
Midnight, the witching hour when the night is darkest, our fears the strongest, and our strength at its lowest ebb. Midnight, when the graves gape open and death strikes. How? You'll learn the answer in just a minute in Death Tolls a Requiem. And now, Murder at Midnight. Tales of mystery and terror by radio's masters of the macabre. Our story by Max Ehrlich is Death Tolls a Requiem.
I came into the room and quietly closed the door behind me. It was a room ready and waiting for death. The curtains were drawn, blotting out the bright afternoon sunlight. The air was hot and stifling, the silence oppressive and unearthly. I stared down at the face of the old man in the bed. The old man I hated. His eyes were closed, two sunken shadows against the white, wrinkled skin. His waxen hands hung limply over the coverlet. For 3 days he'd lingered while I'd waited for him to die. Now, for a moment, I thought... But no, his pale lips moved.
How are you feeling, Father?
I've not long to go, my son. Not long. It's only the bells that keep me alive.
The bells?
Yes, over there in the tower. I lie here and wait to hear them. They seem to rally me. I live for the sound of them, Father.
Yes, Father?
What time is it?
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock. Peter must be there now. There in the tower, pulling on the ropes, starting them swinging. The Pedwick bells, Arthur. There they are, my son. Listen to them. Your inheritance. Listen to them ring. Oh, what music they make. What beautiful, vibrant music. They give me the strength, the will to live a little longer.
How I hated him, this sentimental old fool, my father. He'd spent $500,000 to bring those bells over from Pedwick, England, the place of his birth. And with them he'd brought the bell tower, brick by brick, and the English bell ringer, Peter Griggs. $500,000, my inheritance, hung in that bell tower. There was no money left, nothing. My father had lost everything, left me nothing. Nothing but those accursed bells. Ding dong, ding dong. They seemed to mock me, taunt me, jeer at me. I hated the very sound of them. But the old fool in the bed babbled on.
Oh, my son, those bells bring back the past to me. When I was a boy in Pedwick, I heard them toll out the hour, every hour. I married your mother to the sound of those blessed bells, and I buried her to the sound of them.
Stop! Stop raving about those bells!
What?
Stop it!
There's evil in your face. Evil.
You cheated me out of my inheritance, left me penniless. You cheated me, do you hear? Listen to the bells. Yes, they know. Can't you hear them jeering at me, mocking at me? You're penniless, they're saying. Penniless. Penniless. Die, you old fool. Die. 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 You bought those bells, now let them ring your requiem. house stopped finally. My father lay there, dead. I turned from his white, still face and half walked, half stumbled toward the bell tower across the grounds of our estate. Something stronger than myself drew me to it. I entered the tower and stared up into the gloomy belfry. Yes, there they were, the bells, gleaming dimly in the half-light, their bronze mouths yawning down at me. And then as I stared up at them, I heard a step behind me. Who's there?
Why, 'tis only me, Mr. Brooke. 'Tis only Peter.
Oh, I didn't see you standing there in the shadow.
So you've come in to look at my little brood, eh? You've come to admire my 3 children.
Yes.
Ah, Mr. Brooke, in all the world there are no finer bells than my wee babies. 'Twas none other than Christopher Hodson himself who cast them in the 17th century. Aye, the master himself. My father rung 'em, and his father before him, and his father before him.
And these are the bells my father paid $500,000 for.
Aye, and he got 'em cheap, sir. These are historic bells, known to all of England. And the folk of old Pedwick parted with them hard. They gave 'em as a gift, you might say. Your father gave the town an orphan asylum and a hospital. And now he has the bells.
And now they'll hang up there forever.
Aye, and 'tis well, for they're in good hands. Your father is of old Pedwick, sir, and like me, he loves the bells and knows what they say when they talk.
Peter, my father will never hear the bells again.
Eh, what do you mean by that, sir?
He died 15 minutes ago.
Huh? Oh, Mr. Brooke, he dead?
Yes.
Oh, dust we are, and to dust we shall return. So 'tis written, and so shall it be. Oh, he was a fine man, sir.
Thank you, Peter.
Both me and my children up there. We'll miss him. Aye, we'll miss him sore. Oh, little Davy, Big George. Oh, my beautiful Betty, my pretty hussy. Do you hear? The master is dead.
You call the bells by names? You talk to them?
I, like a father to his children, and they talk to me.
They talk to you. The bells talk to you.
Aye, and why not? They have tongues, and they have hearts and souls. Come, my babies. The good master is dead. Come, little Davy. Cry the sad tidings. Come, Big George, awake. Cry one's heart out. Weep, my winsome Betty. Weep, girl. Weep, little dear. The master is dead. Sing! Sing a sad song, my lady one, my beloved one. Higher and higher! Weep, my babies. Pour out your tears. Cry out to the countryside. The master is dead!
I watched him, fascinated, as he pulled one rope, then another, and worked another bell by means of his foot thrust through a loop in a third rope. The bells rang and clanged, throbbed and echoed, beat against my brain in jangling tones and overtones. I looked up at them as they swayed, and their mouths seemed to accuse me of my father's death. I couldn't stand it. I couldn't stand it any longer. I turned and ran from the bell tower. After my father's funeral, I dropped in at the office of Frederick Denny, my father's attorney and executor of what was left of the estate. There were certain things I wanted to discuss.
So you want to tear down the Brooke Memorial Tower and sell the bells?
Yes, Mr. Denny. From what my father told me, they have considerable value.
Yes, Arthur, they do. Their intrinsic value, aside from their worth as historic relics and antiques, runs into hundreds of thousands. I've already had 2 offers of purchase.
You have?
Yes. One from a university, one from a museum.
Good.
However, the bells are not for sale.
What?
Mr. Denny, you know the condition of the estate. Why, I'm penniless. Dad left me nothing. Nothing. Unless I can realize something from the bells.
I'm sorry, Arthur, but the terms of your father's will are quite specific.
Then I'll break the will. I'm my father's rightful heir, and whatever I can sell those bells for belongs to me.
I'm sorry, my boy. I drew up this will myself, and I can assure you it's airtight.
There was nothing I could do. Nothing. I was beaten, and I knew it. And day after day, night after night, every hour on the hour, I heard those blasted bells. Ding dong, ding dong. They mocked me, taunted me, jeered at me, laughed at me. They seemed to talk to me. They talked to Peter the bell ringer, and now they talk to me. Mocked me. Every hour, on the hour. Oh, I hated them, cursed them, blocked my ears against them, but they kept on ringing and ringing and ringing until I thought I'd go mad. Finally, I could stand it no longer. I had to silence those hateful bells once and for all. I had to still their cursed tongues forever. That night late, I went to the bell tower, fevered, in a kind of frenzy, determined to blot out their voices somehow. I entered the bell tower. Peter was there, ringing the bells. Peter!
Aye, Mr. Brooks.
Stop ringing those bells! Stop it, I say!
Huh? Stop the bells?
Yes, now! Now, do you hear?
No, I will not. There's evil in your face. You don't like the bells like your father. You hate my little children. You mean them harm.
I told you to stop those bells. I'll make you stop.
Mr. Brooks, what are you going... No. My throat. You're choking me.
You'll never ring those cursed bells again.
Stop me.
It was quiet now. Quiet. The bells were still. The awful pressure in my head went away. It had been easy to strangle Peter. His foot had caught in the pedal noose of the bell rope, and he never had a chance. Now I had to make it look like an accident, like suicide.
I picked the bell ringer up, tied one end of the bell ropes around his neck, and gave him a long push. Back and forth. Back and forth. He swung in the bell tower like a grotesque pendulum, the rope creaking under his weight. Well, little Davy up there, Big George, Pretty Betty, why don't you talk now, eh? Why don't you talk now?
The man going mad with the sound of the bells, shaking his fist and laughing at his bronze torturers as he stops them from striking 12 for
murder at midnight.
And now, here is Arthur Brooke again, continuing his story.
There was an investigation of Peter's death. The county medical examiner and I went to the bell tower and looked at the bell rope on which Peter's body had been found hanging.
The way I see it, Mr. Brooke, it's a clear case of suicide. The deceased fastened this rope around his neck, climbed up on the belfry ladder, and flung himself out into space.
Yes, Mr. Holcomb. It looks as though he did just that.
Mr. Brooke, there's one question I want to ask you.
Me? What is it?
Well, a man usually doesn't commit suicide unless he has a motive. Did you notice anything peculiar about this bell ringer's behavior before this happened?
Why, no, nothing except that he was deeply depressed when my father died. You see, my father loved the bells as much as Peter did, and...
that might account for it. From what I understand, this English bell ringer was rather a queer duck anyway.
What's that?
What?
What? Mr. Holcomb, the bells. They're ringing. How can they?
Take it easy, Mr. Brooke. Take it easy. The tower door is open and wind just came through. Made the bells tinkle a little.
Oh, yes, of course. It was the wind. I'm sorry.
That's all right, Mr. Brooke. After what you've been through, I don't blame you for being jumpy.
Finally, the verdict was official. Suicide. And for 2 weeks, the bell tower was closed and the bells silent. It was then that I had an idea. I went straight to the executor of my father's estate, Mr. Denny, and told him what was in my mind.
Arthur, I'm sorry, but what you ask is impossible. We can't take those bells down.
But, Mr. Denny, you've read the papers. This bell ringer's suicide has made a mockery out of the tower. All the cheap publicity in the newspapers, the sensationalism, the people coming to stare at the bells. Why, I feel that my father's memory is being desecrated.
I know, Arthur. The whole thing's been very unfortunate, but we cannot let you tear down the tower and sell the bells, as you know.
Yes, I know. The will, my father's will.
Precisely. And his last wish must be respected.
Very well, let the bells stay. But for the love of heaven, Mr. Denny, can they remain silent? Must they ring any more to remind everyone in town of the tragedy?
Your father specified that they must be rung on the hour, every hour, just as they did in England. And that's the way it'll have to be, Arthur. We're already negotiating for a new bell ringer.
Mr. Denny, listen. Listen, do you hear them?
Hear what?
Bells.
Bells?
Yes, can't you hear them? Can't you hear them? You must hear them, Mr. Denny, you must.
Oh, yes, I do now, very faintly. Your sense of hearing, Arthur, is remarkably acute. Those bells are from the next town, Silver Valley. Sometimes you can hear them here when the wind's right.
Oh, why don't they stop? Why don't they stop talking?
Talking? Bells talking? What do you mean?
Nothing.
Look here, Arthur, something's wrong. You're on edge, ill. Why don't you go away for a good long rest, say a month or so? It'd do you good.
Go away? Yes, why not? Rest. That's what I need. Rest and quiet. Away from the bells. There was a quaint little inn I knew in the mountains, 100 miles away. The food was good, and a golf course nearby, and, well, I made reservations. For a week I ate, slept, played golf, rested. And then one afternoon I was in the lobby of the inn, chatting with the proprietor.
Enjoyed your stay here, Mr. Brooke?
Oh, yes, Frank. Fine.
Well, you've been lucky in the weather. I never did see such nice weather. Why,
Frank! What's that?
What's what?
What do you hear? Bells!
Bells? Of course I do. From the church at Greenville, 2 miles away.
But why are they ringing?
Mr. Brooke, what's come over you? It's Sunday, and that's
Frank! Frank, I'm checking out.
Checking out? Now? But, Mr. Brooke, you made reservations for a month.
I'm leaving now, do you hear? Right away, just as soon as I can get my bags packed. The bells. I had to get away from the bells. That was it. That was all I needed. I remembered a place when I went when I was a boy. An island off the seacoast. There was an old fisherman there, a friend of mine, and I knew he'd put me up. The place was miles from anything, from the mainland, from bells. I took a train, chartered a small boat, and spent 3 quiet days there. Then, on the 4th day, as we were surf casting for striped bass.
All right, Mr. Brooke, let's see you cast way out into the surf. Nice long one that was. Now, if a striper just hooks onto that bait of yours, why, you're going... Well, what is it, Mr. Brooke?
I hear bells.
Bells? Why, sure you do. The Coast Guard's testing a new bellboy out on those reefs over there. Oh, what's wrong, Mr. Brooke? You're as white as a sheet.
I've got to get away from here. I've got to get away. Bells. Everywhere I went, they pursued me, ringing their accusations in my ears. I left the island, got into my car, drove. I didn't know where I was going. I didn't care. I just had to get away from those bells. And then, some days later, I was driving through a desert area in the southwest. I was deep in the desert, reeling off mile after mile on the highway when suddenly from far off I heard... bells! I set my teeth, gripped the steering wheel tight. Enough was enough. I'd fight them now. Fight them to the bitter end. I wouldn't let them master me, tear me apart, drive me mad. No! I had to beat them, and I'd do it now! I drove on and on and on, and the bells followed me. They must come from a train running parallel to the highway somewhere over the rim of the desert. Yes, it must be a train. It couldn't be anything else. Mile after mile I drove, and mile after mile the bells followed me. I began to wonder, when would the tracks cross the highway? Tracks always crossed highways somewhere. They just didn't run parallel indefinitely. And then up ahead, I saw some trucks and men. It was a construction crew fixing the road. I stopped the car and hailed the foreman.
Yeah? What is it, mister?
Doesn't the train cross the highway somewhere up ahead?
Train? What train? There's no railroad in this area of the desert.
But there must be. I hear train bells.
Bells? I don't hear any bells, mister.
But I tell you, they're ringing.
Look, mister, you must have sunstroke or something. There ain't no train within 100 miles of here.
But there
no
must
bells
be.
either.
There must be. There has to be. No. Now I knew what I had to do. I had to go back to the estate, back to the Brook Memorial Tower, and destroy the accursed bells I'd inherited. I had to close their bronze mouths, pull out their wagging tongues, smash their glittering faces. They had possession of me. They were driving me out of my mind. I had to free myself of them once and for all. Only then would I be at peace. I headed for home. And every mile, every hour, the bells pursued me, ringing in my ears day and night, pounding and relentless. Back at the estate, I went into the gardener's tool house, picked out a heavy sledgehammer, headed toward the bell tower. A car was just coming up the driveway. It looked like Denny's, but I paid no attention. I ran into the bell tower and climbed the ladder into the belfry. Now was the time. There were the bells leering at me, grinning at me. I'd smash them now and forever. I lifted the sledgehammer and brought it down to the first bell. I'll smash you to bits. Why don't you break? Why don't you break?
Arthur! Arthur! What are you doing up there in the belfry?
I'll smash them! I'll break them to 1,000 pieces! It's the last thing I'd do!
Arthur! You've gone mad! Stop it, I say! Stop it!
Why don't they stop ringing? Why don't they stop? No! No, don't! Don't say it anymore! I can't stand it any longer! I can't!
Dr. Williams, I must compliment you on this mental institution of yours. It's run very efficiently. One of the finest in the state.
Thank you, Professor.
Oh, by the way, it must be close to midnight. I didn't expect to stay here this late, but it was so interesting. And what is the time, anyway?
Well, I don't have a watch on me, Professor, but... just a second. Listen.
The bells! There they go again! There they go! Can't you hear them? Stop them! Stop them!
The time now, Professor Alvin, is exactly midnight.
How do you know that, Doctor?
That patient you just heard, Professor, the one who just cried aloud, is a very remarkable case. A human timepiece. He has no watch, of course, but every hour, on the hour, he hears bells.
He hears bells every hour, on the hour?
Precisely, Professor Alvin. And he's never more than a second or two out of the way.
And so a man lies on a bed in a padded cell and hears the bells ringing, every hour, on the hour, just as he once heard the real bells strike 12 for...
Murder at midnight.
Remember to be with us again when death tolls a requiem and the clocks strike 12 for...
Murder
at midnight. The part of Arthur Brooke was played by Michael Fitzmaurice. With music by Bert Berman, Murder at Midnight was directed by Anton M. Leader.
Welcome, Daryl Henkel, to the stream, and thank you so much for those super chats. Very, very much appreciated. What a nice surprise. That was really generous of you. I appreciate it. Also, thank you to Justin Moore for his as well. I hope you enjoyed that last one. Death Tolls a Requiem from Murder at Midnight. Very dark. Incredible voice acting. I thought that was a really, really excellent story. I've heard it before, but I think that version is probably one of the best I've heard. Have I missed anybody else? Melissa's still here. Billy's still here. Travis, welcome. Hope you're doing well. It's good seeing you, buddy. 2:43 a.m. here in Illinois as the live stream continues. And we go on with our OTR Darkest Mysteries. Next up, we have Mystery House, Murder is an Art. Enjoy.
Mystery House. Mystery House, that strange publishing firm owned by Dan and Barbara Glenn, where each new novel is acted out by the Mystery House staff before it is accepted for publication. Mystery House.
The story for tonight's Mystery House tryout, Barbie, Murder is an Art. Does it deal with some artistic form of mayhem?
It's the method that's artistic, Dan. It's a story of domestic trouble that ends in unpleasant death. And there's a real puzzle to unravel.
Well, let's start unraveling. I'm raring to go.
Well, so are the rest of the folks.
I'll bet nobody's as enthusiastic as I am.
Yeah, well, how come you're so enthusiastic, Tom? You know, you aren't playing a part tonight in the show. That is, aside from narrator.
Oh, yes, I am, Mr. Glenn. A mighty important part. Just listen.
Okay, places, everybody. Set the scene, will you, Tom?
Murder is an art. Our story opens in the acid-steeped workroom of Henri Wales, top commercial photographer. Henri's wife, Josephine, is talking to Cal Grayson, a young artist, offering him encouragement.
Your work is coming along beautifully, Cal. These new watercolors, they show much improvement.
I don't want to talk about watercolors, Josie.
Now, you should talk about them, think about them, and dream about them. You must make me proud to have helped you, even so little.
You could help me plenty.
Kelvin, remember your promise.
But hang it, Josie, I love you. What difference does it make what I promised?
Please, Kel, you're so young. Love, for you it is with a young girl, not me.
You're young and beautiful. What difference does 10 years make? I'm old enough to...
You need a girl of your own age, and not a married woman. Henri and I...
You don't love Henri? You couldn't.
No. You said you would not talk like that. Henri is my husband.
A photographer.
Henri is an artiste. His photographs are the finest in
all...
all...
You know why they're good, don't you? Because he makes you sit in this filthy, smelly room, retouching stuff. You... a painter who could do great things.
You don't know what I could do. I am Henri's wife, and my duty...
Duty? To that louse?
Kelvin, I can't have you talking so. You must stop coming here. I try to encourage you because you have the spark of artistic talent. But romance is for young people. You and Cynthia.
Cynthia? It's you I want, Josie. You.
Kel, you stay away from me. How dare you?
I love you, Josie.
You're a boy. A romantic, spoiled boy. And you must not... Oh, I cannot see you again.
Don't go, please. Stay here. I've got to make you understand.
Kelvin, let go of my arm. I said to...
Please, Josie, listen to me. Try to understand.
Kelvin, you're hurting me. You're a young fool. I'm going to tell Henri about you. About how you...
You wouldn't dare.
You leave me no choice when you act like this. Yes, I will tell him.
No. You're not going to wreck everything in the world for me. You're not going to do it, understand? I won't let you.
Kelvin, your fingers on my... No. Kel, I can't breathe. Let me go. For the love of heaven. No.
Josie, what? What is it? What's wrong?
Henri. No.
Josie, come on. What's happened? What's wrong with you? Don't scare me like this. Water. I'll get you a glass of water. You'll be all right. You've got to be all right. I didn't mean to hurt you, Josie. You know I didn't mean to hurt you. I wouldn't have strangled you. I was just mad and upset. I didn't know what I was doing. Josie, wake up. You've got to wake up. Cynthia, what did you...
My, what a touching scene. What happened to her?
I did it. I lost my head.
Did what?
Made her faint.
With her weak heart, almost anything can make her faint. Now pull yourself together and get her a glass of water. But first, maybe we should put her on the Davenport. All right. Hey, she's really out cold. Well, I read someplace that rubbing the wrist stimulates the circulation. Gal.
You think she's coming too?
No. There's no pulse. I think she's dead.
I killed her. Murdered her.
Cal, stop saying that. Now pull yourself together. We've got to figure out...
What's there to figure? Call the police. No use my trying to run away.
You're not going to run away. But before I call the police, we've got to figure out what you're going to tell them.
There's nothing to tell them, except that I killed her. I knew about her heart. I shouldn't have... Somebody just came in the studio reception room. What? I can't do it, Cynthia.
Grow up. You stay in here while I see who it is. And don't go to pieces.
But the police...
The police couldn't know about this. It'll be a customer. Just sit there and keep quiet. Why, hello, Taffy.
Hi, sweetheart. A little slow getting out here, aren't you?
I have to work for a living.
I'll ignore that crack, darling. Where is he?
Where's who?
You know who.
Why, he's on a job.
You wouldn't lie to me, dear. He wouldn't be in the back room, would he?
No, you can't.
What's getting you in such an uproar? I'll bet
Don't open that door, Taffy. Henri's not there.
I can't open it with you standing in front of it, that's for sure. You're hiding something.
Taffy, please, don't go back there. You know how Josie feels about you.
Oh, so she's in there.
Yes, and you shouldn't come here, Taffy. Henri promised her he wouldn't see you anymore.
What he promised her is no concern of mine. But you can tell him for me that if he stands me up on one more date...
Why not tell him yourself, Taffy? You'll undoubtedly see him before I do. I just work here.
Well, okay. But goodbye, darling.
Cal.
Who was it?
Never mind. It was nothing to worry about.
Nothing to worry about. With her dead in there? What am I going to tell the police?
If you'd pipe down a minute, maybe I could think of something. You're in a spot. If I didn't love you so much...
Love? Don't even talk about such a thing, not with her back there murdered.
Be quiet. You choked her, but there'll be marks on her neck. But the police won't know they're your finger marks.
Henri will know. He suspects me anyway. He's told me to stay away from Josie.
He's been out at a big estate all day taking pictures. He won't suspect anything.
But he's jealous of me.
You flatter yourself. Now, let's see. We'll say that someone came in. A mysterious stranger.
You can't get away with that.
This character came in while you and I were in the developing room. You came into the dark room to see me, and we heard Josie scream. That's it.
No.
We heard her scream, and both ran out here. Josie was all crumpled up on the floor. The door to the reception room was open. You ran out there and saw our mysterious character lambing out the door. He had too much of a start on you.
They won't believe it.
They'll have to believe it. I'll be backing up your story. Can you remember it? You didn't see enough of the fellow to be able to give a good description of him. Now drill the story into your head, Cal, and stick to it. Stick to it. Unless you do, you're done. Lieutenant Kamek, I'm Cynthia Bradley.
Cynthia Bradley, huh? You work here?
Yes, and this is my friend Cal Grayson. We were together when we heard Josie's scream.
Yeah. And you saw the guy who did it, right?
I guess so.
What do you mean you guess so? Did you or didn't you?
Why, yes, we saw him.
He's upset, Lieutenant. He's an artist. A sensitive person. And Mrs. Wales was a good friend.
Where's her husband? Why isn't he here?
Well, I called him, Lieutenant. He was on a job, taking pictures out of the big estate.
Mm-hmm. Just you two alone here, huh?
Yes. I called Mr. Wells right after I called you. He'll be here soon. But to get back to the story, Cal...
Suppose you let Cal tell me what he was doing. Well, young man, what's the story?
I came here to see Cynthia. We used to go to art school together.
What's that got to do with it?
What he's trying to say is that we've been going together, Lieutenant.
Well, let him say it then. Where were you when you heard this scream?
Cynthia was working in the dark room, and I'd gone in to talk to her. And then the scream...
And Cal ran out, and there was Josie, all crumpled.
I saw someone running through the door, a man.
We'd never seen him before.
He didn't have much of a start on you, Grayson.
I know. But I was stunned at seeing Mrs. Wales. I guess I stood there too long, just doing nothing. When I came to and up to chase him, I was too late. And Josie...
Josie? You two seem pretty familiar with the woman.
Why, of course. She was a painter before she married Henri Wales, and she did a lot to encourage young painters like Cal. She'd given up her own work.
He made her do it.
No, Cal. You see, Lieutenant, Henri Wales is a fine photographer, and his wife did expert retouching.
She was too good for that. He had no right to...
Why, Mr. Wales...
Yes. Cynthia, what you tell me on the phone, it is true? I got here as fast as I could. Where is she? Quick.
Oh, a minute, just a moment.
My wife? Well, what has happened
Your
to
wife's
her?
dead, Wales. There's nothing you can do to help her now, except help us figure out how it happened.
My Josephine. What is this young man doing here?
He was here to see me when it happened, Mr. Wales.
I've told him that... I'm excited. I do not mean to be nasty, Cal. There's only this. Josephine.
It's my fault Cal was here. I asked him to drop in.
What's the matter, Wales? This fellow done something to make you sore?
No, nothing.
You were about to make a crack about telling him to keep away from here. What was it?
It was just that once I was a little jealous.
Cal brought his paintings in for Josie to criticize, and she admired his work. That's all.
Yeah? When a man is jealous, he usually has some reason.
Josephine was so much to me, but when this boy seemed so crazy about her, cost was nothing to her.
No, she thought more of me than you, Ari.
Cal!
You! She was a woman, and you a little boy.
I'm old enough to know what love is. And I loved her a lot more than you ever did, you heel.
You don't say.
He doesn't know what he's saying, Lieutenant. He's all mixed up.
Yeah, he's mixed up all right. Maybe he don't know what he's saying, but I do. I'm beginning to see what happened.
Oh, no, Lieutenant. You're wrong.
This mysterious stranger, Grayson. What do you look like?
I don't know. I didn't see enough of him.
You choked her yourself, didn't you? Well, answer me.
Don't let him bully you, Cal. I was with him, Lieutenant.
Now, keep out of this. You've admitted you loved the woman, Grayson. You told her, didn't you? And she was still in love with her husband. She wouldn't have anything to do with you. She sent you packing. So you got mad and grabbed her by the throat.
No, it wasn't like that at all.
He was with me, Lieutenant. How many
Keep
times...
still.
But this boy is not a murderer, officer. He is an artist, a sensitive, emotional...
Emotional enough to get crazy mad,
But
yeah.
it is not in an artist to destroy. An artist creates things, beautiful things.
Save it. Artists go crazy quicker than anybody. Come on, genius.
The phone...
Never mind, I'll get it. Hello? Yes, it's Kamek. Huh? What? You're kidding. You're sure, huh? And I guess that louses things up good for me, Joe. I thought I had this one on a platter. So long. Anybody who gets on the homicide squad should have his head examined of all that...
There is something wrong, officer?
Wrong. He just got the medical examiner's report on the body.
What about it?
She wasn't strangled to death.
What?
No sign of choking at all.
Her heart. Yes, she has...
Yeah. It was her heart, all right. She died from an overdose of digitalin. Enough to kill a healthy horse. She was poisoned.
Josephine Wales poisoned? But I thought... Well, we'll find out who poisoned her and why in the second act. Meanwhile...
And now the second act of Murder is an Odd. Lieutenant Kamek, baffled by the medical examiner's report, is questioning the dead woman's husband.
Wales, I want to look over the whole layout here.
You are welcome to look, but I've been trying to tell you, Lieutenant. My wife was taking digitalin. It was prescribed.
Not the way she took it, it wasn't prescribed. Doctor says there wasn't enough in those tablets of hers to...
Her heart was very weak. Perhaps the doctor did not realize...
He realizes the way she was loaded with the stuff. Yeah. Is this the room where she worked?
Yes. These are her things. Brushes.
Uh-huh. What's this stuff here?
Opaques. Paints for retouching my pictures.
Okay. Where do you work?
Here. My cameras. My desk.
Yeah. Look, you think your wife was leading this boy Cal on?
But no, he is only a boy.
Well, he says he was in love with her.
He's a little fool. Josephine, she liked to encourage all young painters. What are you doing? Those are my...
Yeah, I know. Your letters.
But they are personal. You have no right to go through my desk. I demand
that... Don't get excited. Uh-huh. Yeah. Who's Taffy?
Give me those letters. They have nothing to do with this.
I said who's Taffy?
Why, only a girl, a model.
Your wife know about her?
Give me those letters. They have no concern to you.
No? I'd like to talk to this Taffy. Maybe she knows something about digitalin.
Digitalin is a medicine, a prescription.
And in this case, a prescription for death. Bradley, what do you know about Taffy Landon?
Taffy Landon? Who's she?
You are making a mistake, Kamek.
She came here once in a while, Lieutenant, when Josie wasn't here. She was in love with Henri.
But I protest.
Yeah, those letters showed that.
The letter... She was a friend.
Yeah, I could tell that. And what a friend.
But that is over. I sent her away. You can ask her.
Don't worry, I will.
But what does all this have to do with Josie?
It is a mistake.
Hi, Taffy.
Well, quite a party. No welcome, Henri?
There's no time for welcome, sister. What's this between you and Wales?
Why, has Josie tried to make some trouble?
Josie's dead, Taffy. Murdered.
Oh, but I can't believe that.
Oh, well, it's true anyway. Now, what was the deal between you and Wales?
Why, he promised to marry me as soon as...
No. Taffy, for the love of heaven. It was only a flirtation, Lieutenant.
Henri, you promised you'd marry me as soon as you could get rid of... divorce her. You know you did.
Well, and just about does it. You had to get rid of your wife so you could marry this girl.
It isn't true. I love my wife. Taffy was only one of my models.
Those letters don't read that way.
But I can prove...
You'll have plenty of time to prove things, Wales. I'm taking you into the station right now.
It's awfully nice of you to bring me home, Lieutenant.
Oh, it's a pleasure. You were pretty crazy about Wales, huh?
Well, he was sweet. Isn't there any chance that he'll get off?
You can't tell what a jury will do. Maybe you'll get him back.
Oh, be your age, Lieutenant. Henri wouldn't ever marry me. He isn't that kind. He doesn't take love seriously. Oh, here's my house.
Just a minute. You mean you don't think he'd have married you if he hadn't got caught?
I don't think he'd ever marry anybody again. He's not the marrying kind.
But his motive for murder. You're it.
Don't be silly, Lieutenant. He didn't need to kill his wife to see me whenever he wanted to. And he was tired of me anyway. He'd been standing me up on dates.
But if that's so, I've got the wrong guy.
I wouldn't know. I'm just a gal trying to get along in the world. Well, good night.
Where's Wales, Miss Bradley?
How should I know? In jail, I suppose.
They've let him out on bail. You haven't seen him, have you?
Of course not. Why?
Somebody just took a wild shot at Taffy Landon.
She's killed?
No, just scared.
Why should Henri...
He saw that the girl's story about him promising to marry her wasn't going to do him any good.
But why would he shoot at her?
To scare her, so she couldn't testify in court.
Oh, but I can't believe that, Lieutenant. I'll bet...
Yeah? What?
I'll bet she fired a shot herself and then called the police. Don't you see? To throw suspicion away from her.
Suspicion? Who's suspecting her?
Why, look, Henri Wales told Taffy he'd marry her if he could get his wife out of the way. If that doesn't give Taffy a motive for the murder...
Yeah, maybe it does, at that.
She had the only motive that makes sense.
Maybe you're right. It's worth talking to her anyway. So long.
Goodbye, Lieutenant. Good luck. Why, Cal, you in the dark room? What were you doing there?
Hiding.
But what for?
To hear what was going on.
Oh, then you know that Taffy pulled a fake shooting to throw suspicion on somebody else. Lieutenant Kamek has just...
You fired that shot, Cynthia.
I? Oh, Cal, don't be silly.
I'm not being silly. I'm just getting smart, Cynthia. I spilled a bottle of Josie's Opaque when I was snooping around here, too.
Well, what's that got to do with...
Plenty. There was something funny about that paint. I could smell it.
Oh, your imagination's getting the best of you.
That paint had digitalin mixed with it. A lot of it. Every bottle.
Oh, you must be mistaken.
No. You won't get to destroy it, Cynthia. I've hidden it.
But I don't see...
Josie always moistened the ends of her paintbrushes with her lips and tongue. Henri talked to her about it not being sanitary. So had I. She just laughed at us. We all talked about it. And the paint on those brushes was loaded with digitalin. Every time she licked a paintbrush, she got more digitalin. The poison was cumulative.
Where are those bottles of Opaque?
Cynthia, put down that gun.
Where are they? Tell me before...
So you did kill Josie?
Yes, and I'll get away with it, too. Once you're out of the way. You might get them suspecting me with your story. They don't even consider me now.
But you could have let me take the blame in the first place. I thought I had killed her.
Oh, you poor dope. I knew I could handle you any way I wanted. But I needed to pose as your girlfriend, the loyal standby, so they wouldn't suspect me. And Taffy was to be the real fall guy. It's working out that way, too. Get her out of the way.
Taffy? Out of the way of what?
You were so crazy about Josie you couldn't see anything. Henri and I have been in love for months.
But Taffy, she...
Sure. That's why everybody will think Taffy's guilty. She's just a gold digger. Henri doesn't really give two hoots for her. But he'll marry me. He knows I'm serious.
So that's why you killed Josie.
From the way she talked to you, I knew she'd never divorce him. And I started poisoning her months ago, when the doctor began giving her digitalin. Medicine. A little of it. But too much of it was death. All she needed was a little shock to make her heart...
When I got mad at her, what...
Sure. It was too much for her heart. You see, Cal, you really did kill her.
No.
I can even tell them I killed you. I'll tell them it's self-defense. Doesn't get Taffy out of the picture, but I can take care of her.
You couldn't get away with it.
I'll tell them I found out about the digitalin in the paint bottles, that I accused you, and you tried to kill me. You killed her because she wouldn't have anything to do with you. Oh, I'll make the story stick. Don't worry. And then I'll have Henri just as I planned.
Cynthia.
Stand back, no Superman stuff. I'm a good shot. Hell, I'm warning you.
Quit scratching. I'm going to get that gun if...
No!
Get your fingers out of my eyes, you...
So, you thought you would get the gun if you could knock it out of my hand with that chair, did you? Well, you're not good enough. And this time...
Cynthia! Drop the gun, Miss Bradley.
No, I've caught your murder for you, Lieutenant. I figured it all out, and he...
Save it, Miss Bradley. I heard the whole thing.
You what?
Mm-hmm. People don't think of a cop being an artist, but my sneaking a dictograph in here, well, that was kind of a work of art, if I do say so. Give me the gun, Miss Bradley.
Well, all right.
Yeah, you may have been all right at retouching photographs. But when you start trying to change human lives, nah, you ain't that much of an artist.
Whitehall, 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the authentic, true stories of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories, the plain, unvarnished facts just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names of the participants have, for obvious reasons, been changed. The stories are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research on Whitehall 1212 comes from Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Here is the man in charge of Scotland Yard's famous Black Museum, Chief Superintendent John Davidson, to brief you on case number 504 MR701.
Good afternoon. All the exhibits I have charge of here at the Black Museum are not in themselves horrible or gruesome. I admit that several of the exhibits in this case, number 504701, are so dreadful that we reserve them for the use and study of our own people exclusively. Policemen are notoriously a strong-stomached lot. But this one that I brought with me is not such a one. Look at it. It's a woman's earring. The pair couldn't have cost a great deal. Handmade, I think, by some village jeweler in France many years ago. Can you make out the design? Crudely carved representation of a left hand holding a heart and what seems to be a flower. The other one of the pair was similar, I'm told, by those who've seen it, except that it was a right hand. This is the only one left of the pair. Retired Chief Superintendent Cedric Pickard is a little older today than he was then. Hey, Cedric?
I was a brand new inspector then, John.
You still remember all the details of this case, though.
For 35 years, I've been trying to forget them, John. On the 31st of October, 1917, the Zeppelins raided London for the next to last time. About 8 o'clock on the morning of November the 2nd, some 32 hours after the air raid, I received a call from E Division of the Metropolitan Police in Bow Street. I hastened there at once. They had 4 things to show me. 1, a badly bloodstained sheet. 2, a large jute bag labeled Argentine La Plata Cold Storage. 3, a stout cord which had been tied round the bag. 4, torn bit of pasteboard on which was scrawled in pencil the words, Bloody Belgium. Most curiously misspelled. There was a civilian there, too, a squatty man with a cast in his left eye, wearing a remarkably dirty cap. He stood up when I looked at him.
I'm Sammy Elwood, sir. I found it. Them things I mean.
Oh, did you then?
Roadman, I am, sir. I work at Regent Square in Bloomsbury.
Where'd you find this?
in the central garden in the square, sir, behind the railing. I seen it when I first come to work this morning, sir, but I went and had my breakfast first, sir. Good thing I did, too, and then I untied the bag when I come back. I run for a policeman right away, sir.
Why'd you run for police?
The bag, sir. There was a lady in it.
The lady, rather the remains of the lady, for she was lacking a head and hands, have been taken to the mortuary. Sam the roadman obviously knew nothing about it except what he discovered when he untied the bag marked cold storage. He went back to work, a faint green tinge still underlying the grime on his face and hands. I examined the evidence. The pasteboard on which was written Bloody Belgium, I hazarded, might indicate that someone who disliked Bloody Belgians had caused the death of this one. The bag, I decided, should go to the laboratory for examination. I looked for laundry marks on the bloodstained sheet. There was one down in one corner. I telephoned it in to the Criminal Records Office and started for my office at New Scotland Yard. The telephone was ringing as I came in. Yes? Inspector Picard here.
Sergeant Toland here, sir. We found out about that laundry mark, sir, the one you phoned in.
Good.
It belongs to a Mademoiselle Albertine de Rocher.
Belgian?
Don't know, sir. Address 50 Munster Square. That's over east of Regent's Park, sir.
That's very good, Sergeant. I'll run over there at once. Care to come along with me?
Why, if I can get permission to leave here, sir.
Get your hat. I'll take care of that. Accompanied by Sergeant Monty Toland, he was a much better man on a case than on a CRO telephone, and they knew it. I proceeded to Munster Square, and we were admitted to Mademoiselle de Rocher's two-room flat by the landlady, an old Frenchwoman with a moustache.
Bed's all torn up.
Oh. Sheet seems to be missing.
No sheet here.
Look under the bed.
1, 2, 3 pairs of shoes. No sheets under here. What are you looking at, sir?
Is that blood? There on the pillow?
Looks like it. And here, sir, on the blanket.
A lot of it. I wonder.
Sir, there's somebody at the door.
Landlady.
I can speak a sort of French, sir. Alors, madame, entrez.
Alors?
Come on in, the keyhole's drafty.
Pardon?
Come in.
Ask her if she knows where Mademoiselle de Rocher is.
Mademoiselle de Rocher...
She is gone.
She speaks English.
Oh, oui.
Where's she gone to?
Je comprends pas.
Où est-elle?
Oh, she's gone since samedi.
Saturday.
Oui, she go for to see her sister in Nottingham.
Nottingham.
Oui, oui, Nottingham.
What's her sister's name?
Ça, je comprends pas.
Comment elle s'appelle la sœur?
Je sais pas.
She doesn't know, sir.
She go away to hide in the abri when the Boche come in the air raid. Underground, in the tubes, vous savez? Elle ne revient pas. Nottingham. Tu compris?
What time did she leave?
À quelle heure tu parti?
Presque minuit.
Near midnight.
Samedi.
Saturday, yes.
She didn't come back, huh?
No. Nottingham.
Nottingham.
Oui.
Ask her who might know her sister's name in Nottingham.
Madame...
Il le sait. Cet homme-là, là-bas.
What man, madame?
The man in the picture there?
Oui. Ça, c'est Langlois, son bon ami. Langlois, il sait.
It's Langlois, her sweetheart. He might know, she says.
Where is he?
Je sais pas. Chez lui.
Where is his home?
Hein? Oh, Charlotte Street. Numéro 101. 101. Langlois, Étienne Pierre, Petite Boucherie. Rue Charlotte, numéro 101.
What'd she say?
She says his name's Langlois and he lives at 101 Charlotte Street.
I know that. What else did she say?
She says he has a small butcher shop there.
The butcher Langlois was not there in his combination living quarters and shop in the basement of 101 Charlotte Street when Toland and I arrived. The heavy door was strongly barred and locked. Toland spoke to an attractive Frenchwoman who seemed to be the charwoman. At least she was armed with broom and pail, obviously recently used.
Pardon, mademoiselle, monsieur Langlois est-il ici?
Non, monsieur, il est en train de livrer ses viandes. Je ne sais pas quand il sera de retour.
Oh.
Non, non, vous ne pouvez pas entrer. J'ai tout enfermé quand j'ai fini de nettoyer. Quelle saleté. C'est que Langlois a égorgé un veau samedi soir. Oh, le sang était tout partout. À présent, il fait ses ventes. Je regrette, mais je ne sais pas quand il sera de retour.
What'd she say?
She says he's gone.
Oui, monsieur.
Who's she?
Je suis Françoise Grimard.
Mademoiselle Françoise Grimard.
C'est moi la fiancée d'Étienne Langlois.
What'd she say?
She's the sweetheart of Langlois, she says.
How many sweethearts has this fellow got?
Oh, I don't think we'd better ask her that, sir.
Mais qu'est-ce que vous dites, voyons?
What'd she say?
She wants to know what we're talking about.
Madam.
Mademoiselle.
You tell her, Toland.
Dommage que je l'ai raté. Je vous remercie, mademoiselle. Come on, sir. Au revoir, mademoiselle.
À la bonne heure, messieurs.
Goodbye, madam.
Mademoiselle.
Oh, quite. Wonder how much she knows about this affair. Said she was Langlois' sweetheart, didn't she?
That isn't all she said, sir.
I gathered that.
Said Langlois had butchered a calf in there Saturday night.
She did?
That's why she had to clean up the place.
I hope she didn't clean it up too well.
Why, sir?
I'd like a sample of that blood.
I don't understand you, sir.
I want to see if it's really animal blood, my boy. I posted 2 detectives at the Charlotte Street location to keep a close but inconspicuous watch on the home butcher shop of Etienne Pierre Langlois to report the butcher's return. Toland and I went back to the Munster Square address where Albertine de Rocha had lived. The mustached landlady assured us she knew nothing more of the affairs of Mademoiselle de Rocha. She did, however, add that Monsieur Langlois had put in an appearance there after the de Rocha woman had left. Ask her when, Toland, I said.
Quel jour, madame?
Dimanche.
Sunday.
What did he want, madame?
He had food for the cat. Mademoiselle Durocher asked him to do so.
Was he alone?
Hein?
Était-il seul?
Oui.
How long was he here?
15 minutes, peut-être.
15 minutes.
I know. He fed the cat?
Comment?
The cat. Cat. Did he feed the cat? Eat.
Non.
Why? That's what he was here for, wasn't it?
Le chat est perdu.
The cat's what?
Perdu. He is run away.
What did he do with the cat food?
Oh, he take it away with him.
Why didn't he leave it here?
Je ne sais pas.
Was he here alone in this room all that time?
Oui.
Did he take anything from here when he left?
The food for the cat.
That all?
Je ne sais pas. I don't know.
You sure?
Monsieur, if he takes something from this flat, it is hers, not mine. Comprenez? I don't know. Aussi, he is her sweetheart, you say, n'est-ce pas? It is all right if he takes something. I don't know. Not my business.
A sheet seems to be missing from the bed.
I don't know. Je ne sais pas absolument.
I see. Well, that's that.
Seems to be, sir.
Well, thank you, madam. Goodbye.
Goodbye, monsieur.
Oh, I knew there was something else I wanted to ask you.
Oui, monsieur.
Do you know a woman named, what's her name, Toland?
Who, sir?
The woman who told us about Langlois.
Oh. Françoise Grimard.
Ah. Know her?
No, I have never heard of her.
Nowhere in all London is the art of thrusting one's nose into other people's business at lower ebb than in Soho, with its enormous foreign population. Our uncooperative landlady was a conspicuous practitioner of the ancient injunction, live and let live. As Toland and I approached 101 Charlotte Street, half a mile away, Detective Sergeant John Mullins, one of the men I'd posted to watch the Langlois establishment, called to me.
Hey, Inspector.
Who's that? Oh, it's you, Mullins.
Yes, sir. Been looking for you, sir. You went to your office at the yard and I...
What's up?
He's come back, sir.
Langlois?
Must be him, sir. He looks like a bloody butcher. He came up and unlocked the door of the place and went inside.
He's still there?
Must be. We haven't seen him come out.
Good.
The woman came up and knocked at the door, sir, about 10 minutes ago and was admitted by him.
Young?
Well, not so young, Sergeant, but very handsome, I'd say.
What'd she say?
We couldn't hear, sir, but she's there now. At least she hasn't come out either.
She's telling him all about the two policemen who were asking questions about him this morning. I'll take my oath.
He was there. So was Mademoiselle Francoise Grimard. They had been sharing a bottle of villainous-looking vin rouge. The kind the French soldiers call...
Pinard.
Pinard, that's right. Oof. It is said to dissolve the teeth if taken in quantity by an amateur. Neither Langlois nor Mademoiselle Grimard were amateurs, apparently. They looked at us a trifle owlishly, however. We gratefully declined a drink. Langlois swilled Pinard.
What do you want, policeman?
Prends garde, Etienne.
What'd she say?
Be careful what you say, sir.
What?
That's what she said, sir.
Oh.
What do you want?
We'd like to ask you a few questions, Monsieur Langlois.
Ask him. I do not guarantee to answer.
Qu'est-ce que tu dis, Etienne?
Je dis que je ne promets rien.
Mademoiselle Grimard told us that she'd cleaned your place out.
He did not clean it well enough, I'm afraid.
Oh, fiche-moi le camp.
It is still dirty, Françoise.
Si au moins tu faisais plus attention quand tu égorges tes bêtes.
What did she say?
She says I should be more careful when I butcher. C'est vrai, Françoise.
You do your butchering in here?
Sometimes, monsieur.
Mais écoute.
Tais-toi, Françoise.
This blood on the walls here, on the floor. It's animal blood, then?
From the calf I slaughtered.
Would you mind if I take a small sample of it?
Qu'est-ce qu'il dit?
Il veut du sang.
Pourquoi pas?
Why not, monsieur? You will find it is calf's blood. N'est-ce pas, Françoise?
Bien sûr.
Allons, monsieur, take what you like.
If you please, Tolan.
Yes, sir.
Just scrape some of those stains in. Here, take this envelope.
Yes, sir.
Label it. Thank you. Now, if you'll open the door and hand it to Mullins, ask him to hurry it back. If you don't mind, Monsieur Langlois.
I don't mind.
Yes, sir.
He's to take it to Sidney Belloc in the laboratory and have him tested at once. To see if it is animal blood.
It is, monsieur.
And rush me a report here at once. I'll wait.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Monsieur Langlois.
But is that all you wish, monsieur?
I should like to ask another question or two, if I may.
Allons, monsieur.
Prends garde, Etienne.
Let me alone. Monsieur.
Now, you are not required to answer this question, Monsieur Langlois.
I know that. Ask it.
You, knew Mademoiselle Albertine de Rocher, did you
Albertine du
not?
Rocher, la vache, cette salope.
Françoise.
Oh, Albertine du Rocher, alors oui, la connaissez, moi aussi.
Petit de terre.
Elle qui voulait m'enlever Étienne, cette cochonne de la rue.
Je gifle, Françoise.
Oh, elle ne reviendra plus ici, celle-là.
Enfin, c'est toi.
Oh, essaye. Elle reviendra plus jamais
Enfin,
ici.
c'est toi. Ferme ta gueule.
Eh oui, il la connaissait, moi aussi.
Tais-toi, Françoise.
Elle nous tracassera plus jamais, celle-là.
I take it the lady did know her.
She certainly did, sir.
What did she say?
Well...
Albertine du Rocher.
Now, excuse me, monsieur. I think it is better you go from here.
Monsieur Langlois, I have several more questions I would
I'm
like...
sorry, monsieur. I will not answer them.
Well, you don't have to, of course.
I am sure that you will see that the matter of Mademoiselle Albertine du Rocher is a very painful one for Mademoiselle Guillemard and myself, François.
Oh, alors.
Alors, tais-toi, François.
Oh, Albertine du Rocher.
No, monsieur. I have answered enough. I know the British law, too, monsieur. You may not enter my dwelling without a warrant if I wish you not to. Nor must I answer questions unless I so choose. You have no warrant. I choose not to answer any more of your questions. I ask you to go away from my house.
Aha.
The door, monsieur.
Oh, attends, espèce de crétin!
A thwarted policeman is a sorry sight. We shambled down Charlotte Street in the general direction of Scotland Yard, and the small measure of self-respect we'd attained in our retreat to its sheltering walls was quickly stripped from us by Sergeant Mullins, who met us on the stairway to my office.
I was just starting out to find you, sir.
Yes, Sergeant?
That sample of blood you sent me back with, sir.
Yes?
The laboratory says it's animal blood, sir, not human at all.
Toland and I went home. But a night of even troubled sleep helps. I found obtaining a search warrant not too difficult, and armed with it, Toland, Mullins, and I returned to Charlotte Street. Langlois greeted us with a tolerant smile, I think you'd call it, if you were a novelist.
It was the blood of an animal, was it not, Inspector?
Yes, it was, Monsieur Langlois.
Oh, you see. I did not lie to you, n'est-ce pas?
I have brought a search warrant.
Eh bien.
Is there any other room or building on these premises which you use for slaughtering? May as well tell me. We shall find it anyway.
There is a small shed.
Out this door, monsieur.
But I have not used it for many months.
Out this door, monsieur.
Go ahead, Mullins. You know what you're looking for.
Right, sir.
Is there a basement here?
It is used for storage.
We'll have a look at it later. Toland.
Yes, sir.
Have a good look round the other rooms first, Toland.
Yes, sir.
Monsieur, I assure you...
Oh, on second thought, Toland, just run round to Munster Square, will you?
Is that not where the Mademoiselle de Rocher lived, monsieur?
Just run round there, will you, and see what Tom Bennett's found out.
Yes, sir.
If his report isn't ready, wait for it. And come back here at once.
Right, sir.
May I ask,
There's
monsieur...
a pathologist over there with some portable laboratory equipment, monsieur.
Mais je ne comprends pas.
He's over there looking at some bloodstains. Now, if you don't mind, I'll start in this room. Is this an abattoir too, monsieur?
It is my kitchen.
It was a most dingy kitchen. A most filthy kitchen. I inspected it carefully. Greasy saucepans, well-scrubbed butcher's knives, moldy pails of rubbish, stinking half-empty tins of decayed food, and under the ancient sink, a pile of stained linen. The third item I picked up was a blood-stained towel. Animal blood, too, I asked Langlois. He didn't reply. And then something fell out of the folds of the towel onto the floor. I picked it up. What's this? I asked.
It is an earring. It belongs to Françoise, to Mademoiselle Grimard.
An earring, I said. And dropped it into my pocket. Let's ask her about that.
I will give it to her, monsieur.
Thank you. I'll just ask her to identify it when she comes in. Where is she, by the way?
Oh, she... I don't know.
We'll find her. Did you say this is animal blood on this towel, monsieur?
From the calf which I slaughtered.
Jimmy, how did an earring ever get in here?
She lost it.
Saturday night? Whilst you were slaughtering the animal?
Monsieur.
Who's that?
Me, sir. Sergeant Mullins.
Oh, come in, Mullins. Did you find anything?
These bags, sir.
Jute bags. What's it say on them? You read it, Langlois.
Argentine, La Plata, cold storage. I have dozens of them.
Curious. The same kind of sack the body was in. Well, let's keep them, Mullins. Now, who's that?
Oh, here you are, sir. Bennett says the stains are animal blood, sir. He's certain.
I wonder how animal blood got in Mademoiselle de Roche's room. I wonder...
Monsieur, I must speak to you.
Eh? Very well. Toland, you and Mullins go down to the cellar and see what you can find. Got a torch?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
Well on. Now, monsieur.
Wait, monsieur. There's nothing down there.
Get along.
Monsieur, I confess.
Go on.
I did not kill her.
Oh?
I went to feed the cat. I found her dead in her room. She had been attacked. Oh, the blood.
I'm reliably informed that is animal blood, monsieur.
I was frightened. The concierge, the landlady, she knew I was there. I might be accused of murder.
It is possible.
I brought the body back here. That blood out there in the kitchen, that is human blood. Her blood. I put her in the sack, but I did not kill her. I did not, I tell you. In the night, I got my horse and trap, and I drove to Regent Square with the body, and...
What did you do with the hands and the head?
We found the head, sir.
Oh, no!
It's in a cask downstairs, sir, with the hands. Can't identify it, sir, but there's an earring in one ear. The other's been torn out. If we can find it...
Who's that now? Come in. Good morning, Mademoiselle Grimard.
Qu'est-ce qui se passe ici? Et vous? On vous a mis à la porte hier. Étienne, réponds si veux-tu.
Mademoiselle, do you recognize this earring?
Oh, c'est à elle. C'est celui qui s'est accroché au torchon.
What'd she say?
She says it's the one that got caught in the towel, sir. Why, it's the same as the one down in the cellar, sir.
On l'a trouvé. Ils ont découvert sa tête.
She says they found it. They found the head.
Albertine. Oh, c'est lui qui l'a tué. Arrêtez-le.
Assassin, she is the one. No, she murdered Albertine. My love, mon amour, my best.
Stop. Helen. So she'll understand it.
Huh?
Etienne Langlois, I arrest you on a charge of willful murder.
Françoise Grimard.
I arrest you for the willful murder of Albertine de Rocha. I warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used in evidence. Come along, both of you. At the trial at Old Bailey, it was proved that Albertine de Rocha, instead of going to the air raid shelter when the alarm was given, had instead gone to the home of her lover, Langlois, who was entertaining Francoise Grimard. A quarrel ensued, and the de Rocha woman was struck on the head and killed. We found the murder weapon, a cleaver owned by Langlois. The only fingerprints on it were those of Francoise Grimard. Langlois had gone to the dead woman's flat in Munster Square the next night with a container of animal blood in an attempt to make good his hastily conceived story. Then, realizing he must do better than that, he resorted to the practice of his profession. His handwriting matched the bloody Belgium written on the pasteboard with the body. It was a joke, he said, to foil people. It didn't. Etienne Langlois and Francoise Grimard were hanged at Wandsworth Prison in May 1918.
You have heard another in the series Whitehall 1212, compiled from the official files of Scotland Yard. Research is from Percy Hoskins of the London Daily Express. Whitehall 1212 will not be heard next Sunday, giving way to a special broadcast of the Masters Open Golf Tournament from Augusta, Georgia. But we shall return to you at this time 2 weeks from today. Among those heard in this reenactment of a celebrated case were Horace Brame, Harvey Hayes, Lester Fletcher, Evan Thomas, John Dirth, Patricia Courtley, and Elizabeth Eustace. The stories for radio on Whitehall 1212 are written and directed by Willis Cooper.
I did not see the murderer being the French woman. They waited until the very end for that revelation, right as they found the head and the hands. Dark. Although that was a lot of French. If you don't speak French, that was a lot of French. Anyway, our last 4 shows on our OTR Dark Mysteries start out with The Fat Man, played by J. Scott Smart, one of my favorite OTR detective shows. It's up next with Murder Shows a Phantom Face, where the eldest daughter of a wealthy man calls Brad, the fat man, because she believes someone in her household has murdered her father. This show basically was created as a composite of The Thin Man and The Continental Op. Based on Dashiell Hammett's writing, the show had trouble attracting a sponsor towards the end of its run due to Dashiell Hammett's communist ties, if you remember the Red Scare back in the 50s, and it was canceled in 1951. After that, there is Evil in the House from The Shadow, broadcast on November 7th, 1948, followed by The Ghost of Murdoch Swamp from Danger Dr. Danfield, and then finally finishing the stream up with Formula for Death from The Saint with Vincent Price. Probably one of my favorite episodes from that show. So I hope that you all enjoyed the last 4 shows, and thank you so much for staying up all night on our OTR Darkest Mysteries mystery show. And I want to thank you all for participating in the chat. I want to thank everyone for tuning into the channel. If you haven't already hit the like button, it does put our videos out to a wider audience based on YouTube's algorithms. And if you could leave some comments afterwards. You can't leave now because we're live, but once it posts at the end of the stream, maybe come back and leave a comment on what you thought of the shows, maybe shows you'd like to see in future streams. Greatly appreciated. Alan, I think you and me are the last ones in the chat at 3:40 a.m. Central Standard Time. We're both in Illinois. Thanks so much for staying up, and I will talk to you all later.
There he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it?
The Fat Man. And now here's the Fat Man in Murder Shows a Phantom Face.
The empty road wound snake-like beside the river. It was an old river, wide and sluggish, with tired hills rolling off on each side. A lonesome, desolate place. The early November twilight slipped across the valley. The hills gazed reproachfully at the river and began putting on gray shrouds for the night. I pulled my topcoat close around me and turned on the headlights. 3 hours from the city by car, she said on the phone. Money is no object, Mr. Rooney. That was just about all she had said, in a voice as distant as the North Pole and twice as cold. Annabelle Gunston. I couldn't place the name, but it had a vaguely familiar sound. The rain came in torrents, splashed against the windshield. Suddenly, a tall iron gate appeared on the right side of the road. The gate stood open under a crescent.
There he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it?
The Fat Man. And now here's the Fat Man in Murder Shows a Phantom Face.
The empty road wound snake-like beside the river. It was an old river, wide and sluggish, with tired hills rolling off on each side. A lonesome, desolate place. The early November twilight slipped across the valley. The hills gazed reproachfully at the river and began putting on gray shrouds for the night. I pulled my topcoat close around me and turned on the headlights. 3 hours from the city by car, she said on the phone. Money is no object, Mr. Rooney. That was just about all she had said, in a voice as distant as the North Pole and twice as cold. Annabelle Gunston. I couldn't place the name, but it had a vaguely familiar sound. The rain came in torrents, splashed against the windshield. Suddenly, a tall iron gate appeared on the right side of the road. The gate stood open under a crescent of faded iron letters that spelled Gunston Lodge. I swung the car through the gate and into a steep, tree-lined gravel drive. After about a quarter of a mile, the house came into view. It stood directly on top of a cliff that sheered off to the river 200 feet below. It was a big house. Big and old. Its old-fashioned turrets looked like bony fingers reaching towards the leaden sky. I rapped a knocker on the front door.
Yes, sir?
My name is Runyon. I believe Miss Gunston is expecting me.
Which Miss Gunston, sir?
Are there more than one?
There are 3 Miss Gunston, sir. Miss Frances, Miss Laura, and Miss Annabelle.
I'll try Miss Annabelle.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Yeah, but tell Miss Annabelle that Mr. Runyon is here.
Yes, sir. Just come inside and tell her.
Ah, hello, big boy. You're pretty fast. You're kind of good looking, Fat.
That could be a cue for something, is it?
Maybe. I heard you tell Thorne you came to see Annabelle. Now, why would a man come to see her?
If she looks like you, I might be able to answer that.
She doesn't look like me or act like me. Let's have a drink, Brown Eyes.
Later. Business before pleasure.
I don't like business. But I like you. You're nice. What do you think about that?
I think somebody ought to give you a good spanking.
That's what they all say. But they all like me. Even Brutus and that sneaky doctor of Laura's. But Brutus is gone now.
Miss Gunston will see you now, Mr. Runyon.
Okay.
Don't forget that drink, Brown Eyes.
If I do, it'll be the first time.
This way, sir.
Who was that, Thorne?
Miss Frances, sir. The youngest of the 3 sisters.
Interesting girl.
Yes, sir.
She mentioned somebody named Brutus. Know who that might be?
Her father, sir. Mr. Brutus Gunston.
She said he'd gone away.
Yes, sir.
Long trip?
Quite long, sir. Mr. Brutus died last week.
Come in, Mr. Runyon. That'll be all, Thorne.
Yes, Miss Annabelle.
Sit down, Mr. Runyon. I must apologize if I appear to be nervous, but I've been extremely upset.
I understand. Cigarette?
No. And I'd prefer it if you did not smoke in my presence.
Okay. Your sister didn't seem to mind.
My sister. You've seen my sister?
The young one downstairs in the hall.
Frances.
Mm-hmm.
That is unfortunate. Mr. Runyon, my younger sisters and I do not see eye to eye in a great many matters, one of which is my reason for asking you to come here. I might add that my youngest sister, Frances, is not quite all she might be.
I see what you mean.
She caused my poor father untold trouble.
I understand he died last week. I'm sorry.
Yes, it was a terrible blow. And, Mr. Runyon, it has to do with my reason for sending for you.
I see. Suppose you tell me all about it.
My father did not die of natural causes, Mr. Runyon. He was murdered.
Murdered? Why didn't you call in the police?
I couldn't call the police because there was no proof, no evidence. He supposedly died of a heart attack. That's why I've hired you. I want you to find proof of my father's murderer. I want you to find his murderer.
If there wasn't any evidence of murder, what makes you so sure? What did the doctor say? Didn't you mention your suspicions?
Of course I did. I told all of them, and they laughed at me. Said I was imagining things. And that doctor, he said it was a heart attack.
If it wasn't his heart, what was it?
Oh, it was a heart attack, all right. That's why there was no proof. Even the broken bottle of pills on the floor, the disarranged bedclothes.
What about the broken bottle?
Father had some pills. I don't know exactly what they were, but he took them for relief whenever an attack started. He kept them on the table beside his bed. He died late at night. The bottle of pills was lying on the floor, broken. Of course, Dr. Taylor said Father had obviously knocked them over himself. I don't believe it.
You mean you think somebody deliberately knocked over the bottle when your father had the attack, so he couldn't reach the medicine?
I'm sure of it. I'm also sure that this attack was caused by something.
For instance?
For instance, sudden fright. His face in death had the most horrible expression of fear I've ever seen. My father was murdered, and I intend to find his murderer. That's why you're here. I'll pay you well.
Just what do you want me to do?
I want you to stay here in the house for a few days as a guest.
Just what do you think I can find out by doing that?
Mr. Runyon, I'm not a person to point the finger of suspicion without just and ample proof. But there are people in this house who will benefit by my poor father's death.
Meaning?
Meaning, first, my two sisters. My father was a sensible man. He was a very wealthy man. He'd arranged his wealth in such a manner that we 3 daughters should not come into money of our own until we reached the age of 35, except in the case of his death. I am 40 years old. My sister Laura is 28, and my younger sister Frances is only 25.
Are you accusing your sisters of murder?
No, I'm only pointing out the fact that they benefit by his death. There are others in this house who benefit also.
The butler?
My father's will left Thorne $10,000.
You said others. Who else?
Dr. Taylor. My father's physician is staying in the house as a guest. He also stands an excellent chance of benefiting by father's death.
How?
He is engaged to marry my sister Laura.
Come in.
I beg your pardon, sir, but Miss Annabelle wished me to tell you that dinner will be served in 15 minutes.
Good, I'm hungry. Oh, by the way, Thorne, it's raining pretty hard outside, and I left my car standing in the driveway.
I took the liberty of putting it away, sir. It's in the garage.
Oh, thank you.
If you would be so kind, sir, as to follow me.
Follow you? What do you mean?
Miss Laura would like a word with you, sir.
All right. Okay, what can I lose?
Her room is just down the hall. It's that room there, sir.
Thank you, Thorne.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Thorne.
Yes, sir.
I was just wondering, how does it feel to inherit $10,000?
Beg pardon, sir?
Never mind, skip it.
Yes, sir.
Come in, quickly. I must apologize for asking you to my room, but I had to see you in private.
Why?
You needn't pretend. You're a detective.
And you know why I'm here.
Of course, and it's too ridiculous. Father murdered. Why, it's absurd. He was a sick man. He died of a heart attack in the middle of the night.
Your sister Annabelle doesn't think it's so absurd.
Mr. Runyon, my sister Annabelle suffers from what you might call hallucinations. You don't know her very well. She's a strange woman. My father's death was a great shock to her. You see, she was very close to him, closer than my sister Frances or I. That's why I wanted to talk to you before she makes a complete fool of herself.
In that case, it shouldn't do any harm for me to look around a little bit to humor her. Then I can tell her.
No, you don't understand. Don't you see, if people know that a detective is here, that the family thinks my father was murdered, surely you can see what that sort of talk might cause? That's why you must leave here at once tonight.
I'm sorry, Miss Gunston, but I'm afraid I can't do that. Your sister has hired me, and...
Very well, then. In that case, I'll tell you the truth.
It might help.
My sister Annabelle suffers from something worse than innocent hallucinations. You've seen her. You know what she looks like.
She certainly didn't get her share of the family looks.
Annabelle is much older than Frances and I. She never had boyfriends, never went out. Certainly never considered marrying. She devoted all her time to Father, taking care of him, managing the home. Naturally, she was Father's favorite. 10 years ago, she became quite ill, and Father was forced to send her away for nearly a year.
Let's talk straight, Miss Laura. What do you mean ill? Do you mean insane?
Call it that if you want to. She was pronounced cured and returned home. I'm sure you can understand now why I...
Laura, is it true that Annabelle has hired a...
Really, Ray, don't you think you should knock?
I'm sorry, Laura.
This is Mr. Runyon.
How do you do?
My fiancé, Dr. Taylor.
You were going to say something, Doctor.
Don't let me stop you.
Well,
Mr. Runyon is a detective, Ray. Annabelle hired him because she feels that father was murdered.
Oh, that's just too silly, Mr. Runyon.
Maybe I ought to find that out for myself. Brutus Gunston died of a heart attack.
I was his doctor. I don't know what caused his death.
Yeah, you should. But I'd like to ask... Wait a minute. There's somebody outside that door. Looking for something, Thorne?
No, sir. Miss Annabelle wanted me to announce that dinner is served.
Dinner was a cozy little affair in a candlelit room big enough for a basketball game. There was no talking, very little eating. A lot of looking, mostly at me. The candles threw great flickering shadows at the beam ceiling. A big wooden fire at one end of the room caught the shadows and tossed them to a rain-splashed French window on the opposite side. The young one, Frances, sat on my right in a low-cut evening dress that only she could wear. She wore a delicate perfume that did what it was supposed to do. Thorne had gone out for the dessert when she squeezed my hand lightly under the table. The doctor and Laura were across from me, silent. Annabelle sat grimly at the head of the table, staring at the windows. The flickering fire behind her gave her thin, repressed face a skull-like appearance. Annabelle!
What's the matter? Annabelle!
The window! There was a face! There was a face against the window!
Do you see anything?
No.
Annabelle, you're sure you saw something?
Yes, I tell you, I saw it. It was horrible.
There was nothing there, Miss Annabelle.
No, of course it's not there now. It only stayed a second.
Did you recognize it?
You won't believe me, but I did.
Who was it?
It was Father.
Nonsense, Annabelle.
I tell you, I saw him. I know he was murdered now. He was trying to tell me something.
Now stop it, Annabelle. You're upset. You're imagining things. It's opening too much for you. You gotta control yourself.
It was Father, I tell you. I saw his face. He's trying to speak. I can't stand anymore.
Come, Annabelle, you'd better lie down.
I'll give you something to make you sleep.
No! You stay away from me. Stay away from me. Mr. Runyon, please don't let him touch me.
Now, take it easy.
Now, really, Annabelle, you've got to control yourself. Come, I'll help you to your room.
I saw him.
She'll be all right. It's a simple case of nerves. I'll give her a sip.
Nice act, wasn't it?
Yeah, Francis. If it was an act.
How are your nerves, Brown Eyes?
I'm ready for that drink you promised me.
There's a bar downstairs.
Complete with ghosts, bats, and witches.
And 30-year-old brandy.
Is that all?
That's charming. And I'll make it more charming. Brown Eyes. Straight?
Straight. Somehow this modern bar doesn't seem to go with the rest of the gloom.
There are a lot of things in this house that don't go together.
For instance?
You're a detective, aren't you?
Uh-huh. And detectives ask questions.
This is the only room in the house I like. Brutus liked it, too.
And Brutus was an honorable man.
You're nice. I like you. You're bright.
And you're a lot smarter than you pretend to be.
Maybe. Yes, I know Brutus. I know him a lot better than the frustrated Annabelle or the pure and mighty Laura. He liked me, too, in his way. Maybe it was because I was like him. He built this bar, you know, but he never lived to enjoy it.
You caused him a lot of worry.
I suppose Annabelle told you that. Yes, I guess I did my share. But I really liked him. For all his faults, he was a real man. I like real men.
Not yet, sweetheart. The drinks.
All right, Brown Eyes. Here's to gloom and ghosts and murder.
He was murdered, then.
Yes.
So you knocked over the bottle of pills.
No, Brown Eyes, I didn't knock over the bottle of pills. But I think I know who did.
Who?
Oh, maybe it's better to let sleeping dogs lie.
But sleeping dogs have a habit of waking up and biting.
Oh, Brutus was getting old when he died. Old and sick and tired. Maybe it was this.
Murderers never bet.
See on that picture there at the end of the bar? That's the way I like to remember him. Handsome, arrogant, and smiling.
So this is Brutus, your father.
I hung it there just after... What are you doing? Why are you taking it down?
Just a second and I'll show you.
Oh, don't take it out of the frame.
Hold it, sweetheart. Just a moment. Yeah, I'll get this out of the frame. Now, look here.
Why, the head of the picture's been cut out like a paper doll.
It's the face Annabelle saw in the window tonight. See how carefully it's been cut, so it could be put back against the rest of the picture.
Yes.
Whoever did it figured nobody would look closely at this picture if it was hanging on the wall in its frame. So they cut out the head, took it to the window tonight for Annabelle to see, then brought it back and put it in the frame again.
Then she did see the face.
I'll say she did. It was dark outside. It was raining. Annabelle's nerves are shot. All she really needed was a suggestion. This was more than that. It was her father's face.
But who could have done it? We were all there.
Not all. Thorne the butler wasn't in the room.
But I thought... Well, I was sure.
Sure that what?
I see it all now. I know who murdered Father. It was... the lights. Somebody turn off the lights.
Francis! Francis!
What happened? What is it? What were those shots? Francis. She's hurt.
No, Laura. Your sister's dead.
Dead? Oh, no.
Somebody shot her from the head of the stairs. Didn't you see anybody?
No, I didn't.
Where were you?
I just taken Annabelle to her room up in the tower.
The tower?
That's what we call it. It's a turret overlooking the river.
Sir, I tell you, I don't know.
What happened, Runyon?
Francis. Francis.
Oh, let me see.
She's dead, Dr. Taylor.
She's dead, all right.
Where did you get that gun, Taylor?
I met Thorne in the hall. He's holding this gun in his hand.
But I tell you, I found it on the floor.
Laura, you say you'd just taken your sister Annabelle to her room.
Yes. She was so upset. On the way back downstairs, I stopped in my own room for a minute. I heard the shots and came down.
What is it? What's happened? Laura? Francis?
It's Annabelle. You better go upstairs with her, Laura. Don't let her come down here, and don't tell her Francis has been shot.
Yes, I'll go. It's all right, Annabelle. I'm coming. It's nothing.
But Laura, I thought I heard shots.
It was nothing, Annabelle.
Give me that gun, Taylor. 2 bullets gone. All right. Let's hear your story, Taylor.
Well, we'd taken Annabelle to her room. We heard 2 shots and started down here. Then I saw Thorne. He was carrying this gun in his hand.
I told you I found it lying in the hall, sir. I was in the kitchen. I heard the shots and came to investigate. I picked up the gun just as Dr. Taylor came along.
It's not good enough, Thorne.
But, sir, I tell you,
Look here on the bar, Thorne. Did you ever see this picture before?
Well, where did that come from?
It was hanging on the wall in that frame.
But somebody's cut out the head.
That's the face Annabelle saw in the window tonight. How about it, Thorne? Recognize it?
Well, of course I recognize it, sir. I've seen it many times, but I didn't cut it out like that.
He's lying.
No, I'm not lying.
It's no good, Thorne. You murdered the old man by breaking his bottle of pills so he couldn't get at them when he had an attack. Then you must have frightened him to bring on the attack.
But, sir, I tell you...
You knew he was leaving you $10,000.
I knew that.
Then Annabelle got suspicious and called me.
But I...
And that scared you.
No, I didn't know you were a detective.
But somebody else suspected you, too. The dead girl there. She said she heard something the night her father was murdered. And she was just about to tell me who the killer was when she was shot.
Please, you're making a terrible mistake. I didn't kill anybody.
You had the gun when Dr. Taylor found you upstairs. You admit that. And another thing. When Annabelle saw that face in the window tonight, you were the only one who wasn't in the room.
There's something about all this that doesn't add up, Dr. Taylor.
I don't see what. It's all there. It couldn't be anybody else but Thorne.
That's just what I mean. It's all too pat. I've got a feeling that I've overlooked something. Something that I did see but didn't notice. Something that's off-key. Operator. Operator. Operator!
I'll answer in a minute.
Yeah, not tonight they won't. This phone's dead.
Dead?
Uh-huh.
Oh, it's still raining pretty hard. Maybe the storm blew the line down. But sometimes on a rainy night like this.
That's it, Taylor. That's it.
What?
The rain. I knew there was something wrong, something missing.
Why, I don't understand.
You will. Come on. We're going up to the tower room to see Laura and Annabelle. Thorne didn't murder anybody. But I know who did.
So I was right. My father was murdered, wasn't he, Mr. Runyon?
He was murdered, all right. Look at this, Annabelle.
Father's picture. But it's been cut out. Why?
That's the face you saw in the window, isn't it?
Why, yes. Yes, it is. So that was it. It wasn't a ghost.
You're sure this is what you saw?
Yes, I'm almost positive. Of course, it was dark outside, and the rain was pouring down, but...
I found this cut-out picture about 15 minutes after you saw it. It was absolutely dry.
Dry?
Why, what do you mean?
I mean this picture was never out in the rain, Dr. Taylor.
But it had to be if Annabelle saw it.
The point is that Annabelle didn't see a face.
And I tell you I did.
No, Annabelle. It was a swell scheme, wasn't it? Too good, in fact.
What are you driving at?
Thorne didn't murder your father or your sister. You did, Annabelle. You killed your father.
Annabelle? You?
Yes. Yes, me. I killed him, and Francis, too. I hated them. All of you. But I hated him most. I was his servant. Yes, I killed him. I broke his bottle of pills. I frightened him out of his sleep. I killed him.
Frances heard the bottle break. She went into the hall to see what it was, and she saw you, didn't she, Annabelle?
Yes. But Annabelle called you, Mr. Runyon. She was the one who kept saying Father had been murdered.
Sure. That was to throw us off the track.
Yes, I hate you. You've all had everything. I had nothing. Why should any of you have been happy when I wasn't? Why should my sisters have been beautiful? Look at me. Look at me. Why should they have sweethearts and not me?
Annabelle.
Easy, Laura. She's sick.
Sick? Am I sick? Oh, you're clever, all right, Miss Very clever, Mr. Fatman. Yes, you're clever. You're clever enough. Stop her. The window.
Annabelle.
There are rocks down there, Runyon. 200 feet below.
Oh, why did she do it? Why?
Don't you understand, Laura? All her life she'd been eaten up by jealousy. It was like a cancer tearing her apart, distorting everything with hate and greed. She was sick, beyond hope. That's the trouble when greed and hate and envy start boring away inside. Whether it's a person, a family, even a nation, the result is always the same. Dissension, violence, death, and destruction. Well, that's that. It seems I spend my life in getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. Be seeing you again. So long.
Of men. The shadow knows.
Motorists, do you know know what type of automobile accident often happens at night on a good road in fair weather, which may happen when your car is the only car in the vicinity, which is very likely to result in death or crippling injuries to the driver, and which, unlike most accidents, has usually tipped you off as to what may happen? The answer to this question, given by the National Safety Council, which is currently conducting a campaign against night traffic accidents, is this. The driver simply falls asleep at the wheel. And the answer to this accident problem is simply this. Don't drive while you're sleepy. If you must drive at night, stop for some sleep when you feel that drowsy spell coming on. Don't let this very violent type of accident sneak up on you in the dark. Don't let tragedy catch you asleep at the wheel. And now, the shadow.
The shadow, who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's drama, Evil in the House. It's a warm, starlit evening in early fall. A tall, bare-headed young man stops outside the gate of an attractive summer home overlooking the sea. He grins, runs his fingers through his hair, and makes his way up the path to the door.
Come in. Hello, Dickie.
Hello, Joan.
Dickie Warren.
Glad to see me?
What do you want?
That's not a very nice way to greet an old friend after 2 long years.
What do you want, Dickie?
I thought you'd throw your arms around me and say, Dickie, I insist you spend the night here.
There's an inn in the village. Goodbye.
Now, is that polite? Trying to slam the door on an old friend?
Get your foot out of that door. Get it out, I tell you.
Still afraid of yourself, baby?
If you don't leave, I'll...
Who is it, Joan?
Oh.
Joan, who's at the door?
Please go away.
Who is it? Well, go ahead, sweetheart. Tell him who I am.
It's an old friend, George. Dickie Warren. Just dropped by on his way to town.
Bring him in. Bring him in. Well, you heard the man, sweetheart.
All right, come in. This way.
Oh, nice. Cozy and nice.
George, this is Dickie Warren. My husband, George Butler.
Glad to know you, Warren. Hello, George.
Sit down. Make yourself at home.
Thank you.
I don't think I've heard Joan mention you before.
Well, I've been away. You know that old saw? Out of sight, out of mind.
Expect to be around here long?
That depends. I have a couple of things to do. First is I've got to find some place to sleep tonight.
Well, why not stay here with us? You're more than welcome, isn't he, Joan?
Why, Lamont Cranston and Margot Lane are coming out there spending the weekend. Don't you remember, George?
Of course. There's always room for one more. How about the guest cottage? One wouldn't mind.
I'd be delighted.
Good afternoon, George. Joan, Matty. I just took a little walk to the village and What? Who is that?
You remember Dickie Warren, Dad?
Yes, I remember Dickie Warren. What are you doing out this way, Warren?
Oh, just passing through, Mr. Whitford. Thought I'd stop by and say hello to my old friends.
Yes, of course.
Won't you have some tea, Dad? You look tired.
I am a little tired, my dear. Didn't realize how much the walk took out of me. I think I'll go up to my room for a while. You'll excuse me?
Anything I can get for you, Mr. Whitford?
Not a thing, thanks, George. See you all in the morning.
Poor Dad.
He's aged 20 years since I last saw him.
His wife's sudden death. He's never been the same since.
I can understand that. Understand it very well.
I better get the guest cottage ready.
Of course, darling. Don't mind us. Or and I'll find plenty to talk about.
Yes. Yes, I'm sure we will, George.
What do you mean?
Nothing. We wouldn't think of discussing anything really important until you got back.
sweetheart.
Oh, Dixie, I didn't see you.
I'm sorry to put you to the trouble of fixing that room, Joan. I was thinking maybe I wouldn't stay.
Oh. Well, it would be rather awkward.
Sure. We can get our business over with right now.
Business? What business?
Oh, just a little financial transaction.
What are you talking about?
About the $10,000 you're going to give me?
$10,000.
Should be worth at least that for your father not to know the truth about your mother's death. Wouldn't it, sweetheart?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about how your mother really died. How you ran out of the stimulant the doctor ordered for your mother's heart condition.
It was an accident. I went
That's
for more.
Convenient, though, wasn't it? Considering she was dead when you got back. Especially when you realized how much you hated your mother.
That's not true. I thought there was enough of the medicine. I must have used more than I thought.
I'm sure your father would understand.
My father... Oh, you can't tell him, Dickie. You can't. It would break him.
I don't intend to tell him. If you'd given me the money, of course.
But I haven't got $10,000.
You'll get it, though. Won't you, Joan? Won't you?
If I do, will you promise to go away and never come back?
Of course, sweetheart. Of course I'll go away. You don't think I'm enjoying this, do you?
There it is, Margot. I'm sure that's the Whitford house up ahead.
I hope so. We're about 3 hours late already. That shortcut you took, Lamont. Well.
Didn't cut off much of that, did it?
From all I can gather, it added about 20 miles to the trip.
Gave you that much more of your company, Miss Lane.
You're lucky to have a lot more of it. I wouldn't blame Joan if she locked us out at this hour.
Well, better late than never, coin a cliche.
I hear someone coming. Please they haven't given us out. Hello, Joan. How are you? I'm sorry we're so late.
Oh, that's all right. Come in, Margot. Nice to see you.
Hope I haven't put you out.
Oh, no, of course not, Lamont. George, it's Lamont and Margot.
Oh, well, Lamont. Hello,
Margot.
Hello, George.
Nobody going to introduce me? Dickie Warren, old friend of the family.
Yes. How are you, Mr. Warren?
How do you do?
I do all right, thanks, Miss Lane. Brandy, George? Cranston, Miss Lane?
No, thanks.
Not right now.
I'll take one, Warren.
Where's Mr. Whitford, Joan?
Dad, he's gone to bed. He was tired.
He doesn't look well, Miss Lane. Joni tells me that...
tells you what?
Oh, that's right. It wasn't Joan. It was you, George. You said that Mrs. Warren's death had upset him.
But Joan did tell you some other things. You two were out in the garden, talking. You two had quite a little chat, didn't you?
George.
We didn't talk about much, George. Nothing you'd be interested in.
I wonder if you'd all excuse me. I'm so tired. I'm sorry, Margot. Lamont. George will be glad to show you to your room.
I think I'll have another brandy. Join me, Lamont.
No, George, thanks. I think Joan has a good idea. If it's all right with you, Margot and I will go up. The usual rooms?
Oh, of course. I'll see you up.
We can find our way. Thanks, George.
Good night.
Good night. See you in the morning.
Yes. Good night, Warren.
Lamont, what in the world is going on here? Who is Dickie Warren?
Friend of the family, as he says. The atmosphere was considerably less than friendly.
Joan is so upset. Mr. Whitford always waited up to see us when we came.
Now, don't worry about it, Margot. You go to your room, get a good night's sleep.
What are you going to do?
I'll have a look in on Mr. Whitford before I turn in. I think he'd feel badly if I didn't at least say good night to him.
Not drinking alone, George.
Oh, it's you, Warren.
Bedroom drinker? That's bad, George.
What do you want?
I just thought I'd drop by, have a little talk with you. Before I turned in.
I'd like to have a little talk with you, Warren. Good. Who are you? What do you want here?
Well, that makes everything very simple, George. That's exactly what I wanted to talk to you about.
What do you mean by that?
You know, George, this is rather delicate. But I'm sure you'd rather I got to the point.
Go on.
Well, you see, Joan and I were, shall we say, very close friends. And she wrote me some letters. And I thought you might like to have them. For a price, of course.
Oh, that's blackmail. Why,
Let's not lose our heads, George. It's a very simple business transaction. No need for hard feelings. If you won't buy the letters, somebody else will. Sure, the tabloids would love to print them.
You're crazy. Who'd buy a girl's foolish love letters?
These aren't exactly foolish love letters, George. Add that to the fact that they were written to an ex-convict, and they become very interesting.
So you've been in jail, is that it?
Oh, a matter of a few months to think over a discrepancy in a client's accounts.
What do you want?
Money. $10,000 to be exact.
If I give it to you?
And I'll step out of the picture completely. Your worries will be over.
I don't keep that kind of money here.
I'm sorry, George, but I can't wait. Better think of some way of raising it. I'll give you 1 hour to figure out how. Just 1 hour. Mr. Whitford, are you awake?
Who is it? Cranston. I just wanted to say good night. Oh, glad you're here, Lamont. Glad you're here. Is anything wrong? No. What makes you ask? With young Warren around, things seem a little tense, that's all. Always seems to be trouble when Warren's around. Just who is he anyway, Mr. Whitford? Just a young man Joan met a few years ago. She was madly in love with him. After Alice died, he went away. You weren't going to Brood, you know. It's just that seeing him brings it back. Alice hated him. Forbade him in the house. How did you feel about him, Mr. Whitford? I don't know. It caused a rift between Alice and Joan. A rift that never healed. You mustn't think of that, Mr. Whitford. Joan may have resented her mother's dislike of Warren, but I know she loved her mother. Of course. I shouldn't even think of such things. You're just tired, sir. It'll look different in the morning. I suppose so. I just wish Warren would go away and leave us the way we were. Now, you try and get some rest, Mr. Whitford. I'll see what can be done about your getting your wish.
Remember this old seawall, Joan?
Of course, George. This is where you asked me to marry you.
That's right. I brought you here to ask you another question. Equally important.
About Dickie Warren.
Why didn't you tell me about him, Joan? I could have understood if I heard it from you. What was he to you?
Nothing, George, nothing at all. There's never been anything between Dickie and me that I'm ashamed of.
What were in the letters, Joan? What about that?
Patient, George. Had to satisfy your curiosity, didn't you?
What are you doing here, Warren?
Why, I just came down to see the ocean by moonlight. Romantic, isn't it?
Dickie, please.
Reminds me of that weekend at the shore, Joan.
Don't listen to him, George.
Remember how beautiful it was? Sun was coming up over the horizon. And you were afraid to go home, as I remember.
Warren.
Jealous, George? You know, you could have saved yourself this. I gave you the chance.
That's enough, I said.
Let's not get melodramatic, George. Put the gun away.
Don't tempt me, Warren. I'm giving you a chance to get out of here. If you don't...
George, please.
Over here in front of me, Joan.
No. Oh.
Now, George, with Joan between us, let's talk.
You had your warning. Get away from my wife. Get away, I tell you, or I'll kill you.
Don't, please stop.
Drop that gun, George. Drop it. I'll kill you, I tell you. I don't think so. Get that gun away.
George! You killed him. Dickie, you killed him.
I wouldn't say that. Looked more like suicide to me.
You held a gun against his chest and pulled the trigger. You killed him.
Must have been jealousy, don't you think? Or maybe business was bad. Which do you think's a better story for the police?
You won't get away with it, Dickie.
No one pays for suicide, sweetheart. After all, it was George's gun. His fingerprints were the only one on it. He was jealous. Suicide.
It wasn't suicide. It was murder. I was a witness. I saw it.
But there were two witnesses, Joan. And I know the story I'm going to tell.
I'll tell them that you're a liar and a murderer.
I don't think so, sweetheart. If your father found out how your mother really died, it would break his mind. You wouldn't want to see your father put in an institution. So I think I know the story that you're going to tell, too.
We'll return to the shadow in just a minute.
I'd like to ask a question of all you parents who have children in school. Have you been doing your homework? Well, I'm quite serious. I'm sure you've been keeping after Junior and Sister, seeing that they do their homework and keep up the grades. because you realize how vitally important it is that they get a really good education. But you actually know how good their education is, how good their school is, their teachers. That's what I mean by your homework. You can't just take Johnny's word on whether things are going well or badly at school, and you can't simply count on his report cards to give you the complete story. There's much more you should know to be sure your children are getting the kind of education that will help them make the best use of their abilities and hold their own later in life. For instance, have you met all of Johnny's teachers? The principal? Does your school system attract new teachers, good teachers? Are they proud of their profession? How is the school board chosen? The superintendent? What educational associations recognize your school system? Is there an active parent-teachers association, and do you take part in it? All of this is your homework as a parent and a citizen. Back now to the shadow.
Lamont and Margot are visiting at the Whitford summer home. Tension has hung over the attractive seaside estate since the arrival of Dickie Warren, an old friend of Joan Whitford. Now Lamont and Margot have just heard a shot from out by the seawall. They rush out to find Joan alone with the body of her husband.
Joan? Are you out there, Joan?
Oh, there you are. We heard shooting. Good Lord, it's George.
Joan, what's happened? George, he shot himself.
Margot, take care of Joan. I'll see what I can do.
He is dead, Lamont.
Yes, I'm afraid so. This gun, it's his, Joan?
Yes, he's had it for years.
So I see. Hasn't had much use either, I'd say. Margot, suppose you take Joan back to the cottage. I'll take care of things.
Oh, no. No, please, Margot. I'd rather be alone. Poor child. What a terrible thing to happen. And they were so happy together.
Yes, apparently they were.
You think it might not have been suicide, Lamont?
I don't think we know all the facts yet, Margot. Not by a long shot. Wonder where Dickie Warren is.
You think he had something to do with George's death, Lamont?
At least it's worth a few questions. Dickie Warren might have some interesting things to say to Shadow.
Who's that? Comfortable, Dickie? I didn't hear you knock, whoever you are. Your door was open. Were you expecting someone, Dickie? The police, maybe? Who are you? The Shadow, Dickie. But it's no use trying to see me. No one sees the Shadow. What do you want? I want the truth about George Butler's suicide. Butler's suicide? I didn't even know he was dead. I said the truth, Dickie. Okay, suit yourself. Tell you I've been reading here for the past half hour. I didn't even hear the shot. Oh? But I didn't tell you that George Butler had shot himself. Didn't you? Maybe not. Maybe I just guessed it. The way you guessed how Mrs. Whitford died, Dickie? What do you know about that? The Shadow knows a great deal. Okay, so you know a great deal. So you know Joan was responsible for her mother's death. Was she? Of course she was. The doctor told her to keep an extra supply of medicine on hand, and she didn't. It was her fault her mother died. Criminal negligence. Go on. That's all there is. Joan hated her mother because she tried to break us up. After Joan left, her mother started to gasp. Then you were in the house that day? No, I wasn't. I just know what Joan told me later. Where was Joan? She was gone for medicine, I told you. It took her 2 hours. Mrs. Whitford was dead when she got back. Then how could Joan tell you what her mother was doing when she was gone? Look, I don't have to answer these questions. I'm not worried about bringing this story out into the open. I got nothing to lose. Joan has. Nothing to lose except your life, Dickie. That's all. Just your life.
Dad. Oh, Dad.
What is it, Alice, my dear?
It's not Mother, Daddy. It's me, Joan.
I had the most awful dream. I thought I'd lost
Daddy, wake up. This is Joan.
Joan. Oh, I'm sorry, my dear. I guess I was dreaming. What is it, Joan?
Dad,
Yes?
I need $10,000.
$10,000? What for?
I can't tell you.
But, Joan...
I need it tonight, right now. Please don't ask me any questions.
What, $10,000?
You've got to trust me. I must have the money right now.
All right. All right, my dear. You have to have it.
I do.
And I won't ask any questions. I'll make out a check for you right now.
Lamont, did you learn anything from Dickie Warren?
A lot more than he thinks, Margot.
Joan, why should she call it suicide if it wasn't?
Warren may have some hold over her.
From what we've got to help.
We will, Margot. First, there's a little experiment I want to try. Close that door.
Right. What are you going to do?
First, I'm going to wrap this handkerchief around my hand. Take George's gun.
That's the one he killed himself with.
I'm going to fire it into those couch pillows, holding it close to the muffler. Report like that.
What does that prove?
Look here, the handkerchief on my hand.
Powder burn.
Exactly. When I first saw this gun, I could see that it was defective, that it had a backflash when it was fired.
What does that have to do with George's suicide?
There was no sign of a burn on his hand. Margot, if he'd fired that gun, there would have been. Either Dickie Warren fired the gun or held his hand over George's and forced him to pull the trigger.
Are you going to turn him over to the police?
As fast as I can, Margot. You called them?
Just hung up. Sergeant said it would take them some time to get here, but they're coming by the East Road. It's a shortcut.
Good. In the meantime, I'll have a talk with Joan.
She disappeared. I've been looking all over for her.
Don't worry, Margot. I think the Shadow will be able to find her.
Where is he? Why doesn't he come?
Waiting for me, Joan?
Oh.
Almost like old times, isn't it, sweetheart?
Where have you been, Dickie?
I had a few odds and ends to clean up. Unfinished business, you might say. Get the money?
I've got it.
Well, give it to me. Give it to me.
How do I know that you'll leave us alone after you get it?
You don't. The check, please.
Here.
Huh? 10,000. Check. You know something, sweetheart?
What?
You're terrific.
You've got your money now. You get it.
You missed me, didn't you, baby? Huh?
Dickie, please.
Didn't you?
No, Dickie, no.
Joan.
It's Dad.
Joan. Why did you do it? Why did you do it?
Dad, what's happened?
Get out of here, Whitford.
You killed her, Joan. She didn't mean to hurt you. She loved you.
Dad, what happened? What's wrong?
Get out of here, I said.
Your own mother, Joan. You killed her. You killed her.
Dad, please.
You killed her.
Let me go. You killed me.
I want you to get out of here, Whitford.
Dad. You must have told him. You must have told him about Mother.
He was going to find out.
You knew what it would do to him. But you went to him behind my back and told him.
He had a right to know.
I paid you. I gave you the money, but you told him anyhow. You drove him crazy. You drove him out of his mind, you evil, vicious, rotten snake.
Sure, I told him. Why not? Now he'll be put in an institution. That way the Whitford money will be all yours. I won't have to settle for a measly $10,000. Don't you see how convenient it is, John?
Not so convenient for you, Dickie.
What's that?
Shadow.
It's a little inconvenient to spend money in the death house.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Joan didn't murder her mother, Warren. I think you did, and I think you'll die for it.
But he couldn't.
Oh, yes, he could. He was in the house the day your mother died. He could easily have destroyed the stock of medicine you kept on hand. When the attack came, you had the rest of the village. He let your mother die, Joan, not you.
You killed
You can't prove that.
I don't have to. They can only hang you once. We can prove that you murdered George Butler.
He killed himself. It was his gun.
You did it. You put the gun against his heart and squeezed the trigger. You murdered him.
It's her word against mine. There's no proof.
There's plenty of proof. That burn on your hand. The burn from the backlash.
I burned it with a match.
The paraffin test will show gunpowder nitrates in it. I'm afraid you're trapped, Dickie.
That's it. I'm not.
He's getting away.
That's the East Lane he's running down.
Yes, but he'll...
That's the road the police are coming up. Right now, do you hear that? Dickie Warren's escort to the death house is coming to meet him, face to face.
Lamont, are the police still holding Dickie Warren?
Not only holding him, they have a confession. He's told the whole story of Mrs. Whitworth's death and George's supposed suicide.
Mr. Whitworth certainly looked well on the road to recovery when we left.
He'll be all right now. The truth will do more to bring back his health than any hospital can.
But suppose Dickie hadn't
He
confessed.
had no choice, Margot. The police had George's gun. The paraffin test revealed the presence of gunpowder and the burn on his hand. It was almost as though George had succeeded in mocking his killer.
Well, the Whitford house was certainly a changed place from the time we arrived to the time we left.
No more Dickie Warren, Margot. No more evil in the house.
To make the buying of security bonds as easy as possible, the government has set up two investment plans, the payroll savings plan and the bond-a-month plan. The first is aimed at those who are on a payroll. The employee authorizes his boss to set aside a sum from each paycheck and use the money to buy security bonds for him. The bond-a-month plan is for those not on a payroll, for professional men or men who own their own business. If you come under this heading, you can tell your bank to issue you a bond every month and charge the purchase price to your account. You can't go wrong with either of these plans because you'll be saving the easy, automatic way. You'll be paving the way for a happy future with the money you invest now. Remember, United States security bonds. Buy as much as you can. And now, back to the shadow.
This story is copyrighted by Street and Strip Publications, Incorporated. All names and places are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Listen again next week, same time, same station, when the shadow will again demonstrate that
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same stations, we bring you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. The part of Lamont Cranston was played by Brett Morrison, Margot by Grace Matthews. This program came to you from New York. Stay tuned now for Quick as a Flash. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Danger, Dr. Danfield. As our story opens, we find Dr. Danfield cutting a clipping from the morning paper.
What's so important about that story that it risks being clipped out?
Well, here's what caught my attention, Rusty. Let me read it to you. Mrs. Fraser's strange phobia has become a legend in the neighborhood of Wolf's Head Bay. Her refusal to leave the home that she and her husband occupied for many years, coupled with the fact that neighbors report seeing a bobbing light and hearing strange sounds coming from nearby Murdoch's swamp, have lent credence to the theory that the swamp is haunted with the ghost of the vanished millionaire, Alec Fraser.
Who ever dreamed up that old wives' tale?
Oh, do you think it's an old wives' tale, Rusty?
Of course I do. I suppose next we'll hear that the ghost of old man Fraser was seen walking through the village without a head on his shoulders.
Be an interesting spectacle, wouldn't it? Hey, now listen to this. It was reported today that J. Barrington and Company had purchased one of the pearls from the famous matched necklace owned by Mrs. Alec Fraser. It's believed that Mrs. Fraser is disposing of the gems to private buyers as well as to jewelry firms. Well, what do you think of that?
Why should I think anything of it? If Mrs. Fraser wants to sell her pearls, let's let her.
I doubt if we could stop her if we wanted to. So you don't see any connection between the two stories?
No, of course I don't.
Rusty, sometimes I worry about your imagination, or your lack of it. Here, let me ask you some questions. Why do you think Mrs. Fraser is selling her pearls?
Maybe she needs the money.
But the pearls have been in the family for generations. Mr. Fraser was a millionaire. Yet, now that he's disappeared, his wife began selling the pearls because she needs money. No. It doesn't add up.
Well, that means the motive for murder wasn't money, doesn't it?
Murder? Come, my dear. A man is never murdered until his body is found.
How about his ghost? Don't forget the bobbing light in Murdoch's swamp.
I'm coming to that. Now, since her husband's death, Mrs. Fraser has had a phobia about leaving the house. She's remained in it for 6 months. Why?
She's afraid of the ghost.
Ghosts, my dear, according to legend, only appear at night. No, I think we'll find there's much more to this than an old wives' tale, Rusty, or that country legend.
You think that we'll find? Dan, you don't mean that we're
Oh,
going to...
yes, my dear, that's exactly what I mean. We're leaving for Cape Cod tonight.
Dan, you can't be serious. You've a lecture to deliver, and besides, what do we care about a crazy old lady who's decided to dispose of the family heirloom?
We care a great deal, my dear. I haven't seen a ghost in years, and I've never met a person with a phobia against going out of doors. Now, I think if I can find the explanation for those two mysteries, my lecture classes will benefit greatly.
But, Dan, really...
No arguments, my dear. If you prefer to remain here, you may.
Oh, all right. But if you want to know, I think you're just using this as an excuse to stir extra excitement.
Really? Rusty, you do have an imagination after all that.
In a moment, we'll return for the second act of Danger, Dr. Danfield, but first... Now back to Michael Dunn for the second act of... Danger, Dr. Danfield.
Well, we were certainly fortunate to be able to hire this automobile in the village, weren't we,
I
Rusty?
challenge that. I also challenge whether the thing will hold together long enough to get us where we're going and back.
Oh, I think it'll get us where we're going, all right. Matter of fact, that's the Fraser house there.
That architectural monstrosity? Why, Dan, it looks like a mausoleum.
It is rather bleak looking, to be sure. The place is the oldest structure in this vicinity. Well, at least they get a good view of the ocean.
And that's all. I don't blame Mrs. Fraser for not wanting to leave the house. There's nothing but rocks and windswept scrubland. That must be Murdoch's swamp over there.
Yes, I imagine it is. Well, let's go up and present ourselves to Mrs. Fraser.
Who are you going to tell her we are? Suppose she won't even talk to us.
In that event, my dear, we'll have to resort to artifice.
Dan, look over there. The view of the ocean is lovely.
I think if we spend less time admiring the ocean, Rusty, and more in concentrating on Murdoch's swamp, we'll be more apt to accomplish our purpose.
Okay.
Well. Our approach must have been observed. Behold the giant.
Dan, did you ever see such a huge giant of a man?
Who are you and what do you want?
Well, is this the way you greet all prospective pearl buyers?
You want to buy a pearl?
Well, I don't know until I see some samples and then the price. Is Mrs. Fraser at home?
Mrs. Fraser isn't seeing anyone. How much money you got?
I prefer to do business with Mrs. Fraser.
Mrs. Fraser doesn't see anyone, I said.
Yes, we heard you. Well, what's the next move?
Let's see your money.
Very well. Here, does that satisfy you?
Dan, where'd you get that?
Rusty, where did I get it? You surprised me. You cashed the check for that last article I sold.
Oh.
You are a writer?
What difference does it make? Came here to buy one of the Fraser pearls. You've demanded that I show you my money. I've done so. Now, do we do business or don't we?
Come in.
That's better. One would think we came here to steal the pearls rather than...
Wait
buy.
here.
Well, how do you like that? Cordial, isn't he?
What a gloomy old place. Dan, I don't like this.
What don't you like about it?
Well, I'm not sure. It's so sort of eerie, and that giant...
The giant's name is Sid. He was retained by Alec Fraser when an attempt was made to steal Mrs. Fraser's pearls several years ago.
Here he comes back.
Yes.
There's the pearl. It cost you $5,000.
Oh, just a minute. Not so fast. I don't intend to buy a pig in a poke, you know. Let me see it.
Okay, take a look. Only don't touch it.
Trusting soul, aren't you? Yeah, let me see here.
Dan, it's beautiful.
Yes, it is, Rusty. But I'd like to see the others, please.
This is the only one that's for sale. Do you want it or don't you?
The only one? But I thought the entire necklace...
This is the only one that's for sale. If you want it, give me your $5,000.
Well, I can't understand why won't you...
Show the gentleman another pearl.
Oh, no, Mrs. Fraser, you don't
Show
have
him
to...
another pearl, Sid.
Oh, all right, only you... Oh.
I'm sorry that Sid was so brusque. He's only that way because I instructed him to be. Please allow me to introduce myself. I'm Mrs. Fraser.
Mrs. Fraser? But you can't be.
Why? Because you expected to find a dried-up old hag and found me instead.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. We've been told that you were different.
Don't worry, I understand. Now, who are you, please?
Well, I'm Dr. Dan Danfield, Mrs. Fraser, and this is my secretary, Rusty Fairfax.
Dr. Danfield, of course. I've heard of you. Did you come here to buy a pearl, Dr. Danfield, or to ask me questions about my strange phobia?
Frankly, Mrs. Fraser, both. Studying phobias is my business. I've never encountered one such as yours.
Sit down, Dr. Danfield. And you, Miss Fairfax. I'd like to talk about it.
This is the first opportunity I've had to discuss the matter with someone who might understand.
Thank you.
Do you live here alone with Sid, Mrs. Fraser?
Oh, no. No, there are other servants. But I depend upon Sid the most. Now then, what was it you wanted to ask me, Dr. Danfield?
About this fear you have, Mrs. Fraser. What do you think will happen if you leave the house?
First, I must tell you about the manner in which my husband disappeared.
Oh, please do.
It was 6 months ago. We were having a party here at the manor house. Alec and I stepped out onto the porch for a moment. Fog was lifting off the ocean. Crept toward the house like a great gray blanket. It had almost reached the edge of the porch when we heard the voice.
The voice?
Yes. Came up over the cliff through the fog, a sort of low, moaning wail.
What was it saying?
We couldn't make out at first. Then Alec heard his name, thought he did. Stepped down off the porch and walked into the fog. I stood there, petrified, waiting. But Alec didn't return.
So, what did you do?
I ran into the house and got some of our friends. Naturally, I was afraid Alec had fallen over the cliff. We ran down the stairs that Alec had broken the rock face of the cliff, expecting to find him dead at the bottom.
But you found no trace of him?
No. We got men from the village and searched all the remainder of that night and most of the next day. But nothing at all was discovered.
That's strange. Very strange. Well, tell me, Mrs. Fraser, do you honestly believe you heard a voice calling Alec's name?
I don't know. Could have been the wind, I suppose. It sounded like a voice.
And now you're afraid to leave the house because you think the voice might call you.
You don't believe me, do you, Dr. Danfield? You think I'm neurotic, or perhaps a little mad.
Oh, no, not at all. You've had a terrible experience.
It was terrible. Haunts me. I've become afraid of the fog. I'm afraid to go out. Afraid the fog will surround me as it did Alec, and I, too, will disappear.
Well, that's quite understandable.
Now, I suppose you want to ask why I'm selling the necklace.
Well, yes.
I was wearing the necklace on that night. It was Alec's and my anniversary, you know.
Tell me, do you attach some significance with the necklace in your husband's disappearance?
Yes, I don't know why. The pearls have been a burden ever since I inherited them from Alec's mother. There was always the fear that they might be stolen. The relief to have them gone.
Oh, I see. And now about the dancing light that people have seen in the swamp beyond the house.
I'm afraid you'll have to take that up with the natives, Dr. Danfield. I'm sure the dancing light is a product of their imagination.
I knew it was an old wives' tale.
Well, we better be going, Rusty. Thank you for the time and information you've given us, Mrs. Fraser. It's been most enlightening.
I hope you're not too disappointed.
No, not at all, not at all. As a matter of fact, I shall incorporate the things you've told me in my next lecture. I'm sure it'll prove to be the most interesting experience I've presented in months. Good day, Mrs. Fraser.
Good day.
Come along, Rusty.
Well, do you think you got away with it?
Got away with what, Rusty?
With convincing Mrs. Fraser that you believed those stories she told you.
Oh, didn't you believe them?
Of course not. And neither did you. Afraid of the fog. Selling the pearls for sentimental reasons. Oh, nuts.
Strange, isn't it? She's afraid of something. I wonder what it can be.
Well, whatever it is, it's outside the house. And it isn't fog.
And if she really wants to get rid of the pearls, why doesn't she sell the string intact? There's dozens of collectors who would pay a fabulous price to possess the famous Fraser necklace.
Maybe she thinks she'd make more money selling them piecemeal.
No. That's not the answer. She's selling those pearls one at a time for a reason. And the more I think about it, the more mystified I become.
I don't like to think about it. There's something plenty wrong with this whole deal.
Yes, I believe there is, Rusty. What is Mrs. Fraser afraid of outside the house? Why is she selling the pearls one by one? Well, maybe we'll find the answer in Murdoch's swamp.
In the swamp? Don't tell me that now you believe that story about the dancing light.
Oh, yes, Rusty. I believe every word of it. As a matter of fact, Rusty, tonight, you and I are going down to the swamp and try to learn the connection between the dancing light and Mrs. Fraser's strange phobia.
In a moment, we return for the third act of Danger, Dr. Danfield, but first... Now back to Michael Dunn for the third act of... Danger, Dr. Danfield.
Yeah, we'd better leave the car here and walk the rest of the way.
Dan, do we have to go down into the swamp?
No, you don't, Rusty. As a matter of fact, I'd feel easier if you stayed here in the car.
Me stay here alone? Not on your life. I'm not letting you out of my sight.
All right, Rusty. Here, wait till I check everything, huh? Flashlight, revolver.
Revolver? What do you want a revolver for?
Just in case we meet a ghost. Come on.
Sometimes I think I'm crazy working for you, Dan Danfield.
Oh, really? I thought you liked it.
Did you?
Yes.
Well, I do.
Thank you, Rusty. Yeah, that black patch beyond the open field is Murdoch's swamp.
I wish it weren't quite so dark. Everything looks like a black patch to me.
Careful now. We'll cut across the field and wait at the edge of the swamp until we see the dancing light. Come on, let's go.
Do you really think we'll see a dancing light?
Oh, yes. If not tonight, then some other night.
Some other night? You mean... Oh!
What's that?
Nothing. I just stubbed my toe. If you'd use that flashlight you brought along.
Sorry, Rusty. We'll use the light only in an emergency.
Dan, listen.
Yes, I hear it. It's a howling dog. Well, it adds atmosphere, doesn't it?
I say it does. It also adds goose pimples.
Howling dog seems to come from over near that lone pine.
I thought dogs only howled at the moon.
On the contrary, my dear, they howl at a lot of things.
Dan, that was a shot.
It certainly was, and apparently it was directed at the dog. Well, things are beginning to happen, aren't they?
Why would anyone want to shoot a poor dog?
Well, perhaps the dog found something, Rusty. See, look there.
I see it. It's the dancing light.
Yes, it's the light, all right. Yeah, it's gone. No. There it is again, dancing just above the swamp grass. Come on.
Where are we going?
We've got to find out what that light is.
What? Do we really care? Wouldn't it be better to go back to the hotel and guess? Oh, Dan!
Rusty, where are you?
Oh, down here, Dan. Help me. I fell into a hole that's filled with water.
You fell into the swamp. Here, wait a minute. There. Now, can you reach my hand? Well, fine.
Dan, there's someone coming. Look out.
What that?
Behind you.
Why, you hit a man when he's down, will you? Let me up. I'll. Oh.
Dan. Dan, speak to me. Oh, Dan.
Oh, what happened?
Oh, Dan, thank heaven you're all right.
All right. I feel as though I've been run over by a steamroller.
You were practically. Whoever it was kept beating and kicking you even after you were out. Oh, it was terrible.
Tell me, how did you see who it was?
No, it was pitch dark, and I was in that water hole.
Oh, how'd you get out, by the way?
Oh, it was the worst experience I've ever had. I kept slipping back, and finally I caught hold of a shrub.
Well, anyway, you're out. That's the important thing. Where's the question? Oh, here it is. Oh, let's have a look around.
What are you looking for?
Footprints, Rusty. We can make an impression.
Dan, look.
Why, George, a pearl half buried in the mud.
It could be one of Mrs. Frazier's.
Not only could, but it is, Rusty. I'm sure of it. What do you suppose it's doing here in the swamp?
I know. Someone stole one of the pearls and was trying to escape through the swamp. He thought we were after him.
Listen.
It's Sid, Mrs. Frazier's handyman. You suppose he's looking for us?
Who else?
Oh! Dr. Danville!
Over this way, Sid!
Wave your light, Dan.
There he comes. This way, Sid, over here!
Oh, there you are, Doc. What are you two doing down here in the swamp?
Well, we weren't picking cranberries, you can be sure of that.
Don't try to be funny, Doc. What are you pulling around here for?
We were looking for a ghost, if you want to know.
And since this seems to be a question and answer period, Sid, tell me, how did you know we were down here in the swamp?
What do you mean? How did I know?
Well, while you were still away off there in the bushes somewhere, you called my name. Why did you think it was Miss Fairfax and I?
Who else could it be? We heard the girl scream. Looking for more phobias, were you, Doc?
And found one, Sid. Come on, Rusty, let's get back to town.
Wait a minute. Mrs. Fraser said to bring you back to the house. She thought you might be hurt.
Our compliments to Mrs. Fraser, Sid, but tell her we have an important engagement in the village with a constable.
Well, I don't know, young fella. Sounds pretty far-fetched to me.
Oh, does it, Constable? How would it sound to you if I produced the murdered body of Alec Fraser?
Don't believe you can do it.
Hey, you want to bet?
Nope, I ain't a bet man. I tell you what I will do, though.
Oh, what's that?
You show me Fraser's murdered body, and I'll arrest the man who murdered him.
Well, that's mighty wise of you, Constable. Tell me, how are you going to tell who murdered him?
I never thought of that. That's all.
All right, Constable, I'll make a deal with it. I'll not only produce Fraser's body, but I'll produce his murderer and prove his guilt.
It's a deal. What do you want me to do?
You just meet me and Miss Fairfax at the south edge of Murdoch Swamp tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
No. Deal's off. Swamp's haunted. I wouldn't go in there for 100 dead men.
No, you won't have to. All you have to do is sit on the edge of the swamp with your squirrel gun or whatever kind of weapon you carry, and I'll go bring out Fraser's body.
It's a deal. Have a glass of cider?
Well, I prefer bonded bourbon, but...
How's that?
I said, thanks. Thanks very much. There's nothing like a glass of cider to steady a man's nerves when he's about to dig up a 6-month-old corpse. Well, here's to you, Constable.
Never mind that stuff. Let's drink.
Dan, are you sure the constable will be here?
Hmm?
From what you told me, he didn't sound very brave.
Well, I think the constable's much braver than we give him credit for, Rusty. Here, let me get my shovel. Yes, there's the constable sitting over under the tree.
Holy smoke. Is he a policeman? I thought that characters who looked like him only lived in the comic strips.
Well, looks are sometimes deceiving. Oh, hello there, Constable.
Hi there, young feller. You thought I wouldn't show up, didn't you? Hey, who's that you got with you?
Well, it's...
Pretty, ain't she? Hey, say, I just thought of something. You got a gun?
Why, yes, Constable. As a matter of fact,
Good. I'm going to make you a deputy. Raise right hand.
But look here,
Raise your right hand, said.
Well, all right.
That's it. Solemnly swear he's going to make you deputy. There, now you're a deputy. If you want to shoot anybody, you can. Go on, I'll get out of here. I'm going to take a nap. Pretty.
All right, Constable. We'll be back inside of an hour. Come on, Rusty.
Oh, Dan, I think he's wonderful.
Why, because he said you were pretty?
That had nothing to do with it.
Had nothing to do with it. Okay, Rusty. Yeah, I think he's all right, too. Careful now, this swamp ground is treacherous even in daylight.
It's nowhere near as forbidding, though. Every time I think of last night, I get a fresh crop of goose pimples.
Hey, wait a minute. Yes, there it is.
There's what?
The lone pine tree we spotted last night when we heard the howling dog.
Dan, you don't think the dog was howling because he found Alec Fraser's dead body?
Well, that's what I'm basing my theory on, Rusty. And... George, look.
Dan, it's the dog.
Yeah, it's shot through the head. I see now. The surrounding brush is so thick, a shot must have been fired at close range.
If we could find the empty cartridge and then find the gun from which it was fired...
I think we'll have to go that much more, Rusty. Come on, let's look around here a bit. Even after 6 months, there'll still be signs of something.
Dan, look over there.
By George, Rusty, you found it.
Dan, is it a grave?
If it isn't, I'm going to be very disappointed. Here, let me get my shovel into action.
Dan, it will be awful if there's a man under that mud.
Let me see this, Rusty. It's all in day's work. Well.
What's the matter?
Well, I hit something, I think.
Oh, Dan, I can't look.
Yes, there's something here, all right.
Dan, I don't like this.
Hey, Rusty, look.
I can't, Dan.
Yes, it's a man's hand. Do you see what's clutched in his fingers?
They're pearls. 3 of them.
Yes, and that answers all of the questions.
Dan, listen.
Yes, I heard it. Yeah, it sounds as though there's a small-sized battle going on off there.
Dan, you don't think that perhaps the...
What are you going to say, Rusty?
Well, you don't think that the constable is in trouble?
That's exactly what I do think, Rusty. We've got to help him. Come on.
Those shots came from over that way. I thought you said the constable was afraid to come into the swamp.
No. He said it. No, I know he was kidding. Say, look out.
Oh, don't worry about me. A little water won't hurt.
No, you didn't feel that way. It's behind that tree.
Dan, it's Sid.
Yes, and he's got a beat on the constable.
We've got to do something.
I intend to. Stay here, Rusty. All right, Sid, drop it.
Why, you?
Okay, if that's the way you want to take this.
You squirt.
I think this one right on the butt.
Dan, are you all right?
Yes. Sorry, I wouldn't have been if I hadn't got in a lucky punch, Rusty.
Look, Dan, here comes the constable.
Yes. Constable, this way.
Hi there, young feller. You thought I was scared to come into the swamp, didn't you? So'd Sid Edmonds. Bet he thinks different now.
Yes, I imagine he does.
That's him on the ground, I must have winged him.
Yes, you must have.
Well, his shooting days are over now. Hey, what's happened to that pretty girl you had with you?
Rusty? Well, she's right here. Rusty? Well, she's fainted.
a moment we return for the conclusion of Danger Dr. Danfield, but first... Now for the conclusion of... Danger, Dr. Danfield.
Well, Constable, the least Mr. Fairfax and I can say is that we're grateful to you for saving our lives.
I'll say we are. If it hadn't been for you, we'd both be dead.
Pretty, ain't she? Nice construction job, too.
Constable.
Something wrong, young fella?
As I was saying, Constable, why was it you didn't investigate the dancing before today?
Scared, that's why. Couldn't figure it out. Us country folks don't like them things.
Tell him the explanation of it, Dan.
Yeah, tell me, young feller. Pretty, ain't you?
I'll be glad to explain, Constable, if you'll keep your mind on the subject. You see, Sid and Mrs. Fraser murdered Alec Fraser the night of the party 6 months ago. Probably their motive was love.
Is that a fact?
Yes. Mrs. Fraser lured her husband into the swamp where he was attacked by Sid. Now, in the struggle that ensued, Alec grasped the pearl necklace and tore it from his wife's throat.
Well, do tell.
Do tell. Most of the pearls fell to the ground, although 3 of them remained in the grasp of Alec, unnoticed in the excitement of the moment by Sid and Mrs. Fraser, you see.
Then it probably wasn't until she got back to the house that Miss Fraser realized her necklace had been ruined.
That's right, Rusty. Immediately, she knew that she'd have to find the pearls that had been lost. Because if anyone else found them, they'd realize that she'd been in the swamp and become suspicious.
So that accounts for the dancing light.
Mm-hmm.
It was a flashlight held by either Sid or Mrs. Fraser while they hunted for the pearls.
That's right. The light served a double purpose. It frightened the natives away, and Mrs. Fraser was able to recover most of her pearls.
But why did she dream up that story about being afraid to leave the house? And why was she selling the pearls one by one?
Mrs. Fraser, my dear, was a very clever woman. If she could convince people that she was afraid to leave the house, no one would suspect it was she in the swamp. Also, no one would have the opportunity to wonder why she never wore the necklace, you see.
But selling the pearls one at a time...
Well, sooner or later, Mrs. Fraser would be forced to produce the necklace when it came time to renew the insurance on it, for example. So she had to get rid of those pearls in a manner that seemed normal.
And since she couldn't offer the entire necklace, she sold the gems one at a time.
Yes, that's right. Now, by selling them to different people, no one could possibly know that the necklace wasn't complete.
That explains everything. But we still owe the constable a great debt.
Mm-hmm.
What was that?
Oh, Miss Fairfax was just saying we'd like to have you spend a few days with us in New York, Constable. Say, how about coming down next Tuesday?
Nope. Deal's off. Tuesday, I have to go to the voting.
Voting?
Voting?
Why, sure. Don't you know that Tuesday's voting day? Doggone it, you forgot you're an American? You forgot you got the right to go and vote for the things you want? You forgot it's your duty to do that?
Hey, he's right, Rusty. We should have remembered
You're
that.
darn tootin' them right. Why, if you ain't satisfied with the way things is, go to change 'em. You won't get 'em changed no other way.
Gosh, Dan, that's true, isn't it?
Yes.
That's the trouble, you folks. You don't think. You got the right to think and to say what you please and to vote for the things you want, and you forget about it. By golly, I wonder how you'd feel if you didn't have them rights. Well, if you don't get out and vote, maybe you find out.
Well, Constable, you're 100% right. Tuesday is voting day, and Rusty and I will be the first of the polls, eh, Rusty?
You bet we will.
Well, that's better. Pretty, ain't she?
Pretty enough to vote, Constable. Well, so long. See you at the voting.
The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes transcribed to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as the Saint.
Good afternoon, Mr. Templar.
Oh, good afternoon.
Well, come in, sir. Come in.
You're very kind.
Eh?
Well, it isn't everyone who'd invite a mere stranger in like this. And the fact that it's my own apartment into which I'm being invited is... Did you find what you were looking for?
Oh, dear. Then you can tell I've been searching through your things. And I took such pains to be neat. I abhor disorder.
That's exactly the way I feel about fat intruders who practice burglary in my apartment.
Burglary? Oh, really, sir? Do I look like a burglar?
You look like a fastidious rhinoceros with a taste for Bond Street tailoring.
You see how appearances can be deceiving. I assure you, sir, another thing I am not is a rhinoceros.
That makes two things you aren't. Suppose we trade him for one thing you are.
Very well. For one thing, I am an unhappy man.
Your wife doesn't understand you.
No, the reason for my unhappiness is I no longer understand myself. I've changed. It worries me. Now, take last night, for example.
Yes?
It was such a commonplace activity, the sort of thing a man in my profession soon gets used to. And yet, all during it and afterwards, I found myself actually feeling sorry for the poor chap.
Oh, and what was happening to the poor chap?
Oh, the usual thing. Placing lighted matches under the fellow's fingernails, pressing burning cigars into the soles of his feet.
Sticking pins into the calf of his leg.
Yes, exactly. Prosaic, unoriginal, but still highly effective, eh? If they weren't effective, it's hardly likely that I would be here, wouldn't you say?
The point is, why are you here, Fatty?
The name is Archibald.
Archibald?
Roland P. Archibald. Obviously, I have come to regain possession of my property.
What property? What does it look like?
An envelope, Mr. Templar. A small manila envelope.
And the man you tortured said he gave it to me?
Yes. Fernandez said your name very clearly, even though we were doing a magnificent job of twisting his arm at the time.
And he was doing a pretty good job of pulling your leg.
What do you mean?
Look, Roland P. Archibald, my tailor is due here at any moment with a newly made suit that I am very eager to try on. I'd be obliged to you if you picked up your marbles and...
Nice.
That depends on whom it's being pointed at.
It's a Walther, one of the finest automatics the Germans ever made.
I suppose you'd suspect an ulterior motive if I asked you for a closer look.
The envelope, please. I've gone to considerable trouble, Mr. Templar. My patience is exhausted, thoroughly exhausted. I'm not as thin as I used to be.
Shall we break some rye crisp together?
The envelope, for the last time.
Very well. I suppose next you'll be pestering me for a stamp.
Don't come any closer, Saints.
Well, I have to get the envelope. I just don't happen to have it on me.
I've searched this apartment thoroughly. It has to be on your person.
Outwitted, curse you.
I'll take it, please. Hand it over.
All right. Wouldn't it be amusing if when I reached into my pocket, instead of finding an envelope, I found a gun?
You have a gun, Mr. Templar?
A gun? Of course not. I was just...
Wait. Keep your hands where they are, Saint.
But the envelope...
Now raise your hands, please. Higher. Thank you. I'll remove the envelope from your pocket myself.
Playing it cagey, Chubby?
In my profession, caution is the difference between living and dying. Now, which pocket?
This one. Yes. It is a nice gun. You'd shown it to me when I asked. I wouldn't have had to kick in your bay window.
That kick is going to cost you your life.
Well, everything's expensive these days. Do you know the way out?
Yes, Mr. Templar. But what's more important, I know the way back.
Who is it? It's Finley, Mr. Templar. I've brought your suit.
Oh, come in, Finley. If you'd been here 10 minutes ago, you'd have found me having my measure taken by someone else.
Indeed. You're displeased with my work, Mr. Templar?
That someone else wasn't a custom tailor, Finley. He was taking my measure with a gun. Well, now, let's see. How did this latest masterpiece of yours work out?
Well, if I may say so, sir, I do believe I've exceeded myself.
Then you've exceeded the best tailor in town.
If you'll remove your coat, Mr. Templar. I'll just take the suit out of the box. Yeah. Now, if you'll just slip the coat on.
All right. Oh, that's a good fit.
Step over to the mirror, sir.
Yeah. It's a well-tailored piece of... Hey, what's this?
Pardon?
This little... Well, I'll be...
Something wrong, sir?
Yeah. Or is it the latest fashion to wear a bullet hole beside the breast pocket?
What's that? A bullet hole?
Well, look, see for yourself. Small and round and still smelling of cordite.
But it isn't possible. How could a thing like that have happened?
Well, did this suit have any known enemies? Say a bargain basement blue serge with a jealousy neurosis?
Mr. Templar, I'm dumbfounded. I don't know what to say.
What's this?
Another bullet hole?
Huh. Something in the inside pocket. It feels like it's an envelope.
What?
Yeah, a small manila envelope. Now, that has a familiar ring. And so has this name penciled across the flap.
Name?
Yeah. Do you have a customer named Fernandez?
Fernandez? Why, no, sir. I know no one by that name. Who is he, sir?
A man who tells tall tales when his arm is twisted. A man who right now is probably very dead.
Ah, my beloved, fill the cup that clears today of past regret and future fears. Tomorrow I may be...
Exactly where you are right now. Quoting Omar Khayyam to a disinterested highball glass.
And empty, Simon. This cup that clears, empty.
An entirely temporary condition. Bartender, double for Mr. Murphy, and I will have the same.
Yes, sir. Ah, your generosity is matched only by your intelligence and wit. What brings the mighty man catcher to 3rd Avenue? Whiskey? Women?
An encyclopedia that walks like a man.
And drinks like a fish. I'm at your service, my saintly friend.
Well, I'm glad Einstein just wasn't available.
An amateur.
Here you are, sir. Oh, thank you.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Ah. Ask me anything, Simon. My brain is in your hands.
We'll start with names. 2 names.
Name them.
Roland P. Archibald.
Neat, natty, and fat with an extra bulge under the arm. That probably means a gun.
Mm-hmm, that's Roland.
And that's all.
Now, don't tell me that filing system you call a brain has slipped up on Roland P.
I'm afraid so, Simon. He has, no friends, no acquaintances, no known occupation, no known anything. A very mysterious cookie.
Oh, I'd put him more in the plum pudding class. Next name? Fernandez.
Fernandez? Oh, Simon, I know so many.
I was afraid you would.
3 bartenders, a manufacturer of hearing aids, a truck driver. Oh, best and safest driver I ever knew.
All truck drivers are the best and the safest. Any more?
Safecracker, a professor of Oriental languages, 3 more bartenders.
What's the use? I wouldn't know the right one if I heard it. Look, take a look at this. 4 sheets of foolscap.
You want to know what it is?
I know what it is. It's a formula, a complicated formula in nuclear physics.
Oh, now I'm learning. Where did you get this hot potato, Simon?
It came in a small manila envelope that I found in the pocket of a brand new suit.
And you want me to tell you what the formula means? Too bad Einstein wasn't available.
I'm more concerned with whom this belongs to rather than what it means. These initials printed in the upper left-hand corner.
Initials. Oh, yeah. D-R-L.
Which means?
D-R-L. Well, Simon, on a formula in nuclear physics, the L probably stands for laboratory.
Bartender, triple for Mr. Murphy.
Yes, sir. Drop in any time, Simon, any time. I shall always be glad to receive you.
Hi. Been waiting a long time for you to come out of that saloon.
Oh? Why?
I wanted to see you, that's why. You're the saint, aren't you?
I'm the saint, and you're seeing me. What are you seeing me about?
The envelope. You know, the one with the formula. I want it.
Now, don't tell me it's your homework. You know who I am, Junior. Who are you?
It don't make no difference who I am. But if it'll make you happy...
It'll make me happy.
The name's Gus. Now, come on, give.
Why?
I got a gun in my pocket, that's why. And I'm told to bring back that envelope no matter what.
And if I refuse to give it to you, you'll shoot me and take it from me, huh?
That's the truth.
You're new at this, aren't you?
I know my way around.
What happens when you shoot me here on the sidewalk?
You fall down, of course.
Eventually. But first a woman screams. There's always a woman who screams. And people start running toward us, and the cop comes tearing up, and, what do you do during all of this, Gus?
Me? I run.
And the envelope?
I take it out of your pocket before I run.
Oh, you'll have time.
Huh?
When a man is shot, he doesn't just go plop like they do in the funny papers. First he clutches the spot where the bullet hit him, and then he staggers around for a while. Then he lurches, swerves, sinks to one knee, gets up again. You know, nothing brings out the ham in a man like being shot.
So?
Well, you'll have to wait until I'm through with my dying act before you can reach into my pocket, Gus. By that time...
Yeah. Maybe you're right.
There will be no charge for the lesson.
Maybe I can teach you something.
What? It's rifle fire. Get down. Over here, behind this car. Gus!
You're wrong, Saint. I didn't lurch or stagger. No woman screamed.
Gus!
I didn't stay.
Gus! I guess mine was the last lie you'll ever hear.
Mr. Templar! Oh, Mr. Templar!
Oh, it's you, Fatty.
Oh, Mr. Templar, I wish you wouldn't persist in calling me by that absurd name.
Well, Rose by any other name. I suppose the same sort of reasoning applies to a rat. Well, is this the big moment, Roland?
Eh?
Archibald's revenge, the payoff I was promised for, the kick in the stomach I delivered?
I would hardly honk my horn after you shout your name at the top of my voice on a busy thoroughfare if it were my intention to kill you, Mr. Templar.
No, I suppose you wouldn't. You'd park your car somewhere and stalk me from it with a high-powered rifle.
Well, you know, that sounds rather effective. I must bear it in mind for the future.
Yeah, I'm still bearing it in mind from the past. A kid named Gus caught the bullet for me.
Huh? I don't quite understand.
It's simple, Fatty. You missed me.
You think that I... Oh, really, sir, this is most amusing.
You won't hear Gus laughing.
My dear Templar, I am an expert rifleman. If I had aimed at you, I shouldn't have missed you. But come, sir, the temper of this conversation is not at all what I had in mind when I sought you out.
No?
I should like to suggest an armistice, a peace plan, as it were, with the loser paying a generous amount as reparations to the winner.
Meaning that you wind up with a formula and I with the customary 30 pieces of silver.
No, come, Templar. You make it sound as if treason were involved. I assure you the formula has nothing to do with any government project.
Then what is it, Chubby? A recipe for sweet potato pie? A method of manufacturing quick frozen bourbon? What is it?
The only person who can answer that is Dr. Vargas.
Dr. Vargas? Vargas? Thanks.
Where are you going, Mr. Templar?
Consult a phone book. You've just given me the answer to another one of 3 puzzling initials, Chubby. I think I know now what the middle one stands for. Good morning.
Good morning. May I help you?
So this is VRL, Good old VRL.
I beg your pardon.
I'd like to see Dr. Vargas.
Dr. Vargas?
You seem surprised. This is the Vargas Research Laboratories, VRL.
Of course, but Dr. Vargas never sees visitors.
Oh, I'm not a visitor. What I've got in a small manila envelope practically makes me a member of the firm.
I beg your pardon?
Again? And on such short acquaintance?
But what?
Merely tell the doctor it's probably a matter of life or death.
But I've strict instructions never to interrupt the doctor. Who shall I say is calling?
Simon Templar.
Sam?
With a question mark where my halo ought to be. Do we know each other?
No.
Something tells me that we will. But until that happy moment,
If that's Templar, send him right in.
Hey, did you hear something? Something that sounded like artillery fire with the ability to make words?
Through that door, Mr. Templar.
Oh, thank you.
Well, come in. Don't take all day about it. You can close the door now. Sit down, Templar. I believe we have something to discuss.
I have something to discuss with Dr. Vargas.
And who am I supposed to be, Snow White?
I'd rather not answer that.
Let's get right to the heart of it, Templar. I'm a busy woman.
And I'm a puzzled man, Doctor. And one of the things that puzzles me is how you knew I was coming here.
A friend told me to expect you.
A friend who carries about 75 extra pounds and who dislikes being called fatty, Not so sure I like your friends.
And I'm not so sure I give a hang. Just for the record, I've been checked and double-checked by almost every government agency in this and several other countries.
Oh, then you are doing government work. Your fat friend is a terrible liar.
Take it up with his clergyman. We're here to discuss a formula. One that somehow found its way out of this laboratory and into your pocket. You have it?
Yeah, it's burning a hole in that pocket.
Toss it over. This is what the fuss is all about?
That.
Good day, Templar.
Yes, it is rather nice out.
Then please feel free to go out and enjoy it and take this mishmash with you.
Mishmash?
Gibberish, prattle, nonsense. Pick your own word.
The word I pick is why.
Why? Why what?
Look, if this formula is mishmash, why does a fat man named Archibald want it so badly? Why does a kid named Gus threaten to gun me down for it and wind up getting a rifle slug right into another world? And why is a new suit delivered with a bullet hole over the heart? And why did...
I'm a scientist, not a policeman. Goodbye, Mr.
Dr. Vargas, excuse me.
Yes?
You're wanted in the laboratory right away.
Okay. Mr. Templar is just leaving. Will you show him out, Miss Fernandez?
Did she say Fernandez?
That's my name, Jean Fernandez.
Well, I'm delighted to hear it. You have a father, a husband perhaps, or is it a brother who might be mysteriously absent?
No, Oh, Mr. Templar, you must help me. You must.
How?
My brother Louis, No, we can't talk here. Later.
Now, here's my address. And if you see a certain beef trust named Archibald before I do, don't tell him your name is Fernandez.
But he knows Oh, Mr. Templar, I'm afraid. I'm afraid.
Who is it?
It's I, sir. Finley. May I see you for a moment?
Oh, come in, Finley. Now, don't tell me you've made me a new coat this fast.
Oh, Mr. Templar. I could hardly do justice to my craft if I... Mr. Templar, I have a problem.
Judging from the record, you've come to the right place to unload it.
It's that object you found in the suit I delivered yesterday, sir.
The manila envelope?
Yes, sir. A gentleman called at my shop today inquiring for it. He insists that the envelope is his and demands its return.
A fat gentleman?
No, sir, a rather thin gentleman. His name is Fernandez.
I doubt it.
Pardon?
Did he tell you how the envelope happened to be found in my suit?
Yes, sir, he did. He was in for a fitting himself the other day.
Fernandez?
Yes, sir, Fernandez. He says he saw your coat hanging on the rack, admired it, and on an impulse tried it on. The envelope had been in his hands at the time.
And he just slipped it into the pocket and then forgot about it, huh?
So he informed me, sir. Now he's threatening me with legal action if I don't...
Tell the gentleman to call here for the envelope, Finley. If he can identify the contents, he can have it.
Well, that sounds reasonable enough, Mr. Templar. I'll tell him. Good day, sir, and thank you.
Oh, Finley.
Yes, sir.
Tell the gentleman I'll expect an explanation about that bullet hole in my coat. You know, I'm dying to hear how the gentleman gets around that one. Who is it this time?
It's me, Jean Fernandez. Quick, let me in.
Gee, I expected you hours ago.
I couldn't get away, and when I did, he followed me. I had to lose him.
Who?
The fat man, Archibald.
You know, it's remarkable that he stays that fat, getting around as much as he does.
Oh, Mr. Templar, please. I haven't seen or heard from Lewis in 3 days. Do you know where...
No.
But I thought...
It isn't what you thought or what you think that's going to find your brother, Jean. It's what you know.
What I know. I don't understand.
Jean, what's your brother mixed up in?
No, I can't tell you. I came here because I thought you knew where Lewis is. I'm going now.
Do you want to see your brother again? Alive?
What? What do you mean?
The first and last I heard of your brother was when Fatty told me about putting lighted matches under his fingernails.
Oh, no. No.
I didn't mean to break it to you so ungently. But you've got to be made to realize that unless you tell me what...
All right. I'll tell you. But you must help me find Lewis. You must.
And I will. Now, first, that formula that seems to be so important and yet isn't.
I did that.
You did what?
I'll begin at the beginning.
It's a good place to begin from.
When Lewis was a very young man, in his teens, he was restless, nervous, neurotic, the doctor called him.
The type which, with a few lies here and a little propaganda there, is easily convinced that there's nothing more noble than a certain form of politics, huh?
Yes. Well, he joined the movement and rose rapidly, and it was slated for big things. So one day he stopped being restless and neurotic and looked at himself and what he'd become with disgust.
And so he quit?
Oh, he only thought he quit. All these years, he didn't have the slightest connection with him. He never dreamed that they'd seek him out again and I'd expect him to...
They wanted something from him, huh? Something that he could get for them easier than anyone else could.
Well, they found out where I was working. They knew that Dr. Vargas was conducting important experiments. And they made my brother a proposition. Either he was to make me give him the Vargas formula, or he was to be executed. Oh, can't you see why I'm so worried?
Especially since the formula you gave your brother to pass along was a phony.
That's right. couldn't give him the real one, not even to save his life. I simply couldn't. So I copied things from papers the doctor had thrown away, a little bit of each of the score of discarded papers. I thought it would work, that I'd fool them. Louis doesn't know. He took it from me. Said goodbye.
And you haven't seen him since. Did he tell you where he was bringing the supposed formula? Who he was giving it to?
He said I'd be safer if I didn't know. He merely said that he was going to meet a man who'd been one of their cleverest agents for years. One of the most important men in the organization. Oh, it must be him. It must be.
Fatty? Well, what makes you think so?
Why else would he follow me? Why else would he...
Where are you going?
To look out the window. I want to see if he's there.
No, Jean, get away from that window.
I just want to see if...
Somebody's been playing 4th of July with a high-powered rifle. This is no time to stand there.
Jean, get down! Jean! Jean! Jean!
Oh.
Well, hello. Welcome home.
Again?
Come in, Mr. Templar. Come in, sir.
Someday I'll open the door of my apartment, walk in, and... this time you weren't quite so neat about it, Fatty.
The name is Archibald. And this time, Mr. Templar, it was someone else. Someone with deplorably messy habits who searched your apartment. You've been to the hospital?
Yes.
Miss Fernandez is...
She'll live. How about her brother, will he?
He's still in a coma.
I suppose we discuss Roland P. Archibald. And what brings him here this time?
Well, my dear sir, the formula, naturally.
No, Roland, not the formula.
Eh?
I'm certain Dr. Vargas must have told you by now that the formula...
Why should she tell me anything?
Because of what you are, Roland. Something had been stolen from a laboratory, so you set out to bring it back. That's your job. We're both on the same team.
But, my dear Templar, I'm the villain in this opera. I'm the fellow who swore that he'd have your life, remember?
And your cover.
Eh?
You're making like the criminal element as a cover-up. You're a counterintelligence agent.
Am I?
Yeah, I began to get on to you and to what part you were playing in this drama when I called on Vargas this morning.
Huh?
She was expecting me. And the only one who could possibly have told her that I'd be dropping in was you.
And so?
The doctor is doing important work. She's been security checked from here to Sunday. So, since you're playing ball with her, you must be playing for the home team.
Have you anything at all that might help us find out who pressured Fernandez to go after the formula?
He's the same man who's been shooting off his rifle.
If we could only find out who he
I
is.
know who he is.
You do?
Sure. Fernandez gets the formula from his sister, goes to deliver it, has a few unpleasant words with Uncle Joe's one-man spy ring, and they start fighting with guns. My new suit is a casualty.
So was Fernandez, but he managed to get away and come to us. He's been in a coma ever since. Keeps muttering your name and the words, in the pocket, in the pocket.
Which led you to me, and the pocket I was wearing, instead of the pocket of the new suit that was hanging in the shop with my name on it.
Would you mind explaining?
Well, Fernandez wasn't sure he'd be able to get away. So he hid the manila envelope with the formula in the pocket of my new suit.
Get away? Get away from where?
From the tailor shop where he went to meet the spy.
But why the tailor shop? What?
Because the spy has a cover identity, too. He happens to be
Up your hands, both of you.
I was saying he happens to be a tailor. A tailor named Finley.
Keep those hands up.
A tailor named Finley who one day tells me he's never heard of a man named Fernandez, and the next day tells me an old customer named Fernandez is called to claim the manila envelope.
You're very clever, Mr. Templar.
But where did you come from just now? Where were you hiding?
I was in the closet, Fatty. You very rudely dropped in here while I was going through Mr. Templar's things just before.
Still looking for that elusive manila envelope, eh, Finley?
Yes. But the search seems to be about over, Mr. Templar, sir. Oh, I know what you're going to say. It's worthless. Don't waste your words. Your last words. Just take the envelope out of your pocket and hand it over.
Well, if you insist, and I see that you do.
Careful, Saint. Very careful now. Something is funny.
Yes, I was just thinking. Wouldn't it be amusing if when he reached into his pocket, instead of bringing out an envelope, he brought out a gun?
He wouldn't live long enough to point it. You have a gun, Templar?
A gun? Oh, why, of course not.
Wait. Stay just as you are, Templar. I'll take the envelope from your pocket myself.
Playing it cagey, huh?
In my profession, it... Which pocket?
This one.
Oh, that's splendid, Mr. Templar. Splendid, splendid. You must teach me that kick trick sometime. And the knockout punch was magnificent. Oh, I enjoyed it.
Thank you. But I don't think you enjoyed it nearly as much as I did. In fact, Friday, I'm a little sorry it's over.
Oh, Mr. Templar, for the last time, the name is...
Yes?
Never mind. I think you've earned the right to call me Fatty.
You have been listening to another transcribed adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. Now, here is our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, in tonight's cast, you heard Patricia Jepson as Jean and Bill Conrad as Archibald. Jack Moyles was Finley, Whitfield Connors, Murphy. Sam Edwards played Gus, and Jody Gilbert, Dr. Vargas. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at the same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
Tonight's script of The Saint was written by Michael Cramoy. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, is a James L. Safier production and is directed by Helen Mack. Vincent Price is soon to be seen co-starring with Errol Flynn and Michelin Prell in William Marshall's production of Blood Lion. All you Saint fans will be glad to know that the Saint comic books are on sale at all newsstands. Your announcer is Don Stanley. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. There's fun today and every Sunday with 2 of your favorite families on NBC. There's the Blandings family with more perplexing adventures in their famous dream house, starring Cary Grant and Betsy Drake as Mr. and Mrs. Blanding. And Sunday also means the Harris family with Frankie, Julius, and all the other favorites of the Phil Harris Alice Faye show. And today, hear Judy Holliday, Jimmy Durante, Carmen Miranda on The Big Show on NBC.